Hi, I'm New York Times bestseller Tamara Rose Blodgett. Welcome to my official audiobook channel. If you enjoy the story, please like, subscribe, and explore more of my complete audiobooks right here on the channel. Enjoy my stories, and thanks so much.
Blood Singers, a Blood World novel. Book 1. By New York Times bestseller Tamara Rose Blodgett. Prologue. Julia pressed her nose to the glass, the trees a sea of green as they rushed outside her window, her mama and daddy's voices a low and pleasant drone from the front seat. She hated the belt. It pressed across her neck in an uncomfortable place, itchy and suffocating. "Mama," Julia whined plaintively. Her mother's chocolate eyes appeared over the front seat, such a contrast to the auburn hair held in her customary ponytail. "What is it?" Julia worked her small finger under the belt and said, "I hate this stupid strap. I want to take it off." Julia crossed her arms, huffing. Mama sighed, unlatching her belt as she turned in the front seat to adjust the neck restraint portion of Julia's seatbelt. As Mama got nearer, Julia smelled the special perfume that she wore. At once, Mama's scent assaulted her where it intimately combined with the perfume she always wore. Daddy said from the front, "Amber, sit back down. The belt's latched. She's just going to have to deal with it for another 10 minutes. Julia's eyes narrowed to slits. Daddy was so stubborn. His belt didn't bite into his neck. 'Cause he was a big man. Ah. Julia fumed. Mama smiled and began to turn, and Julia saw Daddy's face in profile, watching to make sure she sat down safely. He only took his eyes off the road for a moment. It was enough. Julia saw twin beads of light bear down on their car as an impossibly large grill came to eat them, the chrome winking in the late afternoon light. Daddy made a correction to the right, but that threw Mama on top of him, imprisoning their bodies in a macabre dance, the steering wheel sandwiching them together. As if in slow motion, Julia saw her mother's face as Amber looked at her father. The knowledge of their impending death appeared on their faces like an unspoken promise. Julia screamed as the truck slammed into the car, and the belt that she hated so much whipped against her neck and slammed her against the back seat with such force that the breath left her small body. She watched her parents crush together in a final embrace. The metal colliding was an earthquake in her ears, and something wet and warm hit her face. She opened her eyes, and her parents were everywhere, their blood like a blanket that coated her face and hair. Her brain howled, refusing to accept what was happening. Her vision clouded. Her neck and head throbbed, and her lungs were a burning inferno with the need to scream. The last thing she remembered was her mother's hair, entwined in the steering wheel like so much spun copper. Chapter 1. 10 years later. Julia stuffed her wool cap down more firmly on her head and waded through the icy puddles on the way to her 1977 Chevy Blazer. Fall had edged into early winter, and the dampness of the rain had solidified into a dangerous sheet of ice. Julia had known better, and instead of wearing the latest Ugg-fashioned boots, she'd slogged on her extra toughs. They had an unparalleled ugliness, but did the job. She might keep her ass in the air, instead of pegged on an ice puddle by wearing her trusty boots. She threw her backpack over one shoulder and balanced a steaming cup of coffee in the other hand. She'd lied through her teeth about the contents to Aunt Lily, who seemed to think caffeine was the devil's drink. Julia smiled at that. She thought she was done growing, and besides, coffee was a mainstay of Alaskan existence. She shuffled to the driver's side and gripped the handle. Then her feet lost some of their purchase, and she slid to the right, her coffee sloshing out of the slit on the travel mug. "Shit," Julia said, as a couple of hot drops landed on her wrist, scalding her. Grappling with the handle, she jerked the door open and threw her palm on the driver's seat, steadying herself until she could heave her backpack inside. But her breath stilled in her lungs when she saw what waited for her. A single rose, its tremulous form in a beautiful, ethereal tangerine color, lay inches from where her reddened and chapped hand had slapped down. She'd almost destroyed it, while saving her sliding butt from falling. A smile stole over her face, and she carefully put her travel mug in the cup holder between the seats and picked up the flower. No note. But she knew who had laid it there. Her fiancé, Jason. Actually, it was a secret. Lily would have 10 different kinds of cows if she knew how serious they were. She looked around, her breath coming in white puffs in the crisp air. The snow having not committed itself to falling yet, the promise still hung there in the air. It would be like him, Julia thought, to pop up and grab her from behind, twirling her around just as she discovered his present. But he wasn't there. She turned the keys and jacked up the heat all the way. 5 minutes and she'd hit the road, head to Homer High. She was spoiled. Usually Jason picked her up, but today she had to head over to the DMV and get a stupid emissions test. It was amazing they even allowed her to drive her gas-guzzling truck. She sighed. Soon she'd be with Jason. School. Julia tore off her multicolored itchy hat as she waltzed into the school. The familiar smell of kids, books, lunch, and all the other school fragrances wafting across the air, the chill of late fall left outside the doors. She fluffed her champagne-colored hair, hoping to eradicate the hat head she'd tagged herself with on the way over. "Hey, bestie," Cynthia cried. Julia laughed, like she hadn't just spent all day and a night last weekend with Canyon. She acted like they'd been separated for months. "Hey, Canyon," Julia said, slowing, letting her catch up. As usual, Canyon was dressed to the nines. High heels, ridiculously tight-ass pants, and the latest off-the-shoulder top with a crazy zebra pattern. It made Julia dizzy looking at it. "What?" Cynthia looked at Julia's face. "Your top. It's like some kind of optical illusion or something." "I know, right? It's hot, hot, hot." She snapped her fingers after each word for emphasis. Julia rolled her eyes. There was no cure for her fashion awareness. Julia considered herself fashion-challenged. Yes, sirree. Irrefutably. Getting everything to match and be comfortable was of utmost importance. Of course, once Julia mentioned Sin's shirt, then she was honor-bound to give Julia the once-over. Scanned from the top of her head, she had almost escaped the wrath when Cynthia's gaze landed like a lead weight on her boots. "Arg!" she shrieked in horror. "You wore your tufts to school again. And don't give me any of that horse shit about how we're seniors and absolved of everything." She rolled her eyes dramatically. "Fashion is the exception. And those," she waggled her fingers at Julia's offending footwear, "are for gardening only," Jason interjected smoothly, his arm sliding around Julia's waist. He'd heard the extra tough speech before. "Don't you defend her either." Cynthia lambasted him, and Jason, all mock innocence, said, "Who, me?" his hand to his chest. Cynthia's eyes narrowed to slits. "You're no help, Jason Caldwell. She could wear a shapeless sack over her whole body, and you'd still think she was gorgeous." "Guilty," he said, his forehead dipping to peck Julia's head, still fuzzy from the hat. Julia leaned back against his chest, her head tucking comfortably underneath his chin, and sighed. This is where she'd wanted to be from the moment she opened her eyes. Against him, soaking up his warmth, letting it seep into her bones and chase the coldness of the morning away. Canyon snapped her fingers in front of Julia's face. "Snap out of it, Jules." Jason laughed. Julia was known to mentally wander. It was becoming an annoying theme lately. "What? Cranky witch?" Julia teased, taking a swipe at Canyon with her woolen hat. She ducked smoothly, accustomed to Julia's abuse. "Okay, so, did you get that English paper done we started on Friday?" Julia dug around in her backpack until she found a crumpled piece of paper at the bottom, and turning, she slapped it against her locker, smoothing it with her other hand. Jason's big hand was a warm presence on her shoulder, kneading it softly. "Are you kidding? Terrell will never accept that mess," Cynthia said, throwing out one hip and putting a hand on the jutting point. Julia shrugged a shoulder. "It's a rough draft. Besides, keeping the standard low like I do assures me gravy when I turn something in." Julia smiled at her awesome logic. School just didn't appeal. It was something she survived until she could graduate. It was Jason that was going to University of Alaska Anchorage. He was set with a full ride. "Mr. Basketball." Julia turned to look at him and wondered for the millionth time why he'd want her. He was so gorgeous and she was so her. It didn't matter that Canyon thought she was pretty. Whatever. Canyon was her BFF. That's what they do, cheerlead. Julia still didn't have a plan. She knew she couldn't wait to get out of Aunt Lily's place and begin a life with Jason. Cynthia gave an elaborate roll of her eyes and caved, saying, "You can try all your down-home weasel-like charm on Terrell while Jason and I turn in real papers." Unwrinkled papers. She cocked her brows up to her hairline, and looping her arm through Julia's, she dragged her to block one. The dreaded language arts. Everyone knew there was nothing artful about it. Jason laughed as they trudged to class, Julia's arms linked with theirs. Chapter 3. Present Day. Liquid lapped Julia, and the water parted, ice replacing the subtle undulation of comfort she'd been under. She came to the surface of her consciousness in a nauseating wave. She became aware that she was drowning. Drowning in hunger and weakness. She didn't have the strength to move. Loud voices assailed her. They floated around her, stabbing at her consciousness until she finally understood where she was. If she'd had the strength, she would have wept. The creatures that had stolen her life away were arguing about her again. I am phoning him. Gabriel must be made aware of what is happening here. Julia cracked open her eyes, wide and grainy. Her mouth felt like the Sahara Desert. She was so thirsty her bones ached with it. How long had she been out? She is killing herself, the one named William said. His fists were clenched, and anxiety tightened his already stark features. Call him. Ask him what we must do. If she is as important as you hypothesize, it is necessary, no? Pierce queried reasonably. She lay perfectly still, but they heard a change in her breathing and turned their silvered eyes to her. She had just enough energy to lift her forearm and cover her eyes. She would not look at them. Just kill me, she said listlessly. Without Jason, why go on? She couldn't bear to think of all of it right now. The shards of that nightmare would not be a memory she would look at anytime soon. If ever. She didn't hear them approach, but an icy hand clamped around her forearm gently and moved it off of eyes that ran with tears. Julia was surprised she had enough tears to shed. Her mind was so beleaguered with grief she could hardly breathe. Why didn't they just kill her now? After all, that's what they were good at. Killing. William tapped his cell to hibernate and pocketed it inside the jacket he wore. He breathed out in an elaborate exhale. They took a chance implementing this protocol. If they did not follow it to the letter, they would lose her. This girl. The blood singer from the Book of Blood. The rare one. He gave Pierce a full look as they walked together toward the girl. Julia watched them come, one dark and one light. Angels. They looked like angels. Angels of death. Her arms long ago released, she lay there unable to move a muscle. Only her eyes rolled in their sockets, tracking their approach. William crouched down, feeling the hollow on the underside of her wrist where a thready pulse beat. She is close, it is a near thing. Pierce nodded. It must be you. You are the one with singer heritage coursing through your veins. Maybe you can bring her back. William had hoped that she would come around these past months. But they could tarry here no longer. The word drew near, circling like sharks in water saturated by blood. This coven grew restless with her presence. Blood singers were a stick to stir the cauldron of trouble. He had already waited too long. She was weak, compromised. Julia looked up at him with eyes of liquid gold, and he breathed through his mouth, hoping the scent of her would not impede what he must do. It was a risk he must accept. Julia saw William look at her intently, and kept her eyes open with effort. Something was building, it thrummed deep in her bones like a call. Julia whimpered. She hated to be weak, but knew what they were capable of. She watched as his eyes drank in the sight of her. Then his fangs elongated, escaping his mouth. She opened her own to scream, and nothing came out. His eyes tightened at her expression, as he tore into the flesh of his own wrist. Black blood began oozing out of his damaged forearm, and flowed down, dripping onto her neck. The droplets splattered like hot candle wax on her skin. Drink, William said, lowering his wrist down to her mouth. She shook her head. With her ebbing strength, she clamped her lips together. William's eyes flicked behind her, and he grunted, frustrated. Hold her, he said with a voice filled with regret. Large hands clamped onto either side of her head, and she was helpless to move in the jaws of their hold. Just helpless, Julia seethed with frustration. The poison of his body poured into her mouth in a steady stream, and she fought, trying to move her head, but steel bands of flesh held her in position. He pressed his forearm onto her mouth, and with his other hand he pinched her nostrils together, and she sucked the blood down into her throat as she began to clench her teeth around his arm. He didn't react like she thought he would. He dragged her against himself, Pierce releasing her in surprise, her mouth on his arm clamping down. Julia bit down with everything she had. His eyes dilated, the silver disappearing to be replaced by deep crimson. He pressed her against him, his fangs completely extended. "William! Control yourself," Pierce yelled, coming for him. Julia hung on for dear life, as she watched those black eyes look at her with such longing and loneliness. As he reared to strike, a fist crashed into the side of his temple. Her mouth was torn off his forearm, her body sliding off his lap onto the floor. Julia lay in a small heap on her side, as a fire burnt inside her. It became a delicious roar within. She was being consumed by heat. It burned and itched. She melted into the intense warmth, her consciousness narrowing. As her mind dimmed, she saw the other creature check on William, his black eyes shut. The creature named Pierce looked in her direction, and he was sideways. Julia knew what else he was. Vampire. She fell into a deep abyss of grayness, her mind shielding her from what she couldn't handle. She floated swiftly down her memory pipeline, grateful for the escape it gave her. Last day. Jason had his fingers entwined in Julia's. Their last day of school finally here, his plane tickets bought for Vegas. They were gonna do it. She looked up at him and smiled. He looked into the light gold depths and almost stumbled. She always had that effect on him. He'd been drawn to her from the beginning. A small furrow stood between her brows. Julia's hand came to her temple, rubbing. He pulled her over to the side of the hall, the sea of bodies and backpacks jostling past, an excited buzz thrumming in the halls. He slid his palm underneath her honey-colored hair and wrapped the back of it on her neck, gently kneading the soft skin. "Is it the headaches again?" he asked. Jules had been having these bone-crusher headaches. Jason thought it was the stress at home. Trying to plan a secret elopement could take its toll on a girl. He smirked. "Huh, you really care," she said, giving him a mock scowl, putting her hands on her hips. Her luscious hips, he thought. "No. I was just thinking, all your super-secret spy moves you're pulling around Lily are getting kinda old." He cocked an eyebrow. She nodded, true, but... Actually, Julia looked down at her hands that had found their way to Jason's hips, and she couldn't look away. A blush came over her face. Jason put a gentle finger under her chin and raised it until their eyes met. Chocolate meeting gold. "What is it?" She shoved her erotic impulses away and concentrated on his question instead, the blush still staining her cheeks. Jason saw the high color marking her cheekbones a delicate pink and wondered what she'd been thinking about. He opened his mouth to repeat the question, and she interrupted. "It's the dreams, I'm having them again." "Oh," Jason said, pulling her in against his body. He hadn't liked the dreams. He wasn't going to tell her, but he'd begun having some of his own. And they were goddamn doozies. "Get a room," Kevin yelled, walking by, arm slung around Cynthia. Jason gave Kevin the finger, and Julia grabbed it in the air. "Don't," she hissed, giving him another scowl. Jason threw up the other hand and flipped him another bird. "You're impossible," Julia said sternly. Then she smiled. She began laughing and convulsed into a stream of irrepressible giggles. "That's so helpful, Jules. You're so on it." Julia looked at Jason, and he was standing there, in full view of the world, giving Kevin the double finger send-off. "Oh my God," Julia clutched her sides, howling. Julia was bent over, until she noticed a pair of hot pink boots come into her line of sight. She grabbed Sin's sweater and hauled herself up. "Hey, asswipe, you're not sensing any adults around?" Kevin asked. Jason dropped his hands as one of their teachers made his way toward them in a huff of righteous adult indignation. Terrell. Great. Instead of calming down, it had the opposite effect, and Julia continued laughing, tears streaming down her face. Terrell lurched up to the group. Taking a look at the Wade girl, doubled over in fits of hysterical giggling, he dismissed her. It was the basketball boys that he had his attention trained on. He didn't care if the Caldwell boy had got an A in his class. There was something fishy about them. Especially that never-apply-herself girlfriend of his. He got right up in Caldwell's grill, momentarily nonplussed that the kid had him by 4 inches. "Listen here, Caldwell. I don't give a good lick about how great you think you are, or that it's your last day here. This isn't the court. You don't own the school, the halls, nothing. Act like an adult, and maybe, just maybe, you'll become one someday." Terrell had sobered Julia up, and she didn't like how Terrell was talking to Jason. Big surprise, she didn't like Terrell that much. She and Canyon had their arms crossed, and Kevin stood looming over Terrell. He didn't seem intimidated, and Julia suddenly remembered a term that Lily used, little man syndrome. Maybe he had a dose of that, she thought. "We clear?" Terrell asked. But he wasn't really asking. He was commanding. He wanted a certain kind of response. "Please don't get nailed on the last day," Julia thought, seeing Jason's fist clench and loosen. She watched him notch down his anger at Terrell, and her shoulders relaxed. Looked like things were gonna settle down. Then Terrell looked at her. Really looked at her, starting at her head and ending at her feet, sweeping over her private parts with a lingering look. Gross. "Hey, perv," Canyon squeaked. "Why don't you go die somewhere?" But it was Jason that knotted his fist in the teacher's collar and dragged him close. "Don't you look at her," he said in a low voice, violence swirling beneath the surface. Kevin was prying his fingers off of Terrell. "Don't, he deserves it, but don't. He's pushing ya." Their eyes met, and Jason released Terrell, pulling Julia behind him protectively. He looked smug. "I knew you'd mess up. This is all I needed to get you where I want you." Jason was confused. He'd seen the perv look at Julia and some of the other girls, but what did it have to do with today? Why had he been so overt with Julia? His eyes narrowed on the teacher. Jason planted his legs apart, hands on his hips, looking around once to make sure Julia was behind him and safe. This guy had lost it. Kevin hit him in the arm, and Jason's face whipped back to Terrell as Canyon gasped. Jason became focused on the gun that was naked in Terrell's hand. What the hell was this? Jason thought, backing away, Julia a warm presence at his back. Julia wasn't laughing now, as kids in the hall, who had just been thinking how much trouble Jason was going to be in, scattered like beetles out of a jar, screaming as they ran down the hall. Julia's headache slammed into her uncontrollably, spearing into her temple at a fever pitch. But it was the frenzied gaze of the teacher that she couldn't look away from. His beady hazel eyes shifted between the 3 kids, seeking. Finally, he caught a glimpse of Julia behind Jason and said, "It's you. If you were not here, then I could stop having this pain." "The pain would stop," he said, brandishing his gun in the air, kids slamming themselves on the hallway floor. Julia felt something integral slip into place, the pain slipping away and becoming a burning mass. "Hey, whack job," Kevin said, going for the gun at the same time that Jason did. It wasn't choreographed, and as their bodies moved, a gap opened and Terrell pointed the barrel at Julia. All that focus, a warm liquid pain that she buried for the moment, came to her in a sliding push. With nothing but raw emotion, she looked at the black hole of the gun and mentally shoved as the hammer pulled back. It clicked. Time slowed down, Jason batting the gun away even as the bullet rushed toward Julia. Canyon screaming in the background and Kevin landing on Terrell, their bodies crashing to the floor. Julia moved as the bullet entered the curtain of her hair, instead of the fragile bones of her face, its course veering at the last moment, and she fell sideways away from the trajectory. Hitting Canyon, they both stumbled into the lockers. "Julia!" Jason hollered, sprinting to her side, kicking the gun away as he came. His eyes frantically took in her body, checking for damage. She was unscathed. Miraculously. As sirens wailed in the background, Jason turned around, leaving Julia in Sin's arms, and grabbed a fistful of hair on the top of Terrell's head. Using it like the dull side of a hammer, he picked his head up and slammed it into the floor. Again and again. Cops came and pulled him off, but the damage was done. Terrell lay in a pool of his own blood, spreading into the souls of all who had gathered. Chapter 5. Consequence. Truman looked from one to the other of them and sighed. "Listen, kids," he ripped a hand through his already disheveled hair. "I believe you tried to do the right thing, but Caldwell," he spread his palms away from his body. Jason dropped his eyes, his hands gripped in Julia's. He hadn't meant to kill Terrell. But when he saw him shoot at Julia, something profound and primitive had kicked in. All he could think of was eliminating the threat. Eliminating Terrell. So he did. Terrell was gonna kill her. A red veil had descended, clouding his vision, clouding his mind. It hadn't lifted until the cops had pulled him off Terrell. 4 of them. At least they'd let him wash Terrell off him. He'd had blood splatter and gore wrist deep. His stomach churned a little with the memory. Now he and Julia were in the police station, making noise about self-defense. The cop might look like a rumpled dish rag, but his eyes were sharp, sharp like the bald eagles that flew outside the windows. Those eyes tracked him like the majestic bird, equal parts wise and aware, missing nothing. "You're of age, son. It doesn't matter that you were still technically a student. We know you're over 18. Hell, you're almost 19, aren't you?" When Jason nodded, he continued, "So is your girl here." His gaze went to Julia, and Jason tensed. The cop took that in, wondering about the extreme protectiveness of the kid. It struck him as noteworthy. If he could be called a kid. He looked like a man to Truman, all height and muscle mass. A jock. The girl was the opposite. She had a sullen and fiery cast to her, but she was a tiny thing, different coloring, all champagne, and those eyes, he thought, repressing a shudder. They were like a cat's, spun gold. They followed him with an intensity that was unsettling. He cleared his throat. "As you know, the teacher was the one that brandished and fired a weapon. You may be able to get off with counseling. But your reaction wasn't typical, and there will be some accountability for that." Jason nodded, and Julia stifled a sigh. She'd never get the image of their teacher's brains on the floor out of her mind. The bigger question would always be, why? Why did he try to shoot her? As if reading her mind, Detective Truman asked, "Is there some reason Terrell would commit violence against you, Julia?" Her face showed her confusion, Truman thought. She didn't know either. He'd do some digging and see what was what. Try to make sense of the senseless. His eyes flicked to Jason. "Your parents have made your bail." And, he waggled a finger, "I wouldn't skip town, pal." Jason almost laughed. Like he'd leave Julia. Ever. He squeezed her hand and she squeezed back. He stood to leave, pulling her with him. His last thought as he left the building was that their elopement plans were screwed. With a grim face, he pulled Julia behind him, his parents' car parked in front of the broad concrete steps of the precinct. The storm on his dad's face told him what the next few days would be like. The barometric pressure was dropping as it moved in. Jason. It was a tense drive on the way to Julia's house. His parents were glancing back at them in the rear-view mirror surreptitiously. He wanted to comfort Julia more than he wanted to worry about a lecture from them. Forget that he'd almost been killed himself, that he'd protected Julia, maybe more kids. It was all about image. And he had tarnished theirs. He was so pissed he could spit. It'd be so great once he and Julia were safely in Anchorage, married and beginning their life together. His parents could piss up a rope. He'd accomplished everything they wanted. They needed to get off his dick about it. Julia interrupted his thoughts with a small noise, and he looked down at her, a small bundle in the cradle of his arms. He was instantly alarmed. Delayed shock. Great timing. They were just pulling up to her front door, her Aunt Lily waiting on the top step, wrapping a thin cardigan around herself, her hands fisting the material in a death clench. She skipped down the stairs, making a warpath for their car. Before Jason could properly shield Julia, Lily had torn open the door, putting her hands on Julia. "Don't, Lily," Jason said, meeting her tense and angry eyes. "You don't tell me what to do. I almost lost my niece today. The one that you were taking care of." She said that last like an accusation, and it made Jason's heart clench in his chest. He had taken care of her. The best he could. He didn't need this right now. Julia didn't need it. He looked down at Julia, her skin clammy and pale, her breathing rapid. "What's wrong with her?" Lily asked, in a panic. "She's in shock," Harold Caldwell said. Jason sighed. "Please move. I'll carry her into the house and get her in a supine position." Thankfully, she backed away, and Jason unfolded his body outside the car, swiveling Julia as he went, swinging her up into his arms. "Jason," she said, her eyes fluttering open. They widened and she said, "They're coming, the wolves in the blood." "What is she saying?" Shelia Caldwell asked. Jason shook his head, puzzled. "I don't think it's anything. She's in shock. Getting her lying down is key here, Mom." Jason's eyes left the loose group of adults, and he strode to the house, towing open the unlatched front door. He pegged the first sofa he saw, and brought a still and pale Julia to it, laying her down gently. He swiped a hair from her forehead and kissed it. She felt cool. He wasn't leaving until she was okay. She was far from okay, he thought as he looked at her. "Stay away from here, Jason," Lily yelled, huffing into the room. "I don't think this is helping things," Shelia said, her hands fluttering helplessly in front of her. Lily gave her a withering look of such contempt that Shelia took a step back. "Don't tell me what is helpful or what is not. What would you even know about suffering, challenges, anything?" "Hey." Seeing Shelia's helpless expression, she said, "That's what I thought. Go home to your fancy house and your comforts, and leave me and my niece alone." Harold Caldwell looked down his nose at Lily Wade. She was beneath him. He had suffered the relationship between Julia and Jason, knowing it was a high school sweetheart thing. Jason would see that she was all wrong for him and dump her when he was attending college. This incident might prove to be the perfect break for the relationship. It put Harold in good spirits. Magnanimous spirits. "We understand, Lily. Of course we'll leave you here to comfort Julia." He smiled, the first genuine smile of the day, since hearing the wretched and humiliating news of his son's involvement in the shooting. He began to back out of the house when he caught sight of Jason moving back toward the couch. He pursed his lips into a thin line. "Jason," he commanded in a low tone. Jason didn't even turn. "What?" His eyes on Julia's pale face, her lips tinged blue. "Let's go." "No," Jason said, his eyes steady on Harold's. Lily's head snapped up. She wasn't having this big guy in her house. This kid that Julia was gone over. This family. How dare they try to bulldoze their way in her house, force their involvement? She picked up the nearest phone, her finger hovering above the number 9. "Don't make me call the police," she threatened Jason in a low voice. Jason couldn't believe this was happening. The hell with this. He walked right back over to the couch and scooped Julia up in his arms, her soft moaning twisting something inside his chest. Without mercy. "Put her down, Jason," his dad yelled. Their eyes met again. "No. I don't give two shits and an F what you guys do. I'm an adult, and everyone needs to back right the hell off." He'd never talked to his dad that way. It was long past due. Lily stabbed the numbers in the phone, and Shelia tore it out of her hand and jammed it into the receiver. "Please," her voice trembled, "let's discuss this." Lily looked at them like they'd gone insane. "Listen here, Jason. I posted your bail. I am responsible for you until that hearing, where you'll be found innocent. Until then, don't jeopardize this with your He-Man stunts. Leave that girl where she belongs. Now. Harold planted his hands on his hips and stared at Jason. A loud ticking from the clock on the wall reverberated around the room, the moment swelling unbearably around them, the tension a living, breathing thing. Jason wanted to scream so badly his eyes burned with frustrated, unshed tears. He turned away from them, blinking fiercely, feeling like he was betraying her. Betraying Julia. He laid her back down on the couch, her eyelashes like soot against chalky cheeks, and turned before he wrapped her up against him again. Saying nothing, he stalked out of the house, shouldering past his dad and almost knocking him over. He looked up as the cold air hit him, the clouds roiling above him, the look of their charcoal anger exactly matching his. Chapter 6. Existing. Julia sullenly took another spoonful of soup. After a week of suffering through liquids, she'd finally been upgraded to soup with meat. Susan was the cook too. Versatile gal. If Julia was honest with herself, she had to admit that Susan was a saint. But she was not here to make friends. Every day she thought of how she could get away. Each day she wanted away from William, and to a lesser degree Pierce. At least she finally had answers. William was deliriously complacent with her presence here. He thought he had it handled. Well, he had another thing coming. Julia was waiting for the best opportunity she could manage to leave permanently. William had expounded on her importance, making her desire to leave even more acute. Bloodsingers were rare. They were critically needed in the human population. The vampires looked at the humans like cattle. Bloodsingers were just a fraction of the human population, 0.1% to be exact. Julia had listened to his speech silently. William and Pierce were runners. Their express purpose was the acquisition of bloodsingers. The bloodsingers balanced the vampires' food load. The properties their blood afforded made the human population's blood of a high enough quality to sustain their existence. Whatever, Julia thought, remembering his words. So you see how essential you are. William spread his palms out on either side of his body, his coal-black hair shimmering with blue low lights in the subdued glow of the dining hall. His silver eyes bored into hers, and a sudden memory of them shifting to a red so deep it was nearly black, as he'd almost struck her flesh, caused her heart to speed slightly. She wrote it out. He could probably hear her blood course through her veins. That's all she needed. Julia would never be able to help herself if he was anticipating all her moves, especially as weakened as she'd become. Why take me? It sounds like you need us out in the populace, she restated, genuinely puzzled. We're reconnaissance, he said simply. We seek the rare ones. Okay. Julia threw up her hands, her soup forgotten. He frowned when she pushed the bowl away. I give. Who are the rare ones? William stared at her, and she held his gaze. You are a rare one, Julia. She shrugged. So, who was he kidding? How was it different than what he had essentially told her? Basically, the bloodsingers of the human race were the purebred cattle of Homo sapiens. Wonderful. He took in her expression. Maybe you have not asked the right question. It is quite simple, actually. Julia thought about it. It slowly came to her. Why do you have that name for us? Bloodsinger. He smiled at her like she was a prized pupil, and looked achingly human for that one moment. Then his face fell into the handsome, but otherworldly lines she was becoming accustomed to. Do you not feel it? He placed his fist to his chest, where his heart must beat. Or did it? They stared at each other, and Julia felt a pull to him. She fought it. It was simply like ignoring one voice amongst many. She tried that, tuning out that one strand like a distant bell that sounded. She silenced it with an effort. His hand slowly fell from his breastbone. That is the call of the blood. I have shared mine with you. It now calls to yours. Why? Julia asked, deeply creeped out. Because I have shared blood with you. No, you forced your blood inside of me. She raised her voice at him, crossing her arms, high color seeping across her cheekbones. William's eyes narrowed slightly. True. So that you might live, I gave you my blood. I have blood-singer ancestry. Julia cocked an eyebrow, the conversation becoming more confusing by the moment. What he said next made her forget her curiosity like falling off a precipice. How do you think we found you? Found? Jason. His name fell like a stone in the room, the horrible memory threatening around the edges of her consciousness. She clenched her eyes against the images assaulting her. He continued, as if the oxygen had not been forcibly torn from the room. Julia felt like an elephant had sat on her lungs. Your blood calls to us. It sings to us. We follow it like a melody on the wind. All roads lead to the blood singer. Julia opened her eyes. A startling revelation was blossoming in her mind. Jason he was a blood singer, she asked on a breathless whisper. William nodded. Julia jumped off the bench and flung herself at William, beating against him with her fists, her hair flailing wildly about her. It was like beating a brick wall. Stony and cold. You killed him. You had no right, she wailed. You killed him, she sobbed as he grabbed her wrists. Why didn't you kill me instead? Julia asked on a sorrowful moan as she sagged against him, fainting from exhaustion. William picked her up in his arms, the burden of her weight no more than a feather. His pain at watching hers was unmatched with anything he had ever known. He carried Julia back to her room, his soul as heavy as a ton of lead. Julia. William had been fairly quiet since the scene in the dining hall the week before, and Julia was glad. She thought the ache for him would never end. But thankfully, day by day it lessened. She didn't want to be tied to the blood drinker. Because that was what he was. All he was. He and Pierce lingered in the hall, speaking in covert whispers as she dabbed at the corners of her mouth, bread half eaten in front of her. The dreams had started again, and with them her long-lost friend headache. She sighed, rubbing her temples. William and Pierce were suddenly beside her. Are you ill, Julia? She glared up at the pair. A prudent girl with half a brain would have been scared of the vampires, deadly and menacing. But she didn't care about her welfare anymore, her future. She wasn't interested in being taken anywhere with them. No, I'm fine. She looked at them impassively. Pierce stared a moment more, then turned to William. Perhaps her awakening has begun. Julia thought she was about done with the revelations. Possibly, William said thoughtfully. What? Julia asked, standing, her arms crossed over her body. She hugged herself to stay warm. She looked up at the pair, such a contrast to each other. They were huge men, vampires, Julia self-corrected. She gulped back a sudden stab of fear. Rare ones go through a. William struggled for just the right word. Transition. Pierce supplied. Julia's brows jacked down over her eyes and she said, Haven't you two kidnapped blood singers before? William's expression darkened at her terminology. But Julia remained steadfast. It was what it was. We have acquired some of rare one lineage, but never a pureblood. Never once, Pierce said. Adolescence. William said triumphantly, remembering the word. What the hell? Were they stupid? Look, guys, they turned their simultaneous attention unnervingly on her. She stepped back, then realizing it made her look weak, she reclaimed it. I am clearly a woman. Full-grown guys. She ran a hand down the front of her body, and the vampires tracked it. She was immediately embarrassed, but bottled it up before they noticed. She rushed on, before they could comment. What I'm saying is, I went through adolescence years ago. I am done with all that, Julia said, waving away their weird ideas with a hand. Pierce shook his head and William said, no. The rare one comes of age much later than one that is just a blood singer. The purer you are, the greater the manifestation of your latent talents. Julia's eyes shifted back and forth between the two of them. What talents? She asked slowly. William paused, then dropped the bomb. Paranormal talents. Julia's hand whipped out and gripped the table that stood behind her. The hell with appearing weak, she backed up until her thighs pressed against the bench. Insane vampires. It wasn't just enough that there were such things as vampires. These ones were crazy-ass loons. It just kept getting better and better. Julia despaired. Are you having headaches? Pierce pressed. Precognitive dreams? William asked silkily. Julia's head snapped up and locked with William's gaze, gold meeting silver. She shook her head in denial. She would not be their stupid blood singer messiah, or whatever the hell they were looking for. She redoubled her determination to escape. Soon. Chapter 7. Graduation. It was cool, the air holding none of the heat that would be found in other parts of America. Here at latitude 59, late May meant maybe 60 degrees. Maybe. Today, it was a cool 58. Intermittent clouds floated overhead, and the breeze from the Homer spit had made its way to the high school, slowed but not beaten. Julia looked away from the valedictorian, who was expounding on the benefits of altruistic endeavors. It was all bullshit, said through the bullhorn of what she could gain by making a good impression on whoever was listening. Julia swung her leg restlessly until Jason stilled it with a hand on her knee. His eyes swung to hers. It'll be okay, just today, then we're free. The girl droned on. The guys got a fine sheen of sweat over their brows. All that satiny polyester was causing the greenhouse effect. Finally, the staff herded them through the line, and they shook hands, stood for pictures, and ate the celebratory cake courtesy of Costco. It was anticlimactic, anyway. It only served to underscore that uneasy feeling Julia had. Like she was waiting. Ever since the Terrell incident. Death, she corrected herself. She had felt important. A feeling of impending doom. It felt like a ticking time bomb. Her sleep was leaving her these days, and nightmares were taking up residence in its absence. She was exhausted, and Jason was worried. If that weren't enough, there was the impending trial. If a jury of Jason's peers found him not guilty in the death of Terrell, then he was free. Unfortunately, because of the nature of how he had killed Terrell, he had a mandatory 6 weeks of anger management classes. And of course, he was angry about the classes. Total irony. The Caldwells had not really forgiven Jason for making them look bad by killing Terrell. Even Truman had defended Jason, saying he'd saved lives. Of course, what the Caldwells weren't telling Truman was that her life was not that important to them. It hurt, but Julia had to stay focused on her future. With Jason. When the lame reception was over, they drove to Julia's house so she could change. Then, it was out to the beach with Kevin and Canyon. Julia opened the door, Jason behind her. He'd been so quiet in the car. She knew something was on his mind. Seeing that Lily wasn't home from work yet, she walked to her room. Tearing open her closet door, she chucked out her beach jeans, t-shirt, and the faded, battered Salty Dog Saloon hoodie. It was her most beat-up one, but she loved it. She'd bribed a tourist one summer to go in there and get one for her. It was a Homer landmark, a cabin from 1897 that had grown into a rough-and-tumble tavern. She pressed the hoodie against her face, inhaling the fragrant soap Lily used, and a pang of homesickness struck her. She was really going, she thought, a little forlorn. Just 6 short weeks. Jason came up behind Julia and wrapped his arms around her, the graduation gowns wrapping and mingling together around their legs. "It's not like she's gonna die. You can come back and visit her, Jules." Julia nodded silently. She understood that. She did. But there would be no one, no family to see her get married, no one to appreciate her husband. Just Lily. And Lily was bitter. She had gotten saddled with her brother's kid, and that had been a stain on her heart, spreading across that muscle that throbbed in her body with increasing speed, until all of it was covered in resentment. Jason kissed her temple, his lips hovering above her skin like butterflies' wings, fragile but present. She leaned back against him. He turned her and slowly lifted the gown off, the rasping of the satin catching on the fine strands of hair that had escaped the clasp she'd secured it in. He tossed it aside and tore his gown off, tossing it onto the floor at his feet. Gathering her in his arms, he kissed her, pressing his lips to hers with heat. Jason's lips moved over hers with pressure and longing, combining in a succulent pull. Julia's mouth opened, and her arms slid around his broad shoulders, the muscles bunching as he pressed her closer. She gave a little moan, and he moved them backward where they fell softly on her bed. He broke the kiss when they landed, his elbows braced on either side of her body. "I can't wait to make you mine, Julia," he said, dipping to kiss her temple again. His lips slid from that point, making a blazing trail down her jaw, then a sideways path to her mouth. He lingered there, scooping her long hair from where it was pinned underneath her, fanning it out behind her. Jason slid her further on the bed, falling to the side of her. He cupped her face and pecked her lips again. Searching her face, he saw the lingering anxiety there. "Lily'll come around, you'll see." "She may not. But even though she took me in and saved me from the system, it wasn't her choice." "Speak of the devil." Julia heard Lily buzz into the house and start clanking around in the kitchen. Supper preparation. Julia wasn't that interested. Eating hadn't been a big priority since Terrell. She'd never been an emotional eater. When stuff got intense, food lost its appeal. "Come on." Jason kissed her again, then kissed her once more on that tender spot between her earlobe and her collarbone. She smiled, a little breathless. She knew some guys would have been trying to attack the obvious, but not Jason. He really loved her. He wanted her, but he wanted her for the right reasons. Jason was the man for her. But in the end, she didn't get him after all. Later. Right away, Julia knew she should have worn a puffy over the top of her hoodie. She sighed, stepping out of Jason's big truck, the lift kit making the whole thing a hike to get in and out of. She gave a scoot and a hop, and got out before Jason could meet her on the other side. He came around and closed the door for her. "You should have waited for me. I'd get you down," his lips turned up. "I bet you would, pervert." Julia teased as Canyon and Kevin walked up. Kevin smirked. "I hear pervert. Must be Caldwell here." "Thanks for the support, Kev," Jason said sarcastically. He grinned, shrugging. "Welcome." Canyon smiled at Julia, taking in the extra tufts and hoodie uniform. Cynthia had on her Ugg boots. Stylish to most, ugly to her. "Well, I see you are consistent," Canyon said in her droll way. "Don't start. I didn't want to suffer through any more unwanted clothing." Canyon rolled her eyes. "I did see you barely making it through the ceremony. Couldn't you have faked it?" "Hell no. I didn't like any of the teachers, and after the Terrell thing," she trailed off, then immediately felt terrible. They'd all been there too, and here she was bringing it up. "Sorry guys," Julia mumbled, bowing her head a little and letting her long hair form a curtain to hide her expression. That had been beyond stupid. She could kick her own ass. Miss Sensitive. Jason put a finger underneath her chin, tilting it so their eyes met. "Don't be sorry, Jules. All of us were there. It was me that killed him," he said in a low voice. Ask me if I feel bad. She swallowed, her mouth dry. Do you feel bad? He shook his head, solemn. No. Hell, Jules. Kevin spread his arms away from his body, wearing a t-shirt that read, Zombie bait. You were in that psycho's crosshairs. Caldwell had to do it. Cynthia looked at Julia and understood. They'd been friends for years. She didn't want to feel responsible for any accidents, especially after her parents. Especially that. She reached out and put a chunk of hair behind Jules' ear. Don't sweat that creeper, Jules. This wasn't your fault. Your fault that he died. Just because someone dies when you're around doesn't mean you have to take the death on as your fault. That's crap, and you know it. Canyon dipped down a little until she was eye level with Jules. Are you hearing me? Yeah, Julia whispered. She was so lucky to have these guys. Unshed tears burnt the back of her eyelids. Tears were for sissies. She sucked it up, hugging Canyon with one arm and flung the other around Jason, her hand in the middle of his back. It was where she could reach him. He cuddled her as they did an awkward shamble to the bonfire that Kevin had built, the heat washing over her like a wave of comfort and serenity. Too brief. Her peace was too brief. Chapter 9. Vegas. Julia and Jason were kinda arguing. He thought Elvis was classic, and she thought he was, well, kinda creepy. Listen, Jules. Everyone who comes to Vegas has to get married in front of Elvis, I'm just saying. He spread his hands out at his side like, you see my logic. Actually, she didn't. She looked up at the oversized, pudgy Elvis rendering. His clown red mouth, his tassels and studs on a grotesquely distended belly in an unflattering white was not something she wanted in attendance. Even if they were in cheesy Vegas. Even if they had stolen away to get married. Jason huffed, planting his hands on his hips. Okay, I see you don't see that as a sign. Elvis is the symbol of Vegas. His eyebrows raised and Canyon giggled. I think he looks pretty gay, Jason, Kevin agreed, smoothly siding with Julia. Thanks for the love, your ass, Jason said. Kev barked out a laugh. Any time, pal. Beaten, Jason looked over the small pamphlet of chapels, finding a few more on the list. His eyes shifted to Julia's, hazel with flecks of green in the brown. The only thing you don't want is him? He jerked his thumb toward icky Elvis. Cynthia rolled her eyes. Yeah, Jason. No chunky monkey in white polyester. It's a no-go. He glared at her and Julia said, yeah, that. Jason sighed. He and Kevin put their heads together as Canyon came over to Julia, giving her a look from head to toe. Glad I could get you out of those fugly boots, Jules. Julia smiled. Canyon had outdone herself. Julia didn't look great in white, but as Canyon had explained it, you've earned white, virgin princess, but let's work with the weirdness that is your complexion. Julia had rolled her eyes, letting Canyon transform her. Julia caught sight of herself in what could only be described as a funhouse mirror, her long dress grazing the floor. Spiky ivory heels peeked out from underneath the hem, a platform gracing the bottom. Canyon had pinned her hair in an elegant updo, leaving a few wisps hanging down. A row of creamy pearls with a champagne-colored wash encircled the base of her throat. Her mother's. A lump gathered in her throat, and she looked away from the reflection of her sweetheart neckline, satin and lace colliding in a fine webbing that cradled her breasts. The absence of her parents on this important occasion was best left to future reflection. Like never. Jason had dressed in a deep navy suit, his tie a subtle crimson. A slash of color against the whiteness of the shirt. Julia thought it looked a little like blood against the backdrop of white, and shivered as a subtle feeling of foreboding stole over her. It was shattered when Jason flashed his smile, stabbing the pamphlet with his finger. Found it, babe. Julia leaned forward, and he drew her in next to his body, looking at where he pointed. Gnome Chapel. She cocked her brows. Really, Jason? He smiled, nodding. That's just switching out one creepy audience member for another, Cynthia said with revulsion. Nah, baby, Kevin said, pulling her tight against him and pressing a kiss to her temple, almost crushing the bouquet of lavender flowers she held. Hey. Watch the flowers, graceless. She giggled. Kevin grabbed the bouquet, jerking it up over his head, slamming his lips against hers, his free arm coming around her back and pressing her harder against him. Julia agreed. Gnomes were creepy too. She looked up at the bigger-than-life-sized Elvis statue and sighed. Choices, choices. Anything was better than Elvis. Now. Julia leaned her head back against the scummy seat of the cab, fingering the fine chain at her neck, the sterling sliding with her restless stroking, the ring at the end. Tears threatened as Julia thought of the symbol of eternal love. Jason had insisted on buying the bands. He had purchased indestructible tungsten bands. A metal made of carbide, gunmetal gray, polished to a mirror-like shine. He had said it couldn't be scratched, dented, or bent. Like their love. Perfect, he'd said, squeezing her, as he had slipped it on her finger. Their clergy in the chapel of the gnomes had been smiling at them, his mouth full of missing teeth. Vegas, a class act. She didn't want a big diamond. She just wanted him. He'd said that later, after they got settled, he'd get her something to go with the plainness of the band. He would never have the opportunity. The cabbie stopped, a scant 5 minutes after they'd left the terminal. "I let you off here." $8, he said without verbs. Julia frowned. "Don't speak English, fine by her, but be civil." She handed him a 20, and he gave her the change. She slid out of the taxi and found herself on a cement sidewalk surrounded by a wall of people. She didn't make eye contact with anyone, but went to the first bus she saw and showed the driver her $5, 6 dimes and 1 penny. "How far?" she asked. He searched her face. "How far do you need to go?" he asked, a kindness in his eyes. She paused, aware of a line forming behind her. "As far as this will get me," Julia said, leaving it in his hands. He nodded. "Let's play it by ear, okay, miss?" She nodded, so grateful for the unexpected kindness she felt her eyes glisten again. She had turned into an absolute crybaby. All it took was him saying that one phrase Aunt Lily had used. Julia's home that was so far away came to the forefront of her consciousness without mercy. She swiped at the wetness on her cheeks and gave him a watery smile as she moved to the back of the bus. She sunk down in the seat, putting her knees up on the seat in front of her, and looked out the window. As she gazed through the filthy glass, the bus pulled away in a plume of noxious exhaust, leaving the depot for parts unknown. Julia shut her eyes, remembering. Jason kicked open the door, and it slammed against the wall. Julia shrieked laughter as he crossed the threshold, her dress swirling around their bodies. He slapped it closed behind them and dumped her on the bed. She almost bit her tongue, she was laughing so hard, but managed not to by a slim margin. They'd had fake ids and had quite a bit to drink, and Jason was stubbornly hanging onto the notion that they could wait one more night until they were in their new apartment in Anchorage. "I don't want our first time to be in a seedy motel in Vegas, Jules," he'd said, dragging his lips down her neck in a path to her collarbone, then pressing them against her mouth again. The pearls getting in the way of his mouth, he moved them aside with a finger and lavished her with his attention. Julia didn't care that it was seedy. She pulled him down into the cradle of her body. Her husband. It had a surreal quality. She tried to grab onto the newness of it, but it slid through the fingers of her mind like smoke. He smiled down at her, his tie askew, his muscular arms pressing her to him. He nuzzled her neck. "No," he whispered. "We wait until we are in our home." Jason wanted everything to be perfect for her. She was worth it. No booze to interrupt the clarity, their own digs. "Yeah." Julia sighed with frustration. "I had awesome lingerie." He raised an eyebrow. "Canyon?" Julia caved. "Yeah, it was her idea." She smiled sheepishly. "But you still bought it." She nodded, blushing. Just thinking about the skank ensemble Canyon had given the nod to made her flushed with embarrassment. "Wow, it must be hot judging by that look." He searched her face, running a tender finger over her cheekbone, on fire with her thoughts. "We have the rest of our lives. Let me hold you next to me all night. That'll be a first, along with a ton of other stuff." They grinned at each other. Julia thought she could live with that one thing. Patience, she thought. But they didn't have the rest of their lives. It was her biggest regret. She'd never been with Jason. Even once. Julia woke with a start, darkness all around her. She was completely disoriented, and swallowed the scream that rose in her throat as someone leaned over her, gently shaking her shoulder. It was just the bus driver. Her memories came flooding back. Escape. No money. Going nowhere. "We're here," he said softly. Julia rubbed her eyes. "What time is it?" she croaked out, her voice rusty after sleeping so hard. He looked at the humongous watch on his wrist and said, "Straight up 5 o'clock." He looked at her, straightening. "My shift's done, and we've traveled my whole route. Twice. This is the end of the road." Julia looked up at the sign that read, "Valley Bus Transport. Welcome to Kent." "Where is this?" He looked around. "It's Kent," he pointed to the sign. "Outside Seattle." Julia had familiarized herself with the Seattle region and understood immediately the driver had just kept her safe and warm in the bus while she slept part of the night away, driving in a big circle. She stood, looking at him. "Thank you." He nodded. "You got a place to go?" She shook her head. "I can give you a ride to a woman's shelter." Woman's shelter? Is that what he thought she needed? He watched her expressions wash over her face and slowly nodded. "Yeah, I think you're running. I think you're running from a man." No, not a man, she thought. But it was close enough. He didn't want to know what she was running from. "It's a deal," she said, deciding to take her chances with the human. It was better than the alternative. She walked out of the bus with him. Still running. Chapter 11. Julia never thought about the day Jason died. She did everything within her power not to. That's probably why her subconscious took over. She was too exhausted to fight it anymore. She was not in the vampire's clutches. She'd had a shower and even a little food. It made sense to sleep. She needed to sleep. Julia felt her body slide off into that strange midway point between true wakefulness and that of deep slumber. Her mind floated, circling the last things she had thought about. As she slipped into REM, her body jerked like it was falling, landing about where she'd left off in wakefulness. Julia knew where she was going and began to struggle toward consciousness again, as if at the bottom of a lake swimming to the surface. But sleep was victorious, sucking her back underneath the waters of her dreams. Then, she and Jason were almost to the spit when he got the text from Kevin. Jason turned to Julia. "That's not their fire, babe." She arched her brow, looking at the blaze far down on the terminus of the spit, a glowing beacon. Who else would start that monster? He laughed. "They want to go to that spot by the woods. More private." Jason waggled his brows. He couldn't wait to surprise Jules with their new place and all that came with it. Right. Translation, let's make out. But now they were married. She was going to do more than that, and without an audience, thank you very much. She sighed, some wedding night. She folded her arms across her chest, brooding. "Listen, hun. It'll be fun. It won't get light until when? 1 a.m. The land of the midnight sun," Julia thought with more than a little hint of sarcasm. He wrapped his hand around her neck, massaging the stiffness of the travel away, catching little glances when he could, driving with one hand. Julia guessed she'd forgive them. He was giving up his apartment, after all. Tonight was their last night, before heading up to Anchorage. Just thinking about facing Aunt Lily tomorrow filled her with dread. Even knowing she would be relieved to see Julia go didn't make it better. Jason looked at her with concern, then swung his attention to the road ahead of them. He took the turn for the small stretch of beach where they liked to hang. Only the four of them knew about it, how to traverse, how to find. He squeezed the back of her neck, and she felt the strength of his hands, having always been gentle with her. She thought of Terrell. They'd been the same hands he had used to murder their teacher. To defend her. "Jules, stop thinking about what Lily's gonna do. It'll be fine, you'll see." He looked at her quickly, then parked the car above the slope that led to the beach. The beach lay below, a steep ravine above it, lined with spruce trees which camouflaged the fire. They didn't need anything special to get down there, but it would be a bad fall if they didn't watch it. Jason took her carefully by the elbow, as they used the rigid and deeply grooved soles of their boots to assure their footing as they descended to the rocky beach. Vampire. Andrew and Robert paired, as did William and Pierce. Silently, having worked together as a quad before. They scented Julia easily. William never went anywhere without his quarry's scent. In this case, he possessed a scrap of an original piece of clothing, never laundered. He allowed his runners a deep whiff before they picked up the faintest scent coming from their current position. "I say 1.24 kilometers, William said, lowering his face from its position in the sky. Pierce laughed. "So literal, William." William gave him a look, and Pierce's amusement faded. He looked at the faces that studied him in turn. "Follow me." They ran, staying to the border of the building's flanks. The shadows embracing them soundlessly, the peppering of blood splatter on their garments invisible in the dark. Before. The dusk lingered in Alaska forever, it seemed like. Summer nights were one long siege of twilight. Julia didn't mind. The veil of false darkness provided the perfect backdrop for a sky the color of bruised violet, a sprinkling of the brightest stars flung about. Venus, hanging like a shimmering anchor at the horizon. She had planted her bony butt On a huge piece of driftwood, Kev and Jason had hauled to a safe proximity next to the blazing inferno. Canyon had been naughty and brought champagne. Julia would have loved to have argued, but couldn't. After all, they were celebrating her nuptials. Hard as they tried, it was inevitable that Lily would come up in conversation. "I'm just saying, you're not obligated to give a big defense, Jules," Canyon said, her legs crossed at the ankles. Her chair rest was Kevin. The wash of the firelight warred with the sun burning low in the horizon, making a fiery halo around them. Julia shrugged. Canyon wouldn't understand. She felt like she owed Lily. Moving in her 8-year-old niece had never been her goal. Actually, Julia wasn't sure what had been her goal. She'd made it abundantly clear it wasn't having her brother's daughter to raise. As a surprise family. Jason kissed the top of her head, and she buried her toes that were encased in woolly socks into the sand now warmed by the fire. Her extra tufts were thrown to the side. "She's got a point, Jules," Jason breathed against her temple. "I know she does. But she did take me in when my grandma couldn't. She's the only one that could. Beside a foster family." Canyon shuddered. "That's like goddamned Russian roulette." Kev nodded. "Everyone knew you could get some shit family." "Yeah, Jules. I heard about some girl that was like Cinderella in her family. They made her label every scrap of food like she was gonna steal it or something. Big time lame. They just wanted the government money every month." "See," Julia said, looking at Cynthia. "It could have been worse." Canyon shook her head, her huge hoops catching the light that swirled around them, a mix of burnt orange from the sky and fire, mingling together in an eerie wash. "If you say so. I still think she was a big-time troll in her skirt to ya." She kinda was. But Julia still wanted to remember Lily in the best light she could, and "She's got all my stuff too." Sin's face broke into a grin. "Now that's worth some suck-up, Jules." They laughed, and then Canyon said, "I'm sorry your grandma isn't here anymore." Julia was too. Summers at her place had been the only break from the grind of living with Lily. Grandma had taught her things she'd never forget. "Didn't she have your name?" Kev asked. Julia smiled. "Yes, actually, I had her name." Kev shrugged. "That's what I said. The little details of things like elders passing on namesakes sailing right over his head." They smiled and made plans for tomorrow. Julia and Jason would go by her house and see if they could charm their way in after a hasty elopement and zero communication. So, not going to happen. Canyon broke a mood that had slid far away from celebratory by jerking the champagne glasses out of her backpack. Kevin got the champagne out of his beat-up cooler, the ice rattling and clinking. Canyon put a cube in each plastic cylinder. The glasses had been made to look like cut glass and winked like they were on fire from the light of the blaze. Julia smiled. Canyon had thought everything through to the last detail. "Nice glasses," Julia said. Canyon smirked. "I know, right? I couldn't let us be déclassé even at the beach." Kevin filled hers to the brim, and she plopped a full strawberry on the top where it floated like a jewel inside the glass, the bubbles mesmerizing Julia as they floated in the golden liquid. Everyone's glass fizzing with champagne, they lifted them as one, 4 glasses meeting in a clash of celebration. They took sips, eyeing each other above the rims. Canyon did an obscene job of tonguing her strawberry in full view of Kevin, moving it back and forth in her mouth, twirling the stem like a provocative handle in her capable fingers. "Come, he said in a growl, grabbing her around her slender waist and pressing her against him. He put his lips to the half of the berry that lay between her teeth, jerking the stem with his teeth and spitting it on the pebbled beach. He met his lips with hers, eating the berry as he sucked the kiss right out of her. Canyon groaned and flung her arms around Kev's neck, the two of them staggering over to their log of driftwood, oblivious to Jason and Julia as their audience. Kevin threw his arm behind him so they wouldn't topple, but as they sat down in a heap, he fell backward on the sand, and we laughed at their lust-ridden dance. It would have been great if Kevin had not been on his back with his girlfriend when the werewolf appeared. He was horribly vulnerable for what transpired next. Vampire. Stealth was the order of the night, as it were. He eyed the building carefully, taking in the ironic title of the structure itself, Freedom Affirmed. William's lips curled. They wouldn't understand real freedom if it introduced itself with a handshake. He spoke in a voice that could not be heard by humanity. The decibel level was too high for humans. In the distance, a stray dog lifted its ears and whined softly, taking off in the opposite direction of the disturbing tones of the unnatural. Canines were instinctual. This one recognized the threat for what it was and ran in a direction of safety. The other runners whipped their heads in the dog's direction, responding in like kind. They made their way to the structure, converging at roughly all four corners. Their progress was deliberate and insidious. They would not make a spectacle of their presence. William had the barest sense of unease. He hoped that Julia's abilities continued to lay dormant. If they awoke during her acquisition, that would change things dramatically. It would be very bad for all. Blood singers were unpredictable at best. At worst, they were dangerous. He hoped that Pierce and the others would heed his warning. Be vigilant. Be aware. They may already be in the area, having scented her hours before themselves. Werewolves. Julia's eyes rolled wildly beneath lids that were clenched in horror. Watching what had happened that fated evening as a movie before her. Julia watched. Her subconscious replay unrolling, unbidden and uninvited. The werewolf came into full view, not in a crouch, but as a half-man, half-wolf creature, only partially changed. His advantage as a soldier of the were was his form. He and the other soldiers of his race were aptly suited for the acquisition of rare ones. To do so, he would need to subdue the others. His keen sight, albeit in shades of gray to the deepest ebony, assisted him in his forward motion. Immediately, he allowed his senses to take in the threats. His night vision acclimated automatically, dismissing the glow of the fire, compensating in the orbital network that was unique to his kind. His nostrils flared, bringing the myriad of scents necessary for successful acquisition. If he had been in human form, he would have laughed. One of the males, who if he had been coupled with his comrade that stood beside the target, might have posed a problem. But he lay prone beneath a human female. A female clearly in heat, he scented. He would dispatch him first, then move on to the primary target, the mate of the rare one. This assessment took mere seconds. To Julia, from his appearance to his attack, it seemed to take hours. As if in slow motion, the creature leaped forward in one long stride. The muscles underneath the dove-gray fur were a ripple of sinew and tendon, perfectly synchronized. Uniquely suited for harm and brutality. Cynthia screamed when she saw the muzzle of a creature her mind could not name. Yellow eyes blazed out of its face as it flew through the air, body seemingly suspended. She tried to scramble off of Kevin, but he was already reacting, pushing her away. It was his movement that kept the head she possessed on her shoulders. Kevin was buried underneath a monster. A thing of legend come to life, the heat of the fire at his back. He tried to roll the creature off of him, using the thing's momentum against it, but it was steel and fur, Kevin pinned underneath it. In a moment of sickening clarity, Kevin realized that Canyon could be killed. It was the last thought he ever had, as his head was severed from the column of his neck, blood spouting out in a spray that splattered Cynthia, who lay on the sand behind him. She closed her eyes as the warm droplets of copper struck her in a wet splash. When she opened her eyes, her lashes felt gummy from the blood, and she knew she would be sick even as she heard Jules screaming for her in the background. Then Jason was there. He rammed the twisted metal rod they used for marshmallow roasting into the creature's side, and it reared back from Kevin's body with a howl, backhanding Jason like he was as substantial as a feather. Jason grunted as he landed on the sand 6 feet or so behind the creature. Then the werewolf was on him, and he had just enough time to shout, "Julia, run!" before he felt talons like razor blades encircle his neck, squeezing. Julia felt her bladder clench even as she ran to Jason's side, ignoring his directive. Her husband, the thing with fur, standing over 7 feet tall on its hind legs, had a hand that was half paw and all talons, surrounding the delicate flesh of Jason's neck. His other hand raised in a high arc, readying to deliver the killing blow, claws like spears poised. "No!" Julia screamed. Its eyes shifted to hers as she ran to Jason. It seemed to pause. Then the hand swept down, the nails like knives glinting in the dying light of the fire. In a blur of light gray, something barreled into the werewolf. But not before a second mouth of gore opened in Jason's throat. Blood welling and falling, as his neck was opened in a deep slash of crimson. The main artery compromised, Julia ran, sliding in the sand on her knees as she crumpled beside him. Tearing off her jacket, she ignored the rawness and finality the wound represented, crushing the soft material against it in a desperate attempt to stop the bleeding. She could hear the creature fighting something she dared not look at, directly behind her. The sounds of meaty flesh being battered was all around her. The lapping of the waves did nothing to silence the music of their violence. Her eyes met Jason's. She saw his death laying in them. "Run," he said out of his ruined esophagus. Tears ran down her face in a stream, never stopping. "Shush, don't talk, Jason," she said in a voice that trembled so badly she could hardly speak. His eyes urged her to escape even as she stayed. Canyon wailed something in the background. But Julia didn't make out the words. She realized belatedly that shock was settling in like an old friend, and she recognized it. Oh yes, she did. It was hauntingly familiar. The crash that had stolen her family. Julia heard a sound and looked up. A man met her gaze, his hands buried wrist-deep in the bowels of the creature that had attacked Jason. The gore splatter reached his shoulders. His hands were entwined in the thing's entrails like bloody worms that pulsated and glowed pearlescent in the firelight. Julia swallowed, his deep cranberry gaze the last thing she saw, as she turned her face away, heaving the contents of the airplane food as far away as she could from Jason's body. Her quaking hands pressed the cloth against his wounded throat. Pressing. Julia felt heat coalesce, rising from her feet and eclipsing at the roots of her hair as she collapsed in a dead faint next to her fallen husband. Her hands fell away from the wound, and the blood came alive again, soaking the cloth of her hoodie, turning it from gray to black. The full moon rode the sky over them, a cruel governess. The vampire runners closed in and scooped up the limp body of the rare one. The acquisition was a success. They left in stealth as they had arrived. Julia's eyes snapped open, her mouth clamped to stifle the scream that had almost erupted. Tears that had dried in sticky lines on her cheeks were the evidence of a dream she had hoped to never face. A nightmare. She was so tired she ached. Looking at the glowing red numbers of the clock, she saw that she'd only been asleep for a few hours. It read 2:16 a.m. Early. She held her body still and listened. The sense of unease she had felt earlier deepened. Julia knew that something was wrong, even as she heard the barest noise in the hall. But it was the primal alert sounding off inside her breastbone that told her what had found her. Vampire. They had come. She had to get out of the building. Now. She rose, shoving her feet into her shoes. She didn't even put on pants. Running to the window, she lifted it silently. The breeze ruffled the hem of her nightshirt, raising gooseflesh on her skin in a rush. Looking down at the ground, she was at least 15 feet from the lawn below. She didn't think it was jumpable. But as her skin began to itch in warning, she knew that it was a matter of time before they had her. She looked around her room quickly. If she survived tonight, she could return in the daylight when the vamps would have to rest and retrieve her things. She fingered the ring on her neck like a talisman. Julia looked down again, and closing her eyes, crouching on the windowsill, she shoved off. She sailed through the air, preparing herself for the landing, her hair unraveling behind her. As the ground rushed toward her, Julia tried to brace her fall but landed hard, rolling her ankle as she fell. She screamed deep in her throat as ribs were bruised and her ankle sprained. Her head had landed on the soft ground, with an impact that would have crushed it had it been a hard surface. Driven by fear, Julia leapt to her feet, swaying while her vision remained in triplicate. Her ankle shrieked in protest as she began a hobbling run. Her goal, the woods that bordered the back of the property. She made the tree line, shivering without clothes, just shy of making her teeth chatter. She didn't want that. They would hear. Julia entered the forest, dragging her leg behind her, clutching her ribcage as she jogged in an ungainly lurch. William palmed the lock on the door, thankful that it was of vintage origin. Those almost always yielded to his influence. The tumblers shifted against one another smoothly and unlocked at his behest. He opened the door and was greeted by the sight of gauzy curtains like taunting fingers waving their mocking salute to he and the other runners. "She is gone," Pierce said. "She could not have gone far," Andrews said for only the vampires to hear. Robert said, shrugging, "We track her, it is not difficult, she is but a girl." William turned glittering eyes to Robert, a newer runner. "I am sure that is what the Were are considering, even as we speak it." He made his way to the window that Julia had escaped from. As he gazed down, he estimated the distance as perhaps 5 meters. Too great a fall for one of her stature and disposition. Bloodsinger or no, she was but an evolved human, swathed in fragility. He turned in profile, the moonlight chiseling his features like marble. "She will be injured. Slow. Let us make haste, moonlight is wasting." The runners converged at the window. William leapt from inside the small room, exiting the portal with lithe grace, crouched in midair. He landed with the barest hop, his nose skyward. His head snapped down, his face turned in the direction behind the building. The woods stood in unrelieved black, jagged points meeting the skyscape. He felt the vampires land at his back, fully fed, energized to pursue. He thought of Julia. Precious and vulnerable. Alone. He hovered over the possibility of the werewolves' presence. Without turning, he took the lead, running headlong, following the rare one's scent like a moth to flame. Her fragrance a bell, ringing like a clear chime for him to hear. Only him. Chapter 12. Were. Joseph used his eyesight in the gloom as the tool it was. Piercing the darkness as a laser, he searched for their salvation. Lost over a year ago to a number of blunders, she would not be unrecovered again. 5 were strong, they had the upper hand, as the vamps generally traveled by quad. And they were closing in fast. The girl was crashing through the brush. They but waited for her to stumble into the meadow where they stood. She would fall into their arms like a ripe plum. Joseph restrained a howl, turning his luminescent gaze to his first, Anthony, who nodded back, his muzzle lifting slightly, revealing teeth honed for killing. By tearing and biting. The other 3 were flanked them, partially obscured by trees. They blended so well that it would take one of the supernaturals to see them without night vision or some such. Joseph growled softly. The blood drinkers draw close as well. Tony snorted out his response, "Let them come." His paws tightening into cruel fists, his talons still short, the bottle's lust imminent. Joseph's primary enforcer was fearless and not nearly as controlled as himself. He'd need to dig deep within himself for control once he was faced with a rare one. They brought out the very basest primal urges within their kind. Tony had scoffed when told, but he had never been on the acquisition of a rare one. Only blood singers. It was not the same. The comparison could be made that it was like an appetizer of Ritz crackers as opposed to caviar. Never the twain shall meet. They waited. As the breath stilled in their bodies, Julia burst out of the haven of the woods, the fingers of the branches reluctantly releasing her from their care. Her injuries assaulted the acute olfactory senses of the were, alerting and arousing them simultaneously. The were advanced toward her position. Julia. Julia rushed forward, her foot tangling on a root as she ran, and she fell, her palms biting into the dirt. The needles and branches scraped her palms without mercy. She threw herself into running again, the fir boughs whipping her as she tore through, the smell of cedar filling her nose. Her lungs burning, Julia could see through the gaps in the trees. An open meadow was just ahead. She ran toward the clearing, feeling if she could just get out of these woods, she'd be free. She threw herself out of the tree line, her breathing ragged, her ankle a throbbing stump she dragged along. Julia was greeted by 5 werewolves. She knew exactly what they were. Now, their eyes bored into hers, and she felt something integral shift inside her and open, a flicker of emotions assailing her. It took Julia but one confused moment before she understood that it was one of the worst soldiers within the tight group, whose emotions were leaking on her like a wayward radio signal. She felt lust, power, and greed. Not in that order. She turned to run back into the safety of the woods, and was met by William and his team. Trapped. They walked out of the forest border, using a smooth and unhurried gait. Julia felt her bowels hiccup, her palms instantly glazed with sweat, her throat threatening to close. A fear so profound she could not breathe. They did not look at her, rather they looked beyond her. At the were. Julia began to shake. She had nowhere to go, and could feel anger from the vamps and a primal surge of adrenaline from the were. The emotions collided with her in the middle. Their emotional sandwich. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to her knees, a pain in her chest. She met William's eyes. They flicked to hers, then locked back on the were. She began to crawl away, tears dropping to the grass that was already drenched with dew. The wetness soaked her knees and the hem of the nightshirt she wore. Julia was suddenly struck that she was out in the middle of nowhere, in a strange place with 9 creatures of legend. Half naked. She flipped over and in one motion pulled the shirt over her knees to the tops of her feet. Her teeth did chatter then. Her ankle throbbed with the beat of her heart. Julia watched the obvious leader of the were step forward and William circle him. Their talons, almost identical, slid out from the tips of their fingers. In the moonlight the vampires looked black, the werewolves a light sable. Save yourself, blood drinker. No one need know that you released the rare one this night, the were ground out, the timbre of his voice sounding full of gravel. William smiled. We would never let this one go. We but lost sight of her for one moment. He spread his hands, feigning reason, and continued, she is our salvation. Ours as well. We can breed her. What do you offer? The were asked as a statement. His teeth revealed in a snout that was almost human, until you saw the teeth like ivory razors held in an alligator's grasp, ready to close at the least provocation. It is an impasse then? William asked, already crouching. The were backed away, swishing a tail as a command. With a gnashing of teeth, the were sprung on the vampire, and a war of fang and claw began. Julia watched in horror as the vampires began to fight for their lives, outnumbered 5-4. The prize they fought over lay to the west. An injured and sodden mess, huddled in a ball with fear riding her like a shroud of mist as an uncertain dawn approached. William. William sprang, fangs unsheathed, launching himself at the leader of the Were. Wrapping himself around the torso of the Were like a steel vice, his fangs sunk deep, the foul taste of its flesh like acid in his mouth. He hung on, tenaciously. Even as Joseph sunk all 10 talons along his vulnerable flank, William worried the Were's shoulder like a dog with a bone, grinding his teeth closer to the vulnerable bone that lay beneath. Joseph felt the horrible burning bite of the blood drinker pierce his upper shoulder and stifled a howl of rage. Instead, he launched his claws into the vampire's side, digging deep. Like a handle, he lifted the drinker in the air, a piece of his shoulder coming with it, and flung him away, releasing and retracting his claws as he did. The vamp landed with a practiced roll, springing upright, blood trails leaking everywhere Joseph looked. All 10. Like mini geysers they flowed, the blood looking like black oil in the moonlight. Joseph howled in triumph. The drinker was wounded, quite badly. But he was distracted, as one of his soldiers' heads flew by his peripheral vision like an errant bowling ball. His nostrils flared, and he was stung by the awful smell of a drinker quite close. He gave an instinctual, evasive lean, as claws missed his exposed throat by millimeters. He reacted even as he leaned, bringing the claws of his right paw and swiping in an upward arc, releasing their full length as he did. The talons sprang from the stubs of his fingers and gutted the vamp as he leapt to finish the swipe that had not been true. Andrew's face had a surprised look as Joseph held him suspended mid-leap. He retracted his claws, and the vamp fell at his feet on the long grass of the meadow. With his left hand, he made the final cut to sever the head. That bastard drinker could have healed a disembowelment. He could heal nothing without a head, Joseph thought with brief satisfaction. The head rolled to join his fallen Were, and Joseph turned in the melee, blood spray and gore littering the pathway as he began to move toward the girl. Belatedly, he realized that Tony already made his way to her. Against express orders. Joseph was the only Were allowed to touch the girl. Already Joseph could smell the unshakable lust of his first, riding an unstoppable urge. He would crush the girl if he reached her first. The sharp claws of Joseph's feet sprung from the pads of his feet, spearing the soft earth beneath him. He spun, using the finely honed balance they gave him. On the balls of his feet, he surged forward, each landing paw gripping and shoveling a spray of dirt behind him. Even with his incredible speed, he could see he would not reach the girl in time. For the first time, as a soldier of the Were, he experienced an emotion he had only heard about. Fear. And underneath that, panic. Julia. And Julia thought she'd known fear. Tasted it. She had not. Sheer terror took hold of her now. Something even scarier than William approached. Not at a dead run, no. He advanced with purpose, a light and eyes that were reflected in the pale moonlight like a cat's. Glowing. They were fixed on her with a look she couldn't recognize. Finally, as he was almost upon her, she thought she knew what it was. What he wanted. He looked like he wanted to consume her. Julia gave in to her intense fear, screaming so loudly her voice left her, and hoarse shouts were all she could give out. Her terror was not diminished from the lack of their volume. She scooted backward on her haunches, with an energy Julia didn't realize she possessed. Her modesty forgotten, she scuttled like a spider backward, using just her hands and feet. Still he came. Chapter 13. William. William's sides burned as if on fire, the wounds inflicted by the Were deep, the poison released from his talons delivered and flowing through his system, weakening him. He needed blood. And his group was outnumbered. Andrew gone. He heard a hoarse voice, hysteria riding it like fine wine. Normally, a scream like the one he heard would incite a tornado of bloodlust. Not tonight. The source of the screaming was his to protect with his life. By any means necessary. William shifted into the form that would allow him to travel faster, his only gift. The singular thing that separated him, identified him as having the blood of a singer running through his veins. His already injured body fought the change. William forced it upon himself, his body losing shape and molding into the raven. It was twice the size of the majestic bald eagle. The eyes remained a deep cranberry, a color not found in nature. His ebony wings unfolded to a span of nearly 10 feet. He rose, partially healing as he lifted from the ground, his clothes in a shredded pile at his feet. Lack of blood, coupled with injury, made William sway in the air. He sharpened when he was greeted with the image of Julia struggling in the brutal embrace of the were. Clearly in the grips of lust. Breeding lust. William pointed his sharp beak at the pair. Folding his huge wings against his body, he sailed down as an onyx torpedo. Julia. Julia sprung to her feet, just as Tony grabbed at her. She used her elbow in an insightful move that surprised both of them. Using the hardest part of her body as a weapon, she threw it up into the half-human face that was so close to her. Tony helped her by leaning into her just as she jabbed it forward. Her elbow connected with his jaw, and it stunned him for a moment. Julia spun and began to run. Her ankle screamed and she ignored it. Something grabbed her hair from behind and lifted her off the ground by it, her scalp shrieking and burning. Torquing her neck, the were wrapped hands that could have crushed the windpipe they held around her neck and drew her against his body almost tenderly. His other hand tore the nightshirt she was wearing collar to hem, using only the tip of one claw. It fell at their feet in a pile, and he moved his hold from her neck to wrap her upper arms. "I will breed you. Blood singer," it growled out between impossibly long teeth. Julia was fully panicked now. Looking down, she saw what made him male in full view, and used her hand like a weapon, clawing at his face and kicking out. He shook her so hard her teeth rattled, and she saw stars, her head lolling about on the stem of her neck like a fragile flower. Out of her trembling side vision, Julia felt air rush past her, and another of his kind bore down on him, his hold releasing, the claws sliding away without purchase. She fell to the grass beneath, her knees folding under her like a chair put away. As she gazed up at the night sky, the sounds of flesh being torn and ripped, growling and yipping reverberating in her ears, a great black shape descended above her. Julia lay there, the wetness of the grass soaking through her panties and cami. She saw that it was a great bird, the eyes piercing her as it hovered above her in ebony glory, revealed only in outline by the full moon. She didn't even scream when the talons from its feet pierced her shoulders, lifting her body in the air. The pain was a numbing horror, but her mind protected her as unconsciousness washed over her body. The last thing Julia remembered was an unearthly howl of anguish reaching her ears. Then there was only blackness, the pain a spiral that trailed after her. Joseph. Joseph closed his muzzle with a snap, the howl echoing in the openness of the clearing. The small body of the rare one was clutched to the drinker like a dark token in the sky. One were and one vampire lay in bloody heaps, his first on the ground, heaving from exertion and in the throes of shaking off the breeding lust with effort. The fool. He watched as the remaining vampires bled back into the forest seamlessly, their bodies melding so closely with the shadows their forms were indecipherable. Another failed mission. He looked at Tony with unveiled disgust. Maybe it would have gone similarly without this transgression, he did not know. What he did know is that the drinker had shifted. His intel had not divulged that skill amongst the runners. He must have Singer's blood running in his veins. The rat bastard. They needed that Singer, badly, before a fully blooded vampire could breed her. A thing the were had heard, as rumored legend only. Joseph was beginning to wonder if there was some truth to it. He jerked his head at the three who lived, indicating their dead comrade. They hefted the body, the vampire's remains lifting in the light breeze as so much ash at the mercy of the wind. Joseph and the others turned to go, Tony bringing up the rear, his hand buried in the hair of the head of the fallen carrying it like a macabre purse. Tony's unfriendly eyes latched onto the back of his leader, malice taking shape like slow-moving poison, insidious and progressive. The kiss of Seattle. Burning. On fire. Julia was on fire. Her eyes popped open, and she wanted to scream. Instead, out of a mouth so parched her lips were cracked, she moaned. Her shoulders were one burning mass of flesh. She cracked open an eyelid and saw fuzzy shapes moving silently around the room. Above her was filtered ambient light. A presence came close to her, and she flinched. "Shush, you're safe," a female voice said. Right, Julia thought in exhaustion. She hadn't felt safe since the day Jason died. Another blurry person, a male, came to stand next to the female, who made Julia feel a sense of comfort. "We will have to put that shoulder back. Right it." Julia watched as they looked at one another, her vision doubling. She felt a gentle hand at her wrist, and a bulging piece of cloth placed underneath her armpit, a fist wedged up underneath it, and as her arm was pulled, the fist punched upward and she shrieked. The pain at once piercing and awful. Julia sunk back into unconsciousness on a hitching sob. William looked down at her, his hand sliding from its placement underneath her shoulder. The joint was back in its rightful place. That pinched look she had worn since her arrival was gone. He breathed out and looked at Claire. "She is so fragile," she said. As she looked at Julia, she took in the bizarre hair color, the paleness of her skin, a touch of blue to her nostrils and lips. She had lost much blood. She looked at William. "You will need to give her more blood," she said, her eyes searching his. "Every drop I give her binds us tighter. Perhaps, but if you don't, she will heal humanly slow. In agony." She looked at him, knowing things that she should not, and he scowled. Claire knew what his life's goal had been, her eyes moving over the telltale mark on the girl's forehead. What it had always been. It was in the Book of Blood. The vampire equivalent of the Bible. A rare one would save the race from the brink of extinction. A union between a vampire of Singer descent and a rare one brought the tenuous hope of offspring. One which William wanted. Quite badly. Children who were as strong as vampires. Possessing all the abilities but without the need to drink blood, living as the feral in the cover of darkness. Yes, who would not wish for that? Long for it. Julia bore the mark. A half-moon-shaped scar, like a small kiss of flesh, hovered at her temple. It was the symbol of the rare one. It looked very much like the moon, pure white. William's hands balled into fists, guilt sweeping over him as he took in the gauze dressings already discolored by Julia's blood. He had almost torn her shoulders off in flight. When she fainted, well, it had been a near thing. The dead weight, hanging her like meat off a hook. He clenched his eyes, willing the image of her broken body away as he had brought it into the bowels of the underground. The forgotten city that lay beneath Seattle. The lair of his kiss. He looked above him, watching the feet of the passing pedestrians as they walked over glass that was a foot thick. Scuffed and cloudy, it had a vague purple hue, garnered by a century of sunlight he would never behold. He sighed and looked at Claire, who had stubbornly folded her arms across her chest. The granddaughter of a rare one, she should be renamed Stubborn One. He came by his tenacious streak, honestly. Claire was his cousin. His fangs elongated, he placed the twin points against his wrist. Sweeping sideways, he made a clean cut like a razor-thin line, and blood welled, almost black. Squeezing his wrist to prompt the flow, he used his other hand to massage Julia's throat. As the drops fell, her full lips parted, and the first trembling drop held itself suspended for a moment like a glittering gem, then fell. As the blood found its way inside her mouth, she stirred, her throat convulsing and swallowing. Without waking, her hands moved to the offered forearm, small and pale against even his flesh, like carved ivory, her grip weak as a kitten's. William leaned closer, the pull of her mouth against his flesh, an erotic tether that bound him to her. She drank. William resisted his impulses. They were many. Chapter 14. Julia awoke naturally, her body aching. As she became aware incrementally, her body didn't hum with fear, but with a subtle calmness. She never felt calm. Her eyes snapped open, and were met by a stare that matched her own. She had never known anyone to have eyes the same shade as hers, and was momentarily speechless. Julia tried to sit up, and the room spun. The woman's arm that was attached to that stare rose and pressed her back against the pillows that were stacked behind her. She opened her mouth to speak, and Claire stood. Leaning forward, she pressed a cup with a straw against Julia's chapped lips. "Drink. You're dehydrated." Julia drank. It was the best water she'd ever had. It was refreshingly chilled, and it coated her parched throat like the first spring rains in the desert. She tried to gulp, but the woman took the cup away when Julia would have had more. "Small sips. We don't want that stomach of yours giving up the blood inside you." Julia's expression changed, and Claire saw it. "Don't even start, Julia." Julia narrowed her eyes on the woman and she said, "The only reason you're not on that bed writhing around in pain is because of the blood William gave you." She cocked a brow. "I'll bet," Julia croaked out, her voice raw from screaming. "He didn't want to," Claire stood. "I forced him. It is bad enough for you to transition into our coven. We don't need an injury slowing that assimilation." She looked at Julia. "I'm Claire." Julia nodded in greeting. Claire obviously knew who she was. Julia shrugged. She felt a comfort in her presence, true. But Julia had reason to distrust them. She could sense what was around her. Vampires. And not a few. Legion. Joseph. Maggie fussed over Tony when Joseph would have left the smallness of his injuries alone. Let him deal with it. He continued to seethe as she ministered to the long gashes that crisscrossed Tony's torso. She was disinfecting the open wounds. Vampire venom was poisonous. Joseph smiled, thinking of the one he'd speared with his claws. He'd have been feeling some serious pain. Delirium would be his friend as he flew with the rare one. A troubling thought. What if he'd injured the singer in his pain-induced stupor? Maggie stood back, critically looking at the dressed wounds. "I think you may live another day," she clucked like a mother hen. Joseph looked at her, his expression softening. It was not her fault that he was pissed at his first. She was doing her job. Attending the war soldiers. There was one less tonight. His headless body cooled in a shed on the war compound. Lawrence would want a full report. Then a ceremony would need to be arranged for his fallen comrade. Now it was his horrible task to tell Colton's widow the news that her mate was gone. Joseph hung his head. After a long moment of reflection, he planted massive hands on his jean-clad thighs. Standing, he stared at Tony, waiting until Maggie bustled out of the room. He watched the departure of her back, and turned to Tony, stabbing a finger in his direction. "I have duties to attend to, but you will answer to Lawrence. Your packmaster will know what you elected to do, allowed yourself to do. It is you that jeopardized this mission. You can't blame me for everything," Tony said with derision, his upper lip curling back slightly. Joseph came forward, and Tony sprang to his feet. They crashed into each other, knocking a lamp off an end table. As it slammed to the floor, shards flying everywhere, Joseph took the 6'3" Tony down in an arm lock that drove his elbow into the other man's sternum, the windpipe compromised. Joseph felt the change hovering in a dim corner of his brain, and his vision changed, his facial bones rearranging in a disconcerting, clay-like movement that had the room filling with the sounds of their shifting, tendons popping into their new arrangement. But it was just his face and hands that changed. The rest of Joseph remained as it was. He slowly removed his arm from the throat of the soldier who had acted on impulse. Joseph replaced it with a claw, nearly a foot long in variegated and mottled browns, creams, and tans. "Do not," Joseph said on a growl, his throat partially changed, his teeth gleaming with killing intent in a mouth that now had a muzzle covered in gray fur. "I can, and I will blame you." His gold eyes, round and large in his wolf form, peered at Tony. "You were without control, so near the singer. You begged me for this assignment, refused to be desensitized. I would not harm her." Tony growled back, mindful of his own change, which bore down on him enough to make sweat bead on his upper lip, the restraint he employed ugly. "Rape is harm," Joseph barked at Tony. He understood anyway. "We are meant to breed her," Tony said, exasperated. "Not without the ceremony, not without the proper testing. She cannot be with any wolf. She must be properly matched, properly mated. Do you not see?" Tony did not, narrowing his eyes on his alpha. He would give anything to be the alpha. He could not think for the scent of the singer. How had Joseph stood it? One day, the position would be his. By whatever means necessary. There was a noise by the door, and Adriana rushed in, landing a solid kick to Joseph's side with her full werewolf strength, and his rib bruised instantly, robbing some of his breath. "God damn it. Adriana. It's not what it looks like," Joseph said, removing the threatening claw from Tony's throat and leaping to his feet, one hand on his rib. "Oh. You aren't over-disciplining one of our wolves?" His sister yelled at him from a foot shorter. Her eyes flashed, and her small hands were planted on her hips. "Get rid of that ridiculous half-wolf face you're sporting, and get your ass to Lawrence's chamber this instant." Tony smirked, and Joseph whipped his head in Tony's direction and gave a low growl. Tony's smile faded. "Ah, you dummy. Why don't you just pee on him and get it over with? That's not how you do it. Watch me. You know, your smarter sibling." Adriana turned to Tony, who she was not nuts over, but fair was fair. "Tony, would you please go to Lawrence and give him a full report of what happened on the mission in the next half hour?" Tony struggled to his feet, giving as neutral a look at his alpha that he could manage. "Happy to," he said, giving a stare that spoke volumes to Joseph. Joseph sighed, his ribs squawking with the movement. "Adriana, you weren't there, you didn't participate in the mission." Her ponytail bobbed as she nodded her head. "Right, because I am a lowly female." Her face reddened. There was no way that Joseph wished to engage in this tired argument again. If she had been male, she would be packmaster. As it was, she practically ran the den. Their father had made him promise to watch over her. It was essentially a full-time job, and she was vaguely nose-blind. His nose was the keener of the two, and he wished that she'd trust him. She let her emotions run her actions sometimes. Like now. "Audie," he began. "No," she stomped her foot. "Tony is injured." She swung her palm to Tony, all but healed. After she turned back to Joseph, Tony grinned. Sometimes wolves needed to sort things out. Physically. Too bad the females were not seeing that necessity. He was the alpha, he saw it. He regretted what he must do. He opened his jaws wide and latched them onto her vulnerable neck, growling low in his throat. "Arg!" Adriana yelped. Joseph was careful not to break the skin. As she thrashed around, he subtly followed her movements so her skin would not tear. She grew still. He unclamped his muzzle, regarding her with eyes like spun gold, his gaze gentle but stern. "Let me be alpha, sister. She rubbed her throat, where many small red indents marred the creaminess of it. Tony was silent, letting the two siblings hash it out. He silently thanked whatever was holy that he didn't have a sister. He shuddered. This is how an alpha operates. You are alpha as well. It should not come as a surprise. You're so unreasonable. Such a he-man. Hate it. She flung her arms up in the air and stomped off. That went so well. Joseph sighed, making his ribs twinge. Move, soldier. He pointed ahead of him, and Tony walked toward it. Joseph followed the blazoned path his sister had scorched on her way out, moving to the packmaster's chamber for debriefing. What a joyous occasion would be had by all, he thought, as his face and hands melded back into their human mask. Homer, Alaska. Detective Truman was crouched down on his haunches, letting pewter sand run through his fingers slowly. A year later, and he still couldn't get the scene out of his mind. The blood, the body, the aftermath. They were still no further to solving the crime than when they first began. Truman stood, looking out over the vast ocean, the snow-capped mountains of the Kenai fjords in ominous grace, a backdrop to a tousled sea that had whitecaps everywhere he looked. He sighed, standing. He kicked a large pebble. It bounced off a large piece of driftwood, the stains of blood that covered it looking like so much spilled coffee with the passage of time. He'd go by the girl's apartment. He liked to visit Cynthia Adams. She never got angry at his questions. Unlike the Caldwell family, he couldn't force their cooperation, but a person would think that they'd want to find out who took their daughter-in-law. They didn't want to know. They no longer had a son, they'd said. And they'd certainly never considered Julia Wade part of their family. Technically she was, the marriage license validated and duly noted. She was Julia Caldwell now, wherever she was. If she lived. Detective Carl Truman hiked up the small ravine, swiping branches aside. Some of the larger ones were broken off at the trunk, sap covering their amputated stumps. He didn't pause on his climb to wonder what might have snapped a branch the size of a man's wrist off at the base. The police had looked for rational explanations to the murder and disappearance, when what they should have been looking for was anything but rational. Chapter 16. Everywhere Julia looked, she saw blood. It filled the elaborately cut crystal punch bowl in the center of a table easily 20 feet long. Stemmed glasses of every configuration stood around it like sentinels. The color wash cleverly hid what the glasses would contain once filled. Blood. Human blood. The goblets looked like they were on fire, backlit from the sconces which lined the stone walls at a man's head height. In this case, vampires. But there were not just male vampires, but female as well. Not many, but they were there. They were not happy with Julia's presence. She could feel their discontent like a weight on the nape of her neck, her skin crawling with it. Well, neither was she. They could rein in their attitude, 'cause she didn't want to be here any more than they wanted her to be. William came to Julia, taking her elbow, and it felt like a match had been touched to flame, the heat of his contact with her bare arm igniting it neatly. It drove up her arm in a fine line of warmth, reaching the middle of her chest where it burst like a bubble. She gasped, catching her breath, and watched William's jaw flutter as he clamped down on his reaction. "Let go of me," Julia hissed quietly, her eyes flashing. William turned to her, hissing back, "I will not coddle you." Her eyes narrowed on him, and he continued, "I did what I must to protect you. I am so sorry you do not see what is beneath your nose." His crimson eyes searched hers with anger. He wanted her to at least accept that he was doing his duty. The acquisition of her was something he had been tasked to accomplish. It was not personal. Yet on some level it was. William did not kill her husband. That was the Wer's interference, as was typical of their kind. No planning, just reactive brutality and passion. They could not have gotten a job done with finesse if a gun barrel had been pressed to their collective heads. Julia ripped her elbow out of his grasp. It made her madder when she realized he could have kept her wherever he wanted. She thought of what happened with Claire. She immediately wanted to do the same with William. To him. But through the stone wall. She smiled at her thoughts. William looked at her and smiled back grimly. He could almost feel her intent, the blood union singing between them. Her thoughts were not known to him, but her emotional signature was loud and clear. He removed his hand as if scorched. "Fine," William said. He leaned into her face from inches away. "Know this, blood singer, everything I do for you. Not I. If it were for me, it would be so different." He ran a finger down her jawline, and Julia shivered involuntarily. William turned on his heel and stalked off. He left Julia just inside the threshold of one of the archways with vampires everywhere. She did not know any of them, and suddenly felt like she'd been a little too dismissive of him. She glanced around uneasily, noticing Clarence of the Guard was within 10 feet. He was ghosting her movements. He'd follow her into the bathroom if she'd let him. Maybe there was no letting him after all. Julia wanted to tear her hair out. No privacy, nothing but living in a fishbowl. Gabriel approached. He gazed at her intently for a moment, looking almost dashing in his navy suit. A crisp shirt in warm white was accented with a soft tangerine tie. Julia recognized the color immediately. It was the same as her dress. They matched. Great. Gabriel watched her with such tenderness, Julia dropped her eyes. She was determined to not make friends here. She wanted to belong to herself. Julia felt his finger before it touched the underside of her chin, lifting it to his gaze. "I know how you feel. I understand." She moved her face away, as his hand fell to his side. "You don't know how I feel. Claire told me that my parents and Jason were taken, because blood singers can't intermarry. It was only a matter of time before they would have broken Jason and I up," she whispered to him in a rush. Julia tried to be quiet, but many of the vampires turned their faces to she and Gabriel, the conversation ringing in their ears. "I do not wish for this to be the place for this conversation," he said, deftly swinging the conversation away from the heat of her anger. "Fine. So convenient for him." Gabriel took Julia out of the archway of the pass-through. She looked behind her at a long corridor filled with many wooden doors like the one that kept her prisoner in her chamber. Thick, impenetrable. Julia would leave this place. She straightened her spine and walked away with Gabriel. He took that as acquiescence and looped her arm through his. Julia schemed as they approached a circular group of vampires. She plastered a phony smile on her face, hoping William would not be amongst them. Hopefully, he was off sulking somewhere, licking the wounds she'd inflicted on him. Julia's smile turned genuine. William studied Julia covertly from the shadows. Seeing her expression change, he wondered what she had been musing about. Lawrence was beyond displeased. The vampires would be extra vigilant now. 2 failed missions. The reacquisition of the rare one would need to be executed with the utmost stealth. It matters not that Tony behaved rashly. Ultimately, it was your responsibility as acting alpha, Joseph. Joseph knew that. Maybe he had not been clear enough. "I don't want to see Tony receive discipline, Packmaster." Joseph watched Lawrence's nostrils flare, and his eyes change from their standard brown to a liquid gold. The eyes they all held when the heart of the wolf beat inside their body. "You speak true," the Packmaster intoned, his eyes becoming the flat human brown they usually were. "But he must be desensitized before the next mission." He looked at the 2 of them. "Which will be soon." He stood, his lean body tall and graceful. Lawrence ran a hand through his unruly hair, wavy and untamed. He made it worse by combing it with his fingers. He pulled a map of sorts from his desk drawer and used his tapered fingers to smooth it out. "Come," he told them. They did, bending over to see what lay before them. Joseph's face whipped up in shock. "This is where the coven is located." "In the middle of downtown?" he scoffed. Lawrence slowly nodded, tapping his nose. "As it has been since the Great Fire of 1898. When he and Tony waited, he sighed. "My grandsire trained me when I was but a wee wolf." Lawrence indicated a height of a human toddler. "He told me, 'Lawrence, you must know where your enemies hide.'" He looked as serious as Joseph had ever seen him. "But we don't fight them, Packmaster." Joseph stated the obvious, frustrated with the history lesson. He wanted the Packmaster to just elaborate on the plan of action. The rest was extraneous. Tony laughed at Joseph's statement. Joseph growled softly in his throat, heat infusing his esophagus. The change hovered, as it always did at the moon's zenith. "We do not challenge, Alpha," he corrected, giving a growl that echoed Joseph's in Tony's direction, and his eyes slid away from the both of them in a submissive response. Satisfied, Joseph turned his attention back to Lawrence. "There is a difference. You ken to what it is, eh?" Joseph nodded. "I do, but I think we'll have to beat them at their own game." He looked at his Packmaster's face for a lingering moment, then continued. "I have wolves that can gather intel, return to us with a method of acquisition for Julia Caldwell before they know what hit them," Joseph said as he punched a balled fist into his open palm, the sound of it filling the small space. "Excellent. But first, you may be cognizant of the numbers. We need at least 15 strong. We outnumbered them by 1, and still they escaped," Tony elaborated, speaking out of turn. But he was right, Joseph thought, and added, "It matters nothing. The one vampire had Singer blood." He shifted as an evasive tactic. Lawrence's brows shot to his hairline. "You would have captured her without this unexpected event." "Abso-fucking-lutely," Tony said, and Joseph frowned. Lawrence chuckled, looking Tony square in the eyes. "We cannot afford to lose even one soldier." He turned his attention to his alpha. You are in charge of desensitizing your wolves. Do it, and do it quickly. We need to be ready for the soonest opportunity. Reconnaissance at the lair of the blood drinkers is essential. Establish timelines for their habits, follow their intimates. Yes, Packmaster, Joseph said. But he didn't like it. He had reservations about Tony. The image of Julia Caldwell struggling in his embrace was something that didn't leave him easily. Tony was a volatile wolf. Rash. He'd been that way since whelphood. He bore watching. The two werewolves strode out side by side. The Packmaster watched the pair, sensing the rancor between the two. He knew he had struck a match to their tempers. That was the way of it. If Tony felt he was wolf enough to take Joseph in a fair challenge, let it happen. He would not cripple his unit of soldiers because the Alpha used caution as a shield. He would force their innate aggressiveness to the forefront. Beside, Tony was obviously wanting a higher position in the pack. Lawrence could smell it. His nose never lied. Vampire. Julia allowed herself to be led by Gabriel's arm to the small group of vampires, their dark eyes tracking her like falcons. She could feel the material of her long gown swirl around her legs as she moved toward them, light and shadows lending their expressions a unity to one another. "These are your potential suitors, Julia," Gabriel said, not even bothering to offer the introduction in a softer light. He may as well have said, "Take your pick of breeding stock." Julia crossed her arms underneath her breasts. She did not realize the posture moved her hair away from her bosom, offering the expansive creaminess of her skin as a delicacy before the vampires who were already looking at her like she was their favorite meal. One gasped in response to her subtle movement. Gabriel chuckled, waggling his finger at the group. "I have said that when a female came amongst you, that you would have to sit on your fangs." He chuckled at his own joke. Julia didn't, scowling at his words. "Not funny." Now, Julia, don't look like that. I was simply lightening the mood." Julia's attention returned to the loose circle. There were 5 of them, all dressed similarly. She studied the group. There was one that remained in the shadows. He came forward, and the ambient light from the strange glass windows of the ceiling cast light like the moon on his face, and she saw who it was taking a step backward. William. William saw her sharp inhale, and how she retreated a step. Was he so abhorrent? Wasn't their blood share supposed to feel good to a singer? He fought not to clench his fists and appear relaxed, even as his warrior brethren sniffed at her like the dogs of the were. He swallowed the anger that threatened to engulf him. Julia turned to Gabriel. "I will never consent to anyone here." She whipped her hand around at the vampires. "I don't want to be bred. I don't care if you boys never walk in the light. Maybe there's a good reason you don't." She looked at each face, perfectly chiseled features made out of the same mold, only William looked different, more human. She shoved that thought aside. Gabriel's patience was thinning. These are the vampire who possess the blood of a singer in their lineage. Although you may breed with any vampire, be mated with any. A rare one may beget a child with any vampire. But it is the blood of a singer that will allow the recessive genes to intermingle and produce the lifeblood of our coven. "What?" Julia nearly yelled. "Lightbringers," Gabriel said. Tears threatening, Julia said, "You can't force me to do this." "Why would you want to? You're a rare one too." "I am not female," he said with a logic that made her want to slap his face. She looked around for a face that understood, finally landing on William's. His held compassion, but she didn't want that. Not from him. She whirled away from the group, hiking the skirt up, the material a silken bunch in her fist, and ran for the archway. She slapped the first door she saw and entered. A bathroom. Small and private with a love seat just inside the door, she sank down on it. She cried into her hands and abandoned all hope. Julia didn't know what to do, how she'd escape. She made her sobs quiet. She wouldn't give the vampires in the hall the satisfaction of hearing her sadness. They were the cause of it. Chapter 17. Julia dried her cheeks with a vicious swipe. Disgusted with herself and her feelings of hopelessness, she stood. Walking over to the mirror, she looked at her red and swollen eyes, the tracks from her tears making streaks where makeup had been. Claire had insisted. Her hands gripped the rolled porcelain edge of the sink basin, the coolness a contrast to her body's heat. Her head hung almost to her breastbone. How many times had Jason held her up when she felt like she couldn't live another moment with Aunt Lily? When her constant nagging and distrust were more than Julia could bear. Resolve took hold within Julia. She needed to get through each day here, formulate a plan. One day at a time. If she could gain their trust, even by some small measure, maybe she could find a way to escape. Especially as her powers grew. Without actually causing her harm, how would they stop the advancement of her abilities? Claire was the one that had told her she was entering her adolescence as a blood singer. Almost 20 seemed too old for that, but singers lived longer. They were immortal, in some cases. Julia had not asked the burning question. The one that had trembled on her lips. Was she? Would she live forever? It still seemed surreal to Julia. She kept going back in a mental circle to her last point of reference of a year ago, when the biggest plan was getting married to her high school sweetheart. Now paranormal powers, vampires, werewolves. The enormity of it all was overwhelming. If the reality wasn't staring her in the face, she'd believe she was crazy. Her skin began to crawl, prickling. Julia jerked her head up and met the stare of a female vampire in the reflection a heartbeat before she struck, her fangs sinking into Julia's shoulder, the tips meeting her collarbone. She cried out, the pain more than even the claws had been. "Hold her, Edna," a male voice said casually. It burned like liquid fire. Acid in her flesh. Julia was trying to scream around the fangs, but with bulging eyes she saw the male that walked toward her, the scream dying in a mouth that had become dry with fear. He had been one of the males in the group of choices. Julia crossed him off the list, she decided wildly, on the verge of hysteria. The female doesn't want you, fragile human. She hates you, he said, his eyes liquid pools of silver reflecting like dull nickels. Those eyes tried to suck her under, but Julia felt the pull slide off harmlessly. "Thrall will not work, dolt," another male said, meeting her eyes in the mirror. Julia saw that the bloodied wound was leaking into the bodice of her tangerine dress, turning it red. An evil sunset bloomed on the gauzy fabric. The other male's eyes widened, and he bent over her shoulder, lapping at the blood like a cat with cream. "Ah," he crooned. "Lap, suck, gulp." Julia watched as the male's throat convulsed, licking at her skin while the other one watched. "Her blood is exquisite. I have never tasted the likes of it." His eyes rolled to meet hers in the reflection, a silver so light they looked glacial. They were going to take Julia's blood where she stood. Edna the vampire, anchoring her throbbing shoulder to force her placement. They would feed. The other male moved in, eyeing her throat as if mesmerized, his body one tight line of tension. Julia became desperate. She had next to no training, having about bashed Claire's brains in the other day, in a reaction so pure, so unexpected they'd been pacing themselves since. Panicked, Julia tried to remember what it felt like to engage that telekinetic ability. It was so new to her, she didn't even know where to begin. Especially with her heart in her throat from sheer terror. Julia felt disjointed and lacking the cognitive reasoning for finesse. When the vampire that licked at her met her eyes, Julia let all her bottled-up rage and emotions out, focusing them like a spear. The hell with finesse. Choke, she thought with a mental shove. She launched a counter-strike at Vamp number 1. When he staggered back, blood spewing out of his mouth, she turned her attention to number 2. Feeling an elemental push which echoed the other, Julia used that seething momentum and blasted the neckbiter when he would have sunk fangs into her erratically beating pulse. She saved herself by seconds, his head having reared back, twin-spiked fangs that shone like creamy pearls prepared for the strike. The female latched onto her shoulder harder. Julia's arm went numb to the wrist, and she couldn't suppress a whimper as the female gave Julia a smile around the fangs that were buried in the flesh of her shoulder. There was a commotion outside, and the door slammed open. William's frantic eyes met hers, and in a moment of profound weakness, blood covering her upper body, the loss of it more than she could adequately fight, Julia whispered, "Help me." William. William looked around for Julia. Ah, there she went, stalking off to mope in the restroom. He sighed. He told himself, for the 100th time, that she was but an infant. Still, her behavior took some getting used to. She did not see William as the protector he was. If she would but allow it, he thought, clenching his jaw. He looked a moment longer to make sure that Clarence was a discreet distance from the restroom, and went back to his conversation with Gabriel. "Give her time, William," the coven leader said. "I have watched her this past year. I fear she cares not for her own life. She still mourns the husband who is no longer." Just saying those words made William angry. He determined to speak his mind to Gabriel. "I think she uses his death as a crutch. He has been gone for 1 year past. She has been told the facts of his death. The word delivered the death blow. Not vampire. She would not have been allowed the union in any event. 2 blood singers together." His expression mirrored Gabriel's. "Ridiculous." Gabriel nodded in agreement. There could not be inbreeding amongst singers because of the negative impact on the blood quantum. And more importantly, to waste a rare one in that way. Squander. Not during his reign. He clapped William on the back. "She will understand more as time goes on. Julia will come to understand that she is too rare a jewel to wander about, taking her chances in the outside world. It is here that is her destiny. Here is her safety. Also," he looked into William's eyes, "now that her adolescence is upon her, every were and vampire from here to the ends of the earth would smell it on her. Her childhood afforded her some protection. No longer." Gabriel made a severe cutting gesture with his hand, at the exact moment that William felt pain pierce the highest area of his shoulder. He stood so quickly the chair that he had sat upon turned over and fell, the wood hitting the cobblestone floor with a resounding crack, echoing in the space. William met the eyes of his fellow vampire, their faces without expression. He whipped his head in the direction of the restroom. A lone foot could be seen sticking out of the dark corridor. Clarence's. Julia was no longer under guard. William sprinted in a burst of speed that made its own breeze, lifting the tablecloth that held the crystal and blood. He burst through the door, the wooden frame bending under the force of the swing. He was greeted by Julia's whiskey-colored eyes, strained and wide in her paling face. William was struck by the tears that streamed down her cheeks. Julia was unaware she was crying, her fear outweighing enlightenment. William's eyes fell first on Edna, a viperous female, then found the 2 that would have vied for the position of mate to Julia. 2 less contenders, William thought, before he picked the head off the interloper who had his fangs bared before Julia's exposed throat, venom for the change dripping off them as he prepared to strike. The moment seemed to pause. Julia, looking into his eyes with what he had longed for, had been beyond hoping for. Fear filled their depth and longing. She wanted him. In that moment, she gave in to the blood bond between them, and her terror made her raw to it. He answered with a look that took mere seconds to convey. It was her voice, though, her voice that struck his soul like a bell which chimed. "Help me," she gasped out, her eyes deep pools of drowning amber. He did not hesitate. William punched his right hand into the back of Edna, talons extended. In gasping from the entry wounds, she inadvertently released her fangs from Julia's shoulder. Julia slid to the floor, using the pathway of the female vampire like a helpmate, her hands grasping along the female's gown. Julia rolled over on her back, the blood from the wound running backward, pooling in the hollow of her collarbone and dripping to the floor where her burnished red hair lay like a fan atop the stone. William hesitated, hating to kill a female of the vampire, but she had proved to be without scruples. He tore his talons from her back, and she fell to his feet, gasping, all five having punctured her lungs in a most grievous manner. William let Edna lay on the stone floor like a gasping fish. Turning his attention to the vampire that had hands around his throat in the universal choking gesture. What was this? He was choking on the blood he had consumed. He swung his gaze to Julia, the fragrant smell of her blood filling the space, making William almost lightheaded with bloodlust, his throat tightening painfully. And he was a quarter singer. The others would never be able to abstain from her, as she lay vulnerable and bleeding. There would be a blood riot. The evidence of such lay at his feet. The vampire he had beheaded, laying as a pile of ash and blood, was the eighth slayed. Never having been exposed to a rare one, they were virtually helpless before the song for her blood. William turned at the noise at the door, simultaneously moving toward where Julia lay. The vampire moved as a unit, talons extended, fangs sprung free of their houses of flesh. They came to where the delectable smell of fresh blood was released. A quality without compare. It was as if a 1,000-year-old bottle of wine lay breathing on a cold stone floor, mere paces away from consumption. William leapt in front of the Julia, just as the first vampire would have been upon her. Julia! Julia looked up and saw a monster, fangs the size of her pinky fingers, dripping a clear fluid tinged with red, talons as long as her forearms, standing at deadly attention. And then, like small swords, they began to slice whoever drew near. Their motion, in a blur of darkness, too fast for her to follow, Julia became aware of moisture falling on her bare skin like rain. She opened her eyes, and a head fell beside her shoulder with a meaty thump. The dead eyes, once gray, turned into a collapsing wall of flesh and bone. As she looked on in horror, it began to disintegrate into a mass of ash. It was the eyes she'd never forget. Or the creature William had become, fighting the vampires that would have killed her. They came, one after another, as blood drenched her gown and she lay helplessly at his feet. William slashed and stabbed as injuries were rained down on him, and then 5 overcame him. Julia whimpered, having never envisioned herself dying this way. At that moment, Julia realized she wanted to live. Had always wanted to live. Her eyes met William's, pleading. She knew she didn't deserve his help. But she was sorry. In that moment, she didn't want this life, this existence. Nevertheless, he was dying to defend her. William was overcome. He had dispatched 15, losing all hope of the guards helping him through the crowd of rabid vampire overrun with bloodlust. The higher functioning of their cerebral cortex was gone. When the 5 overcame him, he saw Julia torn from beneath his feet by 2 fanged brethren. One held her as the other prepared to strike, losing his grip twice, her body slick with the blood of the massacred. She was weak as a kitten, any fool could see, her wound not closing up. The blood-clotting properties of the vampire's saliva was not working. Of course, Edna would have not used hers willingly. Julia was bleeding out. William struggled against the vampire, beyond reason and rationale when he heard her soft whimper like a plea. Bereft. Hopeless. Her eyes met his again, the blood bond reverberating in his body, pressing him to take action beyond his capabilities. William did, smashing two of the vampires' heads together hard enough for their brains to splatter against the inside of their skulls and leak out their ears. He threw himself on his feet and launched to Julia's side in a fluid gymnastic movement, his fist punching out as he did. The vampire, who had fangs a millimeter away from her throat, lost them from the impact of William's fist, even as his talons swung to take the head of the one that restrained her. Julia. Julia saw William come. A shaky exhale escaped as she lay in the arms of one vampire while the other prepared to chew her throat out. The one that held her dumped her head on the floor so hard she saw lights twinkle above her. And then William was there. Their heads fell on either side of her body, and heat suffused her. Julia knew she would pass out, and had but moments to express herself. William crouched above her protectively, and she raised her arm weakly. She clutched onto his clothing. He glanced at her, then away, prepared for the next onslaught. She tugged again. Julia, lay still. You have lost much blood. Thank you, she whispered on her final breath. Her vision dimmed to a pinpoint. The last coherent image was William. A face she didn't hate anymore. His mouth moved, but she couldn't hear him. An enveloping softness encased her as she floated away. Like dandelion seed on the wind. Julia slept in a pool of her own blood. And that of others. Many others. Chapter 18. The Den of the Were. 1 month later. Do you see her? Joseph asked impatiently. Yes, Tony responded, dropping the night vision binoculars. It is easy to make her out, Joseph. She is so much smaller than the blood drinkers. Right. Joseph knew that. But his anxiety was full tilt. It had been a month since their orders from Lawrence to execute reconnaissance on the vampire kiss. They had. It had been troubling to smell injuries on the rare one. When they had first begun their covert stakeout, they could smell fresh wounds. They were concentrated on the female, but also one other. The vampire that could turn into a raven. He had been injured as well. It was only speculation, but Joseph felt something terrible had happened within the coven. Something which allowed a freedom that was almost brazen in its regard to her safety. Although they flanked her 5 deep on either side, Joseph was still sticking with the number 15. 15 of his entire soldier contingent should be enough to bring her home. The rare one would assimilate into his den. She would not automatically be his, but he would butcher any alpha who took challenge. Joseph would be victor. He must. The whelp of the worm must evolve, or the race would be lost. He squeezed his hands into fists, mourning the moon's shape. It was waxing. 2 weeks yet, until they could bring the change. Joseph and Tony watched the small female figure bounce as she ran, the huge blood drinkers watching to the 4 corners of the earth. Joseph growled low in his throat, the vampires unaware. Tony heard and answered. It would have been a howl, had the moon been full. Julia. Julia's lungs burned. But in a good way. What had started out as nightly walks when the city slept, had turned into jogging. Now she ran. Her vitality returned, incrementally night by night. She shuddered, thinking about how her life had almost ended that fateful night on a floor of ancient cobblestone. Built for humans, infiltrated by vampires. Claire had to provide blood to save her life. William could not give it. The 3rd blood share would have mated her to William, whether she wanted it or not. Forever was a long time to hold a grudge, Julia thought. Because that's what it was. She was immortal, only if she had blood quantum. Too much blood loss and her life would be gone. Julia wasn't sure she believed them. There was no such thing as immortality. Right? Then her mind burdened her with the facts of the past year. Like the existence of werewolves and vampire. Check. Like that wasn't crazy as hell. Julia wiped sweat from her brow and glanced at William, who didn't sweat, of course. He never broke stride. Neither did the other 9, which ran with her. Excuse me, jogged. They could run. She could only do what she was doing now. It was hopelessly slow. She was a foot shorter than them. Are you well? William asked. She smiled shyly. He was beyond solicitous. Julia had allowed herself the barest crack in her plan. As she had begun to figure it, with all that time recuperating to help with her decisions, she had 2 evils. The one she knew and the one she did not. The vampires had come clean, or as clean as they ever would, by explaining to her what her options were. Her alternative of escape seemed so remote, so unsuccessful. Julia couldn't help but feel defeated, beaten down. Her chances of survival, if she were to get away, would be slim. For starters, there was no camouflaging the scent of what she was. That was by far the largest obstacle standing in the way of her freedom. True freedom. Secondly, and this was a terrifying prospect, the Were searched for her just as hard as the vampires would. If she did escape, the likelihood of her being reacquired by another coven or den of the Were was high. She literally could not find sanctuary. Her heart grieved for Jason. Her pragmatic nature instructed her thought processes. Survival. And it seemed she had many years to survive. She'd been off 1,000,000 miles away, and finally answered William, "Yes, I am fine." He looked at the others and gave a command outside the decibel range of human hearing. He took her by the elbow, and they slowed. She still felt slightly weak, but nothing like when they had taken the first shuffling steps into the outside air. The smell of it had been cloying, foul, and rich and wonderful. Freedom had a smell, and Julia breathed deeply of it. So long she'd been underground, held captive in the original 31 blocks of Seattle's great city. While the cattle walked overhead, their predators lived underneath their feet. Julia remembered what Claire had told her over a month ago. Julia came awake and met Claire's stare, her eyes steady on Julia's face. She had never felt as weak as she did now. Not when she had refused to eat for months, when she had to be bathed like a baby by Susan. She felt cold to her marrow. "You've lost a tremendous amount of blood from the attack," Claire said in her calm way. Julia looked at her, willing her lips to move, but they didn't cooperate. Claire smiled and stood. She brought a cup with a bendy straw in it. As Julia sucked on the plastic tube, cool, clean water saturated her mouth and tongue, swollen from lack of use and circulation anomalies. Finally, when she'd had her fill, she asked Claire, "What happened?" Claire looked away for a moment, a blush of pink lighting on her cheekbones, her skin as fair as Julia's. Julia realized she was embarrassed. Things got out of hand. A few of the contenders could not control their bloodlust. She looked at Julia, who returned the stare without expression, willing her silently to go on. After a pause, she did. "We did not foresee it. But they were quite premeditated. Gabriel and I." Julia huffed at the leader's name, immediately begrudging his authority. As Julia saw it, he had no authority over her. After all, he was nothing more than a glorified kidnapper, using the weapons at his disposal to manipulate the vampire outcome. For their benefit, she thought sourly, not hers. His weapons of choice, the vampire, of course. Claire continued through Julia's insolence as if it didn't exist, thought there'd be sufficient protection because of their Singer lineage, but it wasn't enough. Claire looked at the hands that were wringing themselves in her lap. When her eyes met Julia's, she saw they were glistening, the tears held there unshed. There are so few vampires that are capable of breeding with a rare one. She gulped and struggled forward. Now there are fewer. So what? Julia thought. It's not like those were such great guys that had assaulted her. Whatever. She said as much to Claire, and she nodded reluctantly. We know this now. It had been centuries since a female rare one had entered the coven for this purpose. We didn't anticipate the pull. Julia crossed her arms again, as she looked up at the shadows that passed across the glass skylight of her room. Why was sunlight allowed to penetrate their lair, if it were such a problem? Claire followed her gaze, smiling. We have our technologies. Julia's brow cocked in question. Claire gave a little shrug. They cannot live outside the confines of this space during the day. But we have one that formulated a chemical wash for the glass. She threw a palm in the direction of the only window that Julia had. So, Julia's sudden realization of what the shadows were struck her almost dumb. Almost. Those are people. They are walking over our heads, she asked incredulously. Claire nodded. They do not know of our existence. It is like being hidden in plain sight. You understand this concept, no? Julia did. She had a babysitter before her parents were killed that would hide everyday objects in plain sight. Julia remembered at one point she'd hidden a sewing thimble on the top of an old TV antenna, and it had been an hour before she'd spied it. Metal on metal, almost invisible. She couldn't suppress a small smile at the memory, nodding at Claire. Claire returned the smile, not knowing its origin but happy for its appearance. It affords the kiss the greatest protection. Julia looked at the shadowed feet, crossing the glass, a foot separation between their life and death. They never knew. Julia shivered. The solution blocks the UV rays. Couldn't that clever guy make a sunblock or something? Julia asked, a little bit of snark creeping into her tone. Claire's smile faded. That was unsuccessful. Julia didn't press, but judging by the expression on her face, there'd been a few vampire torches. Julia withheld her smile. An image of William on fire came to her mind. Just a few days ago, that visual might have given her a lot of satisfaction. Now her heart had shifted. And while she did not hate him anymore, she wasn't sure what she felt. She thought of flying over the meadow, leaving the word that had attacked her behind, the claws bound to her shoulders like excruciating hooks. His fierce expression, as he fought the vampires that would have bled her dry. Julia was ashamed. He was what he was, a freak of biology. As she was. Jason was gone. Forever. It was in that moment that Julia decided for neutrality with William. He had not shown her harm. On the contrary, he had shown much more. What it was made her uncomfortable. That couldn't be held against him. Her discomfort. In the end, William had been right. Jason had been killed by the were. Not vampire. Julia sighed, looking once more above her head. The cattle moved across their concrete pasture, unaware of the vampires below. The present. William smiled down at Julia. Cautious hope took hold of his soul. If a vampire had such. She looked infinitely better than after the attack. He was right as rain, in less than a fortnight. But Julia's tenuous situation was held in the fragile balance of the twilight of death. It took much to kill a rare one. But the two that may have been in the race for betrothal ruined it by hurting her. Forget that notion, William thought. Killing her. They almost killed her. He could hardly bear to think upon it. He had already claimed Julia in his heart. He had not the right. But love chose its own pathway, mindless of the change. Love hath no master. He took in her lush mouth, the pulse that beat at the hollow of her throat, more attractive than any show of flesh could ever have been. He swallowed, reining in his emotions. He'd had 2 centuries to perfect his lack of expression. William found that a year and some days with Julia had undone it all. The careful procedure of schooling one's expression in the way of the vampire lost. He thought it might never be regained. His heart seized with instant panic as a scent wafted through the night air. In an instant he pulled Julia against him, scenting their surroundings, her water bottle hitting the ground with a false thud, the water leaking out over the black pavement like a crystal well. Broken. Julia. Julia's heart slammed into her ribcage. William's hands wrapped around her arms like steel bands, cool against her fevered skin, still warm from the run. "What is it?" Julia asked. Pierce lifted his nose to the air. "Wolves, William." "I do not know. But," he looked at the 9 that were gathered together, his eyes glittering in the weakness of the lights that illuminated the street where they stood, "it is the only moment of my existence wherein I wish for their sense of smell." There was uneasy laughter, even as the vampires looked around them for the perceived danger. A few tense moments passed, and William's shoulders finally dropped into a more relaxed posture. "Well?" another vampire asked. "Robert," Julia remembered. William shrugged, his eyes tight. "I do not know what it was, but I very much wish to head back." They agreed, but Julia protested. "They would never think to find me here." William looked down at her, his face cut marble in the whitish-blue light of the street lamp. "It is that mentality that will hasten your taking from our kiss. We do not underestimate the dogs. Their passion makes them dangerous." He looked into her eyes, then elaborated. "Sometimes I will have a moment of—" William deliberated on his wording, finally settling on intuition. Julia looked at him. "Is that because of the Singer blood?" He nodded. "The shifting to Raven is the single most powerful element I gained from my genetics. Sometimes, although it is not always trustworthy, the moments of intuition have made me a better fighter." "How?" Julia asked, allowing herself to be tugged along as they made their way back to the underground city. "Instinctive. You fight with training or?" He glanced her way, then looked around again, still slightly tense. "I use what has been given to me. I know because of my Singer heritage that I can shift to Raven form, and sometimes I anticipate." Julia had to ask, with 9 other sets of vampire ears to the ground, honing in on her words. She forged ahead. "Anticipate what?" He stopped, looking down at her for a moment. His gaze uncomfortably intense, he answered, "Danger." Oh, she looked around as well, sensing nothing. "Let us be gone from this place." And they left. None of them saw the Wer, who tailed them discreetly. The Wer's sense of smell, allowing a great distance to be maintained, while still triangulating the vampire position. The Wer came upon the plastic bottle that had been dumped. It was too perfect to believe. The vampires had been sloppy by allowing anything she touched to be discarded by any means other than fire. Of course, vampires did not like fire. A grim smile overcame his face. He reached to pick up the discarded bottle, scenting it for the rare one. Julia Caldwell's scent floated around the mouth of the bottle like the most exquisite fragrance imaginable. He held the bottle triumphantly, while motioning with his hand for the 4 other Wer to gather round him. They did, each scenting the bottle, familiarizing themselves with her smell. The scent of the rare one. The mistress, even over the moon. As her unique signature filled their flared nostrils, 5 pairs of eyes spun to gold in faces that were no longer quite human. Joseph brought his face up to gaze at the moon, its mocking form half gone to full. As small yips of excitement broke out in the circle of men, The tone changed to a quality that caused the pigeons to flee their roosts. The noise caused the fear and flight reaction as surely as a primal alarm going off. The whir returned to their den. An empty bottle as so much trash, carried in the fist of the alpha. Joseph clutched it tighter as he ran. Chapter 20. Run. Julia wiped sweat off her brow, running with 1,000 vampires at her side. Not really. That's just what it felt like. She told William that the were sniffing around and so far nothing. Julia was feeling foolish. She decided to tell him so. She knew that they didn't need 15 anymore. 5 was probably enough. He'd smiled and kissed her forehead casually, calling off the vampires for the following evening's run. Her sense of impending doom had lessened. It had been a full week since she'd mentioned her uneasy feelings to William. It was so similar to what she'd felt before Tyrell went madder than a March hare, as Aunt Lily would have said, that she'd felt compelled to speak. Now she just felt like a dumbass. Getting the vampires wound up because she had an emotional hiccup. Julia needed to be stronger. She smiled at William. Julia thought there would be a ton of awkwardness between them, but he'd been solicitous, touching her subtly day by day. A slow bridge of small intimacies were building one on top of the other. She came to find herself looking forward to the subtle touches and glances, anticipating them. If anyone had told her that she was going to be crushing on a vampire 2 years ago, she would have written the letter to have them committed herself. Yet here she was. She hadn't forgotten Jason, but the pain was less acute. Julia was also not certain of her path. She knew in her mind that Jason was gone. That this weird new life, however much she hadn't wanted, it was what she had now. Julia realized she needed to move on. A vision of Jason's face, once so clear, had turned fuzzy at the edges. She felt herself all at once profoundly sad again. It was not just losing him in reality. It was the memory of him slipping away day by day that tore at her heart. William stood watching the myriad of emotions play over her face, and having made a study of humanity in the past 200 years, he knew some of what she reconciled. Damn the were, William thought for the 100th time. She would have been separated from her husband, regardless. However, his death had marked her. Even now she struggled. "Julia," William said. He looked at her, the sadness clinging to her like greedy fingers, and thought that she looked so fragile and small standing there. The hopes of his race depended on a young woman barely more than a girl. Julia looked at William, and the blanket of memories slid away for the moment. She swung her face to Pierce and the other 3. Julia nodded. She was ready. She focused her considerable will on the moment, not on the past. They were deep into the run, her body singing in muscular tension and heat. The vamps were barely on a jog. Julia felt like she was practically sprinting. They used the steep hills of the city and climbed them like the Swiss Alps. An occasional car sputtered by, the gears grinding together in the ascent. When they reached the area the famous Nordstroms occupied, they stopped. The loneliest part of the night embracing them as they stood in a loose group. William grabbed the water bottle from a small backpack that lay between his shoulder blades. Handing it to her, she gulped a few swigs, admiring the building. Canyon would have died 10 deaths to go shopping there, Julia's melancholy stealing its way inside her again. Her face tilted to take in the vertical sign. It was completely black, save for the letters in ivory. She noticed it was lit from the sides, the characters softly illuminated. William watched Julia grapple for a life that was no more, and broke into her thoughts, "Let us go back." She nodded, and was struck dumb with a pain so acute, so widespread she gasped and fell to her knees. The 5 vampires took their eyes from their posts to assist her. As Julia lay sideways on the concrete sidewalk, the sign poised above her head like a guillotine, she saw the were slide out from the dark corners the city provided. There were many. Julia whispered through her pain, which she now recognized as an alarm come too late, werewolves. Joseph and Tony watched, alongside the remaining 9 were, as the small group of vampires allowed Julia Caldwell to rest. 6 long days they had waited for the vampire's complacency to re-establish itself, for their perfect moment of opportunity. Finally, it had come. Joseph took in the sight of her. The golden hair swept back in a ponytail, the navy athletic gear looking black to his wolf vision, so soft a color in the darkness he knew it was blue. He felt her awareness before she did, watching her drink water. She will know we are here soon. Be ready. He gave Tony a significant glance, and he raised the dart gun in acknowledgement. I'm not gonna fuck this up, I told ya, he said in a growl. Joseph turned his snout to Tony, their golden eyes locked on each other. See that you don't. We won't get another opportunity like this one. Their eyes held for 2 heartbeats more, and Tony broke the stare, his status in the group firmly set at first. Not alpha. Not yet. Joseph swept his eyes amongst the other were soldiers, and they gave him the subtle eye contact he required. The affirmation that let him know they were ready to battle the vampires. On his sent command, they released their bodies from the shadows and stepped out into the open. William knelt beside Julia, stifling his rising panic. The first thing that flooded his mind was her warning, nary a week old, in which she had told him of her unease. He had listened, acted. But now he saw the alarm on her face, and realized that the Were had chosen their time. And it was now. William brushed the hair that had come undone away from Julia's temple. Tenderly. He stood and readied himself for what the Were would bring. The 4 that were with him spread and flanked his position. With a last look at Julia, he stepped in front of her. The look blazing in her eyes scorched a path in his mental imagery. What he had seen in them clenched his insides. Trust. Julia trusted him. As he looked out and counted 11 of the enemy, he hoped that the sentiment was not misplaced. Julia reclaimed tenuous control of her body and stood on shaky legs. She was fatigued by the run, but was numb with fear. She backed away from the vampire that stood in front of her, and her eyes met the Were that stood in front of them. One in particular captured her attention. The rapist. Julia backed away until her butt collided with the travertine facade of the building. It was dark as they came, the streetlights illuminating the Were in patches of streetlight, then disappearing as the dark embraced them again. Julia didn't take her eyes off the one. He was the biggest, the most intense. She immediately understood that he wasn't the leader. Then she saw it. In his hand he held something. A gun. What? They were here to kill her? Julia was utterly confused. The 2 groups were not, however. As she held herself up against the wall, they wordlessly charged each other. They were making excited yips as their supple muscles clenched and bunched, readying to spring against the vampire. Julia thought she'd just slip away while they fought. She couldn't be taken by the Were. Her mind shuddered at the possibility. She began to feel her way along the building's facade, until her hand curved around the corner. She turned her face into an alley so dark she couldn't see where it ended, how high the sides were. She stepped into the darkness, the war behind her raging in a clash of supernatural strength and will. William advanced on the leader, swiping with talons that sprung from his fingertips in a blur of motion, faster than anything he had mastered before. The pulse of his protection for Julia, a thing that beat in his brain independently of his heart. The need to protect her was instinctive. He saw in his periphery one of the runners fall, his gaping wound a hole in his body. Still he would heal, William thought, as he leaned away from a strike and simultaneously punched a hole of his own in the chest of the nearest Were. Fear gripped him. Julia was no longer a warm presence at his back. At the same time he saw one of the largest of the dogs break from the group and lope off to the side, a spider gate with fur. He pursued something else. Someone else. William turned in the direction of the lone Were, just as Joseph used his half-wolf paws in a swinging arc, bringing them down across William's back, knocking him forward into a rough patch of cobblestone revealed by newer asphalt. William's hands bit into the unforgiving street as two more of the were assailed him. They pummeled him into submission. Before he lost consciousness, he tore the head from the neck of one and warm blood sprayed his face. He gulped without thinking, the grievous wounds inflicted by the were repairing as he drank the arterial spray of the enemy. His death repairing the worst of William's injuries as they occurred. A cycle of rejuvenation that was as old as time. Joseph saw the vampire leader take the head off his third and howled. Before he could kill the vampire covered in blood at his feet, Joseph's second growled, "Tony." It was enough. Joseph shot away from the vampire, his soldiers tearing the other vampire limb from limb in an hour when humanity slumbered. While humans slept peacefully, proof of the battle ran in the city street, painting it with inky blood. Julia ran alongside the wall, more tired than when she'd been running for exercise. The terror at being taken pouring an adrenaline nightmare in her body, her extremities numb with it. She clipped her ankle on a pallet that was standing upright before she could see it, and yelped softly. She heard a noise behind her, the softest scrape, and put on a burst of speed, her hand leaving the wall behind her. Julia sprinted, the heat and lack of air in her lungs whistling a tune as she tore forward. Up ahead, she could see a tall fence. Without a backward glance or thought, she grabbed onto the smooth, circular metal fencing and jumped the first row, digging her shoe into the hole and climbing. Julia didn't hesitate when the first piercing sting of something in her shoulder twanged and bounced. When the second bit her in her upper thigh as she climbed, tears began to run down her face, the fence design in sharp contrast to the street lamps that were beyond. The holes from the fence made shapes on her face, circles of light spearing her as she climbed. She climbed slower now, she realized with soft horror. Julia told her hands to grip the cold metal. Her foot missed the next hole and slipped. The tears came harder now, dripping off her jaw and falling to the ground before her. She stopped, 7 feet above the ground, 3 more yet to finish. The razor wire at the top formed a spiral of hopelessness she couldn't overcome. Julia's vision began to dim, the grayness of the night encroaching on her. She clung to the fence, her body no longer climbing, pressing herself against it, she clung. As her legs folded beneath her, and her fingertips slipped away, she fell in a graceful arc to the concrete below. To her death. Julia didn't react when she heard the excited yelps and yips of the were beneath her. Jason dead. William gone. She was in the same position she had been when she started. Sole protector of herself. Julia didn't land on the unforgiving concrete below, but in a steel cocoon lined with fur and muscle. She looked up into eyes that shone like liquid gold. Her vision dimmed as she threw up her arm to defend herself in the last way she could before she faded into drug-induced oblivion. Joseph stared at Julia for the moment of wakefulness she had, before she sunk into the sleep of the drugged. His stony heart had squeezed at her weak attempt to defend herself against him. Did she not know that she could not? That there was no need? Joseph gave the signal to move out of the area, even as he tightened his hold on the rare one. They must exit. The blood drinkers would come en masse when the others didn't return with the singer. Their margin for error this night was slim to none. He ran, the light burden of the girl negligible. Tony ran beside him, managing to carry out the task without a hitch. Perhaps a first. As he passed where they'd warred, he saw the ash and blood lifting in the wind as a light rain began to fall, cleansing the proof of their battle. One troubling thing remained. A single vampire lay undisturbed, covered in his were-brother's blood. Joseph faltered, debating on whether or not to return and finish him. His experience whispered at the possibility that this one would be a problem in the future. Then he looked down at the sleeping girl in his arms. He clutched her tighter. Better to fight the devil that you know, rather than the one you do not. He hastened his gait, smoothly leaving the city behind for the mountains beyond. They would address that worry, if it came. For now, the rare one would become part of the pack. The den would be balanced once again. Joseph would have smiled as a human. As it were, he was not. He lifted his snout to the sky and howled a baleful note. It resonated in the city as they left the buildings of concrete behind, the others a symphony in chorus with him. They ran to the den. To freedom from their warden. The moon. Chapter 21. Underground Seattle. William's abused body struggled to heal, even as he debriefed Gabriel and Claire. Their eyes and bodies were dread-filled. But not as much as he. William was so full of self-recrimination, he could hardly breathe. 1,000 what-ifs swirled in his mind, not the least of which was the elaborate plan the war had executed. The instant he had stood down, allowed less runners for the daily exercise, the war had pounced. As it was, when the runners had been sent, after they did not return, it had been only William they had found. 4 runners dead. Only 2 of them were killed. They had woefully underestimated the cunning of the war. They thought them without the intelligence for strategy. They had been quite wrong. And now, because of assumptions, the war had Julia. It had taken the blood of 3 humans to allow William's recuperation. Even with that much, a gorge-worthy amount, William was still not at his peak. Gabriel paced in front of him. It does no good at this point to place blame. It is I that wished for Julia's exercise, for some semblance of normalcy. Claire placed a hand on his shoulder, and he stopped the frenetic path he'd worn in the floor of William's chamber. None of us could have known this would occur, she pleaded with him to see reason, to not blame himself. Easier said than done. Julia knew, William said quietly. She knew what was about. But she was so young in her ability, so new to trust, he let that last trail off. It was her newfound trust that cut deepest for William. What had it been? A mere week of them, moving toward the end that he had envisioned for them all along. Now, she faced a situation that was not ordered but unprotected and unfit. A rare one who would be treated without regard. Her abilities and genetic makeup used as a tool to further the dogs. Of course, she had seen the vampires in a similar light. Not that William blamed her, yet. He had never been forthright enough about his feelings for her. He had thought it too soon to regale her with his regard. He'd only hinted at it. Now he wished he had been more bold. He startled Gabriel and Claire as he punched one fist into his open palm in anger, sitting up from his hunched position in the seat of his room. Nausea and dizziness swirled around him, but he hung on, he would not succumb. He would keep his focus on the rescue of the singer. Julia. His future bride. Julia. Julia woke up slowly, feeling like she'd been run in the washing machine on the spin cycle. Like 100 times. She sat up, and her head spun, and throbbing pain latched into her temples immediately. Julia felt like hell, her mouth a sandpaper legacy with a chaser of dragon breath. God, yuck. Julia slowly opened her eyes, taking in her surroundings. She was so disoriented she forgot where she was for those few seconds, the pain of her head and acute thirst, the distractions that called her attention. Not anymore. The thing that greeted her, as the memories of yesterday crashed into her consciousness like a train without a brake, was a huge pane of glass. A forest beyond stretched without end. Huge western red cedars stretched as far as the eye could see, filling her vision. The sweep of their emerald green branches caressing the ground, with an unseen wind that lifted and moved them in a soundless dance. Julia looked down at her body. The tracksuit was gone. Instead, she wore a cami and pajama bottoms. In one of the most surreal moments of her life, she saw there were sparkly unicorns covering the material in the palest blue and silver. Huh! She was being held by werewolves that had dressed her in unicorn pajamas. Irony much. A single tear escaped her eye and made a pathway down her face. The weirdness of her life was making her so claustrophobic she wanted to go back to sleep and never wake up. A knock came at the door, and Julia ripped the sheet from the bed up to her chin, turning to face the door at the same time. A girl came through the entrance, maybe about her age, but oh, so different. She wasn't human. How did Julia know? It was those spinning golden eyes, their slow rotation screaming otherworldly. Julia just stared. Rude, but at this point it didn't matter. She was tired. She felt like she'd been beaten. She ached so bad. Instead, she waited quietly. "Hey," the girl said. Julia sat there, saying nothing. The girl fumed, finally sighing in a huff. "Listen, I know my brother put the He-Man moves on ya. I tried to tell them it was the wrong way to do it." She flung up her hands and started pacing the room. "He's such a pain in the ass. Alpha this, alpha that. Well, F that." She spun on her heel and faced Julia. Julia leaned away. She waffled her hand in front of Julia. "You don't need to worry about me." She plunged her hand against her chest earnestly. Right, Julia thought, doing an internal eye roll. That's what all the supernaturals said. Clearly, that had worked out so well in the past. She shoved her hand out for Julia to shake. "My name's Adriana." "I already know who you are, of course," she said, rolling her eyes. Julia put a tentative hand out to shake, and Adriana pumped it vigorously. "This is awesome. Finally they will quit talking about battles, acquisitions, and all that happy horse shit. I'm so completely sick of all their chest-beating bullshit, I could puke." Julia did a slow blink, gradually taking back her hand. She thought Canyon might have been reincarnated in Adriana. Or they were secret cousins or something. However, there was the matter of a small difference. She didn't think Adriana had a filter. You know, that thing that pings when you've said too much or you're going to. No, she didn't have one of those. And Julia was certain that Canyon hadn't been a werewolf. Julia ignored all the really important questions, and gulping she asked, "Are these?" She picked up some of the loose pajama material in her hand, and met Adriana's now brown eyes. That was a relief that the wolf inside her wasn't threatening to spring out any moment. "Yours?" Adriana nodded, enthusiastically. "Yeah. You were in some hot-ass jogging getup, so I thought you should be in something more comfortable after being nailed with the juice." "The juice?" "Yeah, that crap they stuck you with that makes you conk out." She looked at Julia for dawning comprehension. Seeing none, she frowned, going on. "Here's the deal. They pegged ya with the mega tranquilizers to get you from the vamps, right?" Julia nodded, slightly dazed at the force that was Adriana. "So now you've got a colossal headache, and you're so thirsty you could die, right?" "Yes," Julia nodded, her thirst roaring back to life at the mention of it. "You can borrow those as long as you want, and I've got water." From behind her back, she brought a water bottle. She gave it to Julia, who uncapped it and started to chug it down. "Whoa, pony. No gulping. My brother will have my ass if you start doing the psychedelic yawn all over the place." Julia gave her wide eyes. Brother, personality squared on this girl. Adriana chuckled, mimicking what must be her brother. "I need you to be as disarming as possible, Adriana. Do not do your normal," she mimed, choking herself, and went on in his presumed voice, "energetic behavior. The rare one needs time to transition. Blah effing blah." She whipped her palm around, dismissively. "You'll be fine, right?" Was there another option? Adriana stared at Julia, taking in her attire, the wild hair, God knows what else. Huh. Well, let's get you cleaned up, you look like ass. Definitely like Canyon. Tell me how you really feel, Julia thought, following Adriana as she pushed open the adjacent bathroom door. Lawrence, Tony, and Joseph were in a heated debate. As usual, Tony was the one questioning each decision. I took the rare one down. She was escaping, Tony said, his teeth barred in his human form, the wolf peeking out around the edges. Well, goddamn, bring it, Joseph thought, as the muscles of his neck and shoulders corded and bunched in response to the subtle posturing. Enough, Lawrence roared. The packmaster's face was etched with grim lines of fury. He took in the alpha and his first seconds passing. The moment swelled awkwardly, a palpable pressure building, on the verge of bursting. He broke it. Save it for the ritual. That is the time to fight for the rare one. Right now, he swung his direct look to Joseph, tense with the fighting instinct. Your sister is with Julia Caldwell? Joseph gave a terse nod, thinking of all that could mean. His sister was willful. Tony grunted. They looked at him, and he threw his muscular arms up in the air. She is not the best at being welcoming. She is the most alpha of all the females. He had a look on his face like, clearly she is the least mild choice. But she is female. That is what the singer needs, reassurances. Another female will bring her a measure of comfort, Lawrence said. Joseph winced. He wasn't sure if Maggie wouldn't have been a better choice. Too late now. Adriana had roared in there like a flaming inferno, singeing everything in her path. He shook his head. Lawrence shrugged, looking at the two men. She will not intimidate. That is what the goal is here. She will still hold us responsible because of the dead singer, Tony clarified. Lawrence palmed his chin, thinking. She may hold us to blame if our soldier had not attacked her mate. He nodded, continuing. But much time has passed. Perhaps her love for him fades. He shrugged. It does not matter. She is here now. She has not been claimed by the vampire. Tony and Joseph exhaled sighs of relief. That would have been an unbreakable bond. Her relationship with a vampire, negating her abilities to assist them. It had been a near thing. The entire pack knew it. Lawrence looked from one to the other of them. She has 1 month. Even now, I smell her readiness. Her becoming. They nodded. Her presence was at once exciting and unbearable. He didn't know what it had been like for the blood drinkers, but she was a heady thing amongst the pack. Yes, Packmaster, Joseph said, and Tony chorused the goodbye simultaneously. They walked away together, their shoulders touching. Soon, it would be fists in the ring. A fight between them and others, bringing the den closer to the reality of a moonless tide. A lone howl broke the stillness of the woods where the den thrived. Joseph and Tony gave a wary look at each other, looking in the direction of the call. They looked away, neither commenting on the sound. Its origin. The call of the feral. William. A handful of days gone, and William felt himself again, sparring with some of the other runners. The ones lost in the battle with the were a void in the ranks that would not be easily replaced. Especially Pierce. He had been a true warrior, responsible for the deaths of 2 during the siege that ripped Julia from their hands. He lunged forward, with both hands meeting in a destructive V, toward the vampire runner who grappled with him. He was met with impervious resistance, as their arms collided like flesh-encased steel, the smack of the hit resounding in the acoustics of the underground. The brick and mortar of the cavernous accommodations echoed hollowly in the space. Vampires did not breathe but one breath to a human's 4. That was not the case when fighting. Both runners' actions and speed, a blur of muted color, as they swung at each other underneath the ambient glow of the skylights that acted as a fractured ceiling of light. The humans that walked the surface lived unaware of the predators that fought below. Again, William shouted as the runner tried to beg off another round. William lost his temper, grabbing his comrade around the throat and jerking him against him, his fists like clamps of unbreakable titanium, buried in the folds of the shirt he wore, tearing it as he pulled. Suddenly, Gabriel was there, and William straightened. He turned to the runner. "Go." He went. Gabriel looked at William, chest heaving, his fist clenched like battle-ready hammers. "Enough. Beating your fellow runners into the ground will not return her to you." His eyes searched William's, and he began pacing, the shadowed feet of the humans walking above them throwing speckles of darkness over his face as he moved. Gabriel stared at William, his expression half in shadow. He glanced upward at the skylight where the humans walked all day, and sighed. He knew what the loss of Julia meant to the kiss. He could not imagine what the loss meant when love was twisted inside it. "I understand the loss of Julia, maybe more." "You do not," William said on a hiss, his hand planted on his hips, his breathing finally settling into the normal rhythms of his kind. "You cannot. I waited for her. I was patient," he seethed. "And now this." William threw up his hand. "She is with the dogs now." "Being subjected to?" William's expression was thunder contained. Gabriel strode to William until their chests almost touched. "We will reclaim her." "When?" William asked, his brows falling like a brick over his eyes. "Before the moon comes full again." They both understood the significance of the moon's cycle. The dogs would try for her. The ritual coming full circle. There would be no choice for Julia in their world. It was the alpha that would be her mate. Whatever one killed the other. It was their way. Uncivilized mongrels. The feral. The meat appeared again like clockwork, his tortured mind dismissing its grief for the greater need of sustenance. He leapt forward, just as the arm retracted through the hole. The only light and air in the place where they kept him. He growled low in his throat. Talons leapt free of his fingertips, and he plunged them into the prey that squirmed on the end of his talons, sharp as finely honed razors. He cut its throat with his dominant left hand, and caught the lifeblood as it sprayed from the death slice. When its life hung from a string, he sliced the body open neck to crotch, the steaming entrails his next feast. He fed. Satisfied, he flung the corpse in the pile in the corner of the metal room he was kept in. The food settled and began to work its magic on his body, his senses springing to life, his sense of smell the most keen of all. A dim memory was upon him, and he felt compelled to move. He did. Dropping to the ground, he reversed his wolf into his human form again. His hands bit the ground, and he allowed his body to assume a plank-like position. He raised and lowered himself until he lost count and the rivulets of sweat ran off his face and pooled beneath him. When the female returned to collect his dead meals, their eyes met and she looked away. He was above her. Even he understood that. She was behind a partition that was clear. His mind knew somewhere from before that it was called acrylic. At 2 feet thick, even he could not overcome its strength. He was very strong now. He smelled the fear on the female through the holes that were drilled like Swiss cheese in the clear wall. When he lifted his nose to scent her, he smelled another scent, very faint. It caused the wolf that rippled underneath his human flesh to roar to the surface in a grinding purge that blew his body apart, skin and tendons tearing in a sickeningly painful mesh of wolf and human flesh. His half-form emerged, 7 feet tall and covered with a deep wine-colored coat of fur. In the light of day, it would have looked like the sun set on his back. He howled. The scent of the female was one he knew. He despaired. He rushed the partition, his talons scraping the acrylic where deep grooves appeared like quartz scars on its surface. The female backed away, running outside the door and closing the bolt that barred entry. And escape. The werewolf howled and bayed until his voice box no longer cooperated. The female covered her ears and ran away, hot tears beating a burning trail down a face that held but one expression: shame. Chapter 23. Adriana looked down at a semi-conscious Tony and said, "Bullseye." Julia looked at her with big eyes, and Adriana laughed. He gets kinda enthusiastic and needed a slow down. Yeah, Julia thought, a cast-iron skillet would do it. Joseph slowly released Julia and turned her to face him. She was immediately struck by his eyes, an impossible hazel, at once gold-green and a rich root beer brown. Rainbow eyes. She realized she'd been staring and cast her eyes down. He chuckled. "You're not afraid of me?" Joseph asked. Julia shook her head, but oh yeah, she was. But given that he'd just rescued her from enthusiastic Tony, she guessed he was okay. He looked at his sister, his hands leaving Julia's arms with a caress, and she shivered like a goose just walked over her grave. It was a creepy sensation, but also like a itch on your back had just been scratched. Totally weird. "That'll be a hell of a thing to smooth over, Audie," he said to her, exasperated. Joseph looked at Tony on the floor, writhing around, and scrubbed his face again. Julia had an idea. He did a lot of that when it came to his sister. She smiled at him. He was out of control, and your ass was too slow, so. "Adriana to the rescue," she shouted to the rooftops. Julia stood awkwardly between them in the kitchen. A werewolf at her feet, one beside her, and a possible female ally. Funny how life works. 1 week later. Moonlight streamed through the skylights, shattered pieces like shards of glass on the cobblestone floor of the underground of the Seattle Kiss. William looked at the pass-through which led into one of the long halls, the bricked archway perfectly framing Gabriel. He had an abiding scowl planted on his face. For good reason. William was busy packing, in readiness to reacquire Julia. It was but 1 week from the full moon. They were not yet ready for acquisition, but each moment they drew closer to the moon's zenith, their enemy grew stronger. And on their territory, no less. No, the time was now. He and Gabriel had argued. But as the leading runner, he had pull, his thoughts held weight. And as her potential mate, even more so. Claire had sided with him. Gabriel pushed away from the brick and walked over to where William stood, shouldering a small backpack. "You do this at your own peril. You realize how closely guarded she will be." William nodded. "I do. Even now, kept by the mongrels, day by day they grow closer to their heathen ceremony." "No," he shook his head at the multiple visions that greeted him, "she will not have that end. Not Julia. Not his Julia. Julia." Julia was in her room again, at the war compound. That is how she saw it. Her routine was the same, and it reminded her eerily of the vampire. Except for William. She found she missed him. At first, he'd been nothing but a captor. But now, he was someone that she had grown to care about. To have an easy friendship with. She was acutely aware that she'd grown to depend on his protection. She had not felt that sense of security since Jason. Her chest got tight, and Julia took deep breaths. Her capture and his death combined in a memory of unbearable agony. One bright spot was Adriana. She liked Audie, so Julia called her that. Julia remembered the conversation exactly. "You can call me Audie too, you know," she'd said, putting some clothes away in the drawer, her eyes doing a peripheral check of Julia's reaction. "Okay, thanks," Julia said. Do you always go by Julia?" Audie had asked. Julia looked down, feeling sad. Finally, she shook her head. "No. I had a friend." Julia covered her mouth with her cupped hand for a moment, and Audie broke the sadness with, "No waterworks, just tell me your nickname." Her whiskey-colored eyes met Addie's brown ones. "Jules. That's what my friends called me." "Tell me about them." It was the first time someone had actually given a crap about Jason, Canyon, and Kev. She told Audie all of it. How cool they'd been, how much she missed them, how she and Jason had gotten married in the gnome chapel. That brought an instant smile. Really? That's a no-shitter. Audie had thought for a moment, her chin planted in her palm. Then she brightened. At least, it wasn't in that creepy Elvis chapel. She grimaced, and Julia laughed. She laughed until her sides hurt, and tears were streaming down her face. Audie looked at her with curiosity. What the hell, Jules? Doesn't everyone think there's something alarming about a dude in white polyester and tassels? Audie asked reasonably, her palms spread at her sides. And the man tits? She hissed in emphasis. That made Julia laugh harder. When she had some semblance of restraint, she held up a finger and replied. That was my only requirement, she said, wiping the tears. What? Audie asked, confused. I didn't want to get married at that damn chapel with the king in attendance. King my ass, Audie muttered. CYN didn't like him either, Julia said, remembering. Was she pretty cool? Julia nodded, their gazes locking. She was the best, she said wistfully. Homer. Truman slapped the file against his thigh as an officer approached him, Detective Truman. He shifted his weight in the large chair that swiveled behind his desk. Yeah? Carl asked, looking at the disheveled beat cop. The name on his tag read, Doherty. He'd sent him on a last-ditch wild goose chase. The seasons were changing, and after almost 2 years, the weather was finally cooperating for his purposes. Truman had thought of something that had been missed when the Caldwell scene was canvassed 2 years ago. Well, almost 2 years. Those trees. The trees that stood on either side of the rugged path that led down to the beach. He'd seen them 1,000 times, but the dream he'd received last night had been a revelation, the break he hadn't been able to get from returning to the scene of the Caldwell murder 100 times. Doherty jerked up the evidence bag like a prize won at the carnival. It was clear, inside it were 3 or 4 long hairs. Truman didn't know it then, but they weren't left by a bear. They weren't human. That dandy little footnote would be inscribed later. The first real smile of the day broke over Truman's weathered face, and the beat cop smiled in return, relieved beyond words that his boss wasn't going to chew his ass. Today. They smiled at each other, and Carl reached for the bag, its precious cargo so light but oh so heavy. 3 months prior. The talons stroked Cynthia's throat, and she shuddered. She'd been asleep in her bed on the day that the cop, Tucker, whatever his name was, had come by to visit her and ask questions again about Jason's murder. Jules' disappearance. Her answers were always the same. The visits from the creatures were always the same. The day after Jules was taken, they'd come inside her bedroom window and silenced her immediately. They said things. Terrible things. But she believed them when they told her if she said anything about what really happened, she would get the same fate as her boyfriend. Now this one came again. Cynthia didn't care what it said. She thought it liked causing her pain and fear. Her only consolation was that if they had, Julia, really had her, they wouldn't be so worried about discovery. Cynthia wasn't the same girl she'd been before. She didn't care about fashion or fun. She wanted to escape from Homer. Move somewhere new. Somewhere they couldn't find her. As she lay pinned on her bed by the creature that ground out its demands, its filthy half-paw wrapped around her throat, its fetid breath encasing her in rot, he instructed her on what to say. Keep to the story. Repeat what it is, it growled at her. At least it was only the one this time. It was a bear attack. Her eyes flicked to its, golden and spinning in an immense head with fur the color of the sea on a stormy day. That's why there was so much blood, Cynthia said, her voice trembling from the memory of the blood, the carnage, her boyfriend's decapitated body paces from hers. He squeezed her throat, and the breath wheezed out of it. And the werewolf that held her on the bed asked, giving her a teeth-rattling shake. He released the pressure so she could utter the final lie. I passed out from the shock. I never saw what happened, Cynthia said mechanically. It smiled, a grin filled with teeth meant to maim, tear, and kill. It suddenly released her throat, and her hand went to it automatically. The tears fell in rivulets, dampening her pillow. Cynthia had seen everything that happened. All of it. She didn't like slasher flicks anymore. She knew horror was real. Cynthia watched the were leave through the window like before. She made a promise to herself in that moment. She'd move to where they couldn't find her. Somewhere different, anonymous, big. Like Seattle. Perfect. She'd forget what had happened with a fresh environment, Cynthia told herself. Her eyes fixed on her meager belongings in her studio apartment. She rose from her bed and began to pack at 3 o'clock in the morning. Long past the witching hour. Julia. Audie and Julia ran. No privacy, of course, but they ran anyway. It felt so like the exercise she'd taken with William and the other runners. But the were could keep up in their human form. Julia hated Tony at her back. Because she knew, deep down, that he really didn't have her back. William had been open about his intentions, about the history. The vampire book of blood. The were had been covert, not that it helped. Audie told Julia everything she wanted to know and things she didn't. She was a treasure. If Julia had met her, in other circumstances they could have been friends. But even now, Julia planned her escape. She ran on a dirt path, made wide by use, the dappled shade from the trees making the ground look like a puzzle of light. Julia felt the heat of the sun, even through the trees, and felt how different it was from Alaska. There was a distance in that part of the world, as if the sun held its rays back, stingy in its warmth. Here in Washington, the kiss of its heat was all around them, and she reveled in it. She'd miss it. Julia didn't care if she was important. She wanted freedom, liberty. She had stayed awake these past few nights thinking about that 100% of rare ones that breathe the air on this earth. Why couldn't she belong to them? Why couldn't she belong to herself? Be free to choose her own path, her own destiny. There was no one to give her any counsel. They all wanted a piece of her. Of her blood. A song that rivaled all others. A genetic match of perfection to balance their needs. What about hers? They drove up the last hill, their legs pumping furiously, Audie barely breathing as she whispered to Julia, "You know that swine, Tony." Julia huffed out, her legs grinding up the incline. "Yeah. He put me in the doghouse, and now I'm off babysitting your precious ass," she said, sprinting ahead. "Oh shit." Julia poured on the speed and caught up, running alongside her. "What do you mean?" "He scares me," Julia said quietly, mindful of the ears pricked behind them. "He's made me give a squirt of pee on occasion," Audie said dryly. "But not without payback, if you feel me." She gave a smug smile, and Julia nodded. She felt her. It had only been a couple of weeks here in the den, but already she wondered why Audie wasn't in charge. She sure thought she was. Audie hadn't gotten the memo. But in reality, Julia had grudging respect for Joseph. He was stern, gentle, and supervised the pack with great fairness. The packmaster, he was a different story. Julia hadn't liked him much better than Tony. Julia remembered their brief meeting. Lawrence circled the rare one and was surprised at her. Hardly more than a girl, she looked no different than any other female. But for her smell, she could have been any college-aged student roaming around. She certainly was not. Her smell was like the most rare perfume, small in quantity and potently lethal. Agitating. Julia Caldwell drove under his skin and stayed there. The moon as his witness, he would be most glad when the ritual of Luna and the mating was finished. He would lose one of his wolves and gain a legend. Freedom was within their grasp. Having a rare one would solidify their leadership in the Pacific Northwest region. Forever. A self-satisfied smile curled his lips as he met Julia. He saw that she regarded him with distrust. No matter, hers had been an easy life. Julia watched him assume everything about her in a glance, and knew that he may be packmaster here, but to her he was presumptuous. And just plain wrong. She had a trick or two up her sleeve. They thought her awakening powers were not fully formed. That when she'd heave Tony against the fridge, that she was too much of a novice to do anything to defend herself. They were wrong. Julia was executing the equivalent of push-ups when she was alone in her room, levitating herself and all that was in her space. She'd become quite good at it, developing finesse, pushing herself for control in the short time she'd been there. Claire would have been proud, gulping against the lump that formed in her throat. Julia glanced at Audie, and she nodded back. Time to turn back. They turned where a great log had fallen. Its form caved in with a secondary seedling growing out of the decomposition. Julia looked beyond it, into the deeper woods. It was there that her escape lay. As they ran, the werewolves fell in beside them, and Julia could feel the emotions around her. There was no way to block it out. She could not gain one ability without others showing up. She had never wished for something more in her whole life. Another one like her. A blood singer. 4 days. He heard them as they came back from exercise and pressed his snout against the acrylic partition, a vile material that smelled like rotting plastic to his most sensitive organ. He smelled the female of his kind that fed him and the other. He would know her fragrance anywhere. But it had changed. Something about that familiar scent was altered. It didn't matter. Soon enough, when the moon was ripe and full, he would escape this place. He mourned what would be done to see it through. But in the end, it would be worth it. One day, Adriana slipped into the kennel where the feral was kept, and instantly felt the guilt grip her. She hated seeing him. He was the most beautiful of the were she'd ever seen. A coat so deep a red it was like wine, eyes so green they shimmered like emeralds. In fact, Audie didn't think there were jewels that looked as good as his eyes. But she'd been there the day he'd knocked off the head of her whelpmate. He was dangerous. And crazier than a June bug, as her grandpa would say. She had extra feral duty. Because she'd walloped that shitwad Tony in the head with the pan. No thanks that she'd saved the precious rare one from a mauling. Oh no. It was, Adriana, Tony is superior, you need to show deference. Blah effing blah. Deference her ass. Tony was a pain in all their butts. She figured she did everyone a favor. He had a very small brain, and when she'd thwacked his head, maybe the swelling would enlarge it enough so he'd think. Nah, that had been a fat damn chance. He was back to asshat status as soon as he woke up. The dick. Why he was even in line for the ritual was beyond her. None of the men could see his cruelty. He wasn't good with the whelplings. He had to remind them constantly that he was dominant. Yeah. So what? They knew that. They didn't need their asses handed to them, day in and day out, to catch a clue. Audie fumed inside the kennel, which was really a huge outbuilding. Her eyes went at once to the feral. He was in human form, and she thought that unusual. He could partially change at will, and didn't need the moon. However, he was invincible when it was full. Nobody entered then, unless there were 3 or more. They'd learned that the hard way. Audie felt guilty that he didn't get food or water 1 day a month. Actually, she didn't agree with keeping him like a zoo animal. Just because he was turned didn't mean that he was less than them. Lesser. He watched her approach him warily, very small for a female of his kind, but wily, yes, very clever. She looked at him in his human form, 6'2", athletic build, sandy blonde hair. But the eyes were not green. She didn't know why they were not gold during the change like her pack. The packmaster didn't know why he was a red. There were so few. Audie had a speculation about it. The alphas weren't keen on listening. Her brother would, though. She would tell him tonight. Audie looked behind her for a moment, thinking of Julia. What if? No, it was too weird for words. It was impossible. Sacrilegious. She went forward with the food. It squirmed and whimpered in her clasp, its fate etched in its eyes. He began to salivate before she pushed it through the slot, her wrist and part of her forearm vulnerable to injury. The man sprung forward, scooping the prey out of her grasp, and lightly scratched her with his talon as she withdrew. Their eyes met for a moment as she snatched her arm back through the narrow distribution slot. She cradled the arm against her chest, the blood from the scratch soaking her t-shirt beneath. Audie had never been more glad for the 2-foot-thick partition. She knew who would be the victor between the two of them if he escaped. For the first time in her life, Adriana was scared. Scared of another wolf. He was more alpha than any she'd ever known. And she didn't scare easy. Chapter 24. William did not have the kiss at his back. Gabriel wanted Julia back, but not at any cost. It was a conditional desire. William's was not. She would be his. Not the dog's, not some other hapless runner with Singer ancestry. His. He waited in the woods, the night but a promise, his brazenness in the darkest part of the forest a testimony to his desire to retrieve her from the clutches of the mongrels. For tonight was their ritual. When the moon wept her fullness on the were, they would change. They would feed, and they would consummate their hold on the rare one. For as long as William took breath, they would not. Brendan. The singer looked both directions and turned to his sister. I smell a vamp in these here parts. Jen rolled her eyes. Not everything was a joke. Shut up, they'll hear you. She folded her arms across her chest and gave him a look like, are you kidding me? Brendan chuckled, grabbing Jen in a bear hug that left her without enough oxygen. Knock it off, she hissed. This is serious. Brendan nodded soberly, then went off in a hysterical fit of laughing. Jen stalked off. Brothers. She ought to know, she had 3. All singers, all with plenty of air between their ears. She was the only sane one in the family. Brendan stood behind her. Don't be mad, it's just, he shrugged, then continued. The intel says we've got a big deal singer wrapped up with the were, but they've been wrong before. Brendan made a bunch of noise, kicking a stone that lay in a nest of leaves. William turned his head, hearing a small sound, not of nature, half a mile east from his position. He stood, trapped in the shadows, the sun a dangerous heat, high and bright above the safety of the forest canopy. Had it been night, he would have discovered who made the racket. As it were, he must remain where he was, steeped in frustration and anxious for the next step. His nemesis, the sun, rode above him. All thoughts lead to one. Julia. Would you stop being so loud? If you know there's a vamp around, why would you provoke him? Brendan grinned. She took all the fun out of his antagonizing. He'll fry like a tiki torch, sis. I want a front seat for that performance. He smiled wistfully, and Jen rolled her eyes again. Her brothers had a death wish. He saw Jen's face and laughed. Nah. He'll have to park his ass in the woods or some skulk position like that until twilight comes. There's no moving until then. I'm just yanking his undead chain. Brendan stretched his long body, and tight muscles corded and flexed with the movement. Jen wanted to punch him. It was a 2-part reason. 1, he was just that sure of himself. 2, He could eat enough food for 5 people and still look like a GQ model. She scowled at him, and he grinned wider, his teeth flashing white in the semi-gloom of where they stood in the woods. "You remember I've never been wrong before, right? Smart ass." "Ooh, language," Brendan warned, the smile still plastered on his arrogant mug. Jen contained herself with effort. "Listen here, Buster. I'm part of that intel you blithely discounted. I'm precog." Brendan muttered under his breath. "A hell of a lot more than that." "Huh," Jen said, narrowing her eyes on his. Brendan threw his hand against his chest, fingers splayed. "What? I didn't say anything." Right, Jen thought. There was a noise down low from their position, and Jen caught the flare of Brendan's nostrils just as he swung his head toward where the whir poured through a wide pathway, opposite their position with 2 females. The siblings crouched down simultaneously. Peering through the thick foliage, hugging the base of fir and cedar trees which grew like mighty companions, the fragrance thicker than the air around them, their eyes stayed trained on the enemy. "What are they?" Jen asked in the softest voice, barely above a whisper. And Brendan extended his neck, lifting his chin, nose in the air. "All were but one of the females. She's Singer." Jen huffed in triumph. "No kidding. Singer, huh?" Like she'd said. Brendan caught her self-satisfied smirk and continued, stuffing his irritation at his know-it-all sibling. "There's something more." But when they looked again, the group had disappeared inside the compound. "Damn," Brendan said, pounding a fist on his jean-clad thigh. "Almost had it." "Had what?" "What flavor she was," he said, grinning again. "Girls aren't ice cream," Jen huffed. Brendan's smile widened. "News to me." Jen punched him a good one in the arm. She used her knuckles like he'd taught her. He lipped back as she swung, and it was a glancing blow, but she'd made him flinch. Felt good. Brendan looked at his tiger of a sibling. On the prowl. Girls, he thought, rubbing the red spot she'd made, his smile returning as he looked at her. The ritual of Luna. Adriana looked at Julia, and thought she cleaned up pretty good. She eyed her critically, taking in the all-white ensemble. She couldn't help but connect the dots of symbolism here. Virginal lamb led to slaughter. Actually, she didn't really know about Jules' background, except she was still sorta hung up on her husband. The guy had been dead, what? For freaking ever. Like, get over it yesterday. But she'd hardly been able to get through talking about him, to tell Adriana what her story was. Even she had to admit, Julia hadn't had the greatest life. Parents dead at 8, lived with crappy and resentful relative. Soulmate husband let out by rogue were. That was troubling to Adriana. Why had the were taken out the singer? It was an amateur's move. She couldn't understand why he'd been a target at all. Any idiot whelpling knew that a werewolf could subdue a human without killing them. Hell, one of the were could subdue 4 humans. It puzzled her. Something smelled funky, and she'd love to find out the cause of it. Of course, Adriana knew from experience that when she started sniffing around, her nose got slapped. That pissed her right the hell off. "Audie?" Julia asked, her champagne-colored hair finally free of the black hair dye and well past her shoulders again. "Huh?" Adriana jerked her head up. She'd really been a million miles away. "What were you thinking about?" Lots of secret speculation. Just distracting crap. Partial truth. Julia had the distinct impression that Audie had been thinking about something interesting. She turned and looked at her reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but think of Canyon. She'd have died about Julia wearing white. It just wasn't her color. She'd been told it was symbolic. The dress had been made for her. Actually, it had been a standard size and altered to fit her. The bodice was simple and crossed underneath her breasts, leaving the tops exposed, narrowing to her waist, where the full skirt flared at the hip and came to what Aunt Lily had called ballerina length. That was just above the ankle, to the uninitiated. That had been her. Aha. Not anymore. Canyon had seen to it. The material was some kind of chiffon, filmy and light, opaque and lovely. Julia wasn't nervous about their ritual. Her plan had been the same all along. She had her telekinetic skills down. When the werewolves were distracted by their fighting, she'd split. The get-up was as retarded as they come for her badly hatched escape plan, but she'd spied keys and she would use them. Couldn't she hop in a car and drive away in Princess White? Yeah, she could. She'd miss Audie. It figured that she'd bond with a female werewolf in the den of iniquity. Geez. She turned away from her reflection but couldn't help asking Audie, "You promise your brother will beat Tony?" Audie nodded her head enthusiastically. "He'll kick his ass." Julia gulped. "What if he kills him?" Audie shrugged. "No loss for me. Besides, if he thinks he's alpha enough to fight the big dogs, he can get all froggy and jump on the lily pad." Julia smiled. Audie was so like Canyon, it made her heart ache. She turned away before Audie could see her expression. But Adriana did see it. She frowned as she followed Julia outside toward the pavilion. Unease was forming in her mind. Something was wrong. Adriana would be watchful. But first, she had one final chore to screw with, after she settled Julia in her position within the ring of the pavilion. William stayed upwind of the mongrels and prayed for the breeze to stay as it was. He watched the sun sink low in the sky, washing the branches a sunset color. The trees looked like they were weeping, crying tears of blood. A small smile formed on William's face at the visual analogy. Time grew short. He was ready. Julia stood by herself as people began to fill a great open gazebo. It was actually ancient in its composition. Great pillars held the roof above it, a hammered copper, so green not an ounce of its original bronze color showed through. The pillars had been made of marble, and the materials used were the most incongruous she'd ever seen. Here, in the middle of an old forest full of trees over 100 years old, stood a structure that would have been more at home in Rome. She looked at the scarred marble tiles at her feet, streaked with veins of gray and speckles of gold. The grout must have been some white color at one time, but now had a dove-gray hue from age. All eyes were upon her when Lawrence approached. Julia took a step backward. His physical presence was so overbearing, his personality the same. Mega creeper, Julia thought. And not for the first time. Goose flesh broke out on the skin of her arms, bare to the weather. It was warm enough for what she wore, but in the presence of the packmaster it was cold. The chill of death sunk its bite into her bones. He ignored her unease and turned Julia in the direction of the crowd. Like a prize breeding mule. How flattering for her. Julia had an excellent view of the seating that was built in all around her in a circular presentation. It rose out of the ground as an integral part of the pavilion, each seat a curved unit higher than the last. None of the faces were friendly, all somber. Julia guessed that some were not happy with the fighting and death. Or with her. She'd never been popular. Tony and Joseph watched the fragile beauty of the rare one, showcased in her rightful position in the pavilion, the ritual of Luna nearly begun. Their faces turned to the sun sinking behind the mountains, night and day balanced on the finest scale. Finally it tipped to night, and the moon winked into existence. The glory of her fullness exerted an irresistible pull, as the men changed into their otherness in unfurling brutality. Flesh and bone burst, shifted, and sloughed onto the ground at their feet. Their snouts came together, 5 in all. the challenge in their eyes unmet but for a few moments more. They trod out to the pavilion, to their destiny. Julia watched them come, and her arms gripped the side rails of the great chair the packmaster had forced her into. Like she was royalty or something. She guessed she was to them. Soon, she thought. Soon. The feral heard the fight begin just as the female entered his prison. He swung his head in her direction as she looked around in confusion. Obviously distracted. Normally, full moon duty on the feral would have gone to someone else. Several someones for the danger factor, but she'd gotten nailed with it because of her stunt. It had been worth it. Adriana entered through the heavy door, her eyes sweeping the cage. Adriana panicked. Where had the feral gone? Oh no. He'd escaped? Without thinking about anything. Her safety protocol, anything. Audie slapped the slot open and felt around for the alarm when a steel band of screaming pain latched onto her wrist. Her arm was pulled through the slot with such viciousness that it dislocated her shoulder. Audie howled in warning and pain, her voice reverberating in the cloistered space. No one came. The wolves fought in the ritual. No werewolf was within range to assist her. Adriana opened her eyes as tears ran down her face for the first time in her life. She grimaced and stared into the green eyes of the red wolf. Sorry, he ground out, snagging the code card off her neck with a jerk. It snapped the tether, and he stood, pressing the slick thinness of it into the locking mechanism. The door slid away with a whisper, and he stepped through. He glanced down at the female and hesitated. He hated he'd hurt a female. It had been frighteningly easy, and very wrong. But a female that he knew lay beyond this point. He turned and followed the scent of fighting, the moon lending her energy to him. All of it. It thrummed through his body and made his muscles align for finer dexterity in motion, preparing him for fighting. His form became all wolf seamlessly, a rare transition of speed and smoothness. He growled low in his throat. He was ready. William stepped out of the tree line. At the same time, a great red werewolf, one that he had never seen in battle or otherwise, appeared at the same time. They stood opposite each other, and their gazes locked for a swollen moment of consideration. William sprinted to the pavilion. At the same time, the feral rushed toward the exact point. Neither noticed the pair of singers that calmly walked toward the stage, where blood ran like a river, dripping down steps that had been white marble but moments before. Veins that had run gray now ran red, crimson with blood. Chapter 25. 2 of the werewolves lay dead in a pile of their own gore. Wounds so deep their bodies had been eviscerated, while 3 others circled each other, swiping and surging forward in a dangerous game of avoidance that no one could win. It wasn't a game, Julia wailed inside her head, feeling shock eat away at the edges of her mind. Joseph was wounded, Tony more so. The third had rolled into a submissive posture when Tony went toward his throat, merciless and opportunistic. He stilled as if halted by an invisible hand, and turned as Joseph did. Their noses alerted them to the new danger at hand. Julia turned to look at what could distract them from the important task of killing each other, when the biggest and scariest creature entered the stage, bigger than Tony. Bigger than life. Julia gasped and got up from the chair, unsteady from the trauma of the fight. Watching it play out in front of her like a surreal movie had been almost more than she could stand. But Julia had stood it. Joseph yelped a plaintive command, Audie. Even in his half-wolf form, the worry for her was apparent. Tony spared him a glance, as knowledge-filled eyes that were only half-wolf. Both were stood on their hind legs, nearly 7 feet, mirroring the giant red that faced them. Julia skittered behind the tall chair, her hands gripping the back until they turned white and grew numb. The wolf looked at her, and Julia felt something stir deep within her, the fear melting away as they continued to gaze at each other. She was on the edge of an epiphany when the packmaster yelled, "The feral I call total rights." "What?" Julia thought, her hands having fallen away from the chair. She'd actually taken a step toward the great creature, the emerald eyes sucking her in when she heard a voice she knew so well. "Julia." "William." Relief poured through her, suffusing her body with renewed energy. She snapped her head in the direction of that voice, seeking his eyes, reflective silver staring her down. As she did, pandemonium erupted all around her, the melee closing in with the sureness of the cycle of the moon. Singers. Brendan saw the wolves tearing into each other, and thought that for all their fierce strength they weren't the brightest bulbs in the shop. He and Jen had waltzed into the pavilion hardly noticed. Thanks to the rabid whir and the loner vamp. Interesting combo, those two. Brendan scented the area, counting what the odds were when he hit on a scent he could not identify. Puzzle pieces of scent recognition sifted through his massive storage banks of finer scents. Then he knew. His gaze fell on Julia. Brendan felt like he'd been hit between the eyes with a 2x4. All thoughts ground to a screeching halt, sucker-punched. But he hadn't. His head swiveled to Jen's. She didn't know. Brendan said the words, "She's the one." His hands trembled with the knowledge. "What?" Jen shrieked over the noise. They didn't have time for his melodramatic crap right now. They needed to get the singer and get out. Jen looked into his eyes and grabbed his forearm. A pathway of emotion flowed between them, and her eyes widened, her head snapping in the direction of the girl in white. "No way," she breathed. "Way," Brendan nodded. "Shit, we needed more backup," Jen said. "Yeah," Brendan agreed. He didn't correct her on her language. They moved toward Julia, the rarest of them all. The one that was prophesied to lead their people to autonomy and freedom. The visual of the small girl in white didn't match the version of fairy tales they'd been raised with. A powerful singer would be revealed. A woman. Their queen. Brendan gulped, thinking about how many of the enemy were around them. He would have to bring out the big guns. Julia took everything in, and then her chest tightened, and she searched the faces even as wolves circled the great red whir she had been mesmerized by. William came for her, as wolves attempted to restrain him. It was impossible with the distraction of the feral wolf, the vamp, and then Julia saw the pair. A girl with strawberry blonde hair and freckles and a man with bronze hair and deep brown eyes, dusky skin that was so striking against the deep red of his hair. But it wasn't those things that caused her breath to hitch. She knew what they were instinctively. Singers. Like her. Julia moved toward them. It felt like she was coming home. William had a moment's regret that he would need to dispatch the pair of singers, obvious relatives of each other. He stabbed a whir in the middle of its change, and the blood of the fallen made the marble slick at his feet. He went for the singers, who had almost reached Julia. She moved to meet them. That would be very unfortunate were they to touch one another. Julia's eyes widened as she saw William sprint for the backs of the singers who advanced in her direction. It would be seconds and they would meet her. She called out a warning, loyalties torn. She cared for William, but these were her people. She couldn't let William hurt them. Brendan scented the vamp, and turning casually, almost too late, he flung his hand out at the soles of the vampire's feet as he sprinted for them. His intent was clear. Killing intent. Fire leapt and drove its heat up the legs of the vamp. That'd get his full attention. Brendan turned dismissively, his eyes already searching for the singer. Blood singer royalty. That's when the feral whir barreled into him, knocking him off his feet and crashing into one of the marble columns. There was no give to stone, Brendan realized, his bell soundly rung. He lit this dude up too, with the last of his consciousness. Nothing happened, but he saw the whir fling away, but not before he scented him. The recognition of what he was causing Brendan to halt in surprise, everything else falling away. It couldn't be. But it was. Jen hollered, "Come on. That's the best I can do. I can't hold that sucker." She had a hand wrapped on the singer's wrist. Huge amber-colored eyes and a small oval-shaped face stared up at him. Holy hell, Brendan thought, maybe it's love. He was drowning in a sea of gold. "Snap out of it," Jen shrieked. "Right." Brendan saw the vamp on fire, and the red were struggling against 10 of his own. The 2 wolves who restrained him best were tracking Brendan with their eyes. Time to shake and bake. Joseph broke away from the feral and bounded after Julia and the 2 others of her kind. But he was in full wolf form, his paws slipping on the gore of the marbled surface of the pavilion. He fell twice, then finally gained purchase. He was almost upon them when the other singer flicked her palm at him, and he was thrown backward against one of the pillars of the pavilion. A fissure formed, running from the impact of Joseph's body and climbing to the roof. Julia ran, the manacle of the girl's hand hurting her wrist. What hurt more was the lone howl from the pavilion. It made Julia's heart ache. She clenched her eyes tight and felt strong arms come around her, picking her up even as they jogged, the girl's hand releasing her. She didn't look back. Visions of William on fire and the red were struggling to get to her kept swirling in her head. Julia didn't know why it mattered, but it did. She gazed up into the face of the person who held her, seeing only a strong jaw and eyes trained straight ahead. She felt the heat rise from her toes and let it overwhelm her, consciousness slipping away like a leaf on the wind. Brendan felt the singer's weight change as it went from live to dead weight and grunted with the stress as he jogged. He was profoundly strong, as all post-puberty singers were, but an almost full run with dead weight. Challenging much. "Don't fuss, brother," Jen said, sprinting with him to keep up, a smile locked into place. "Besides, we've got company." Jen said it like there were some flies that needed swatting instead of 15 were chasing after them. And gaining. Brendan redoubled his efforts, sprinting. His lungs were a burning inferno, begging him to stop. But this was where it counted. This is what he'd trained for. He wasn't going to give back this precious cargo. She was the final hope for his people. The brush crashed behind them as they reached their transport. The night's coolness had moved in, and he could scent the exhaust that plumed into the air like a spiral of smoke before he saw it. Brendan instantly identified it as theirs. The door was already flung open, Michael screamed. "They're up your ass." "Thanks for the clue, Brainiac," Brendan thought. He reached the open door, slid open to accommodate the singer, shoved her into waiting arms and turned, a downward arc of talons making a breeze next to his face. Hell. That was close. There was no fighting at close range, unless Brendan had the element of surprise. He didn't. That was long gone. A big monster was coming for him now, half-wolf form, all the dexterity of full human shape, but the strength and speed of pure wolf form. He was up shit creek, then Jen was there. Her face was a sweaty mask, as her palm was straight out in front of her body, her arm plank stiff. She held back the first siege of the word by her will alone. Her body trembled with the effort, sweat gliding down her neck and soaking her shirt. "How long?" Brendan shouted beside her, trying to light as many on fire as he could. They all got nailed at the feet. It was a temporary measure at best. He was a tracker, not a pyro. The secondary ability was awesome sometimes. For deflection. Like now, when they needed a mondo distraction. "Get in," she hissed. "Okay, hell, so touchy." He saw around 10 more burst out of the woods. As he got in, he grabbed Jen around the waist and hauled her against him, slamming the door closed. He banged on the driver's seat. "Go." Raphael floored it even as the van rocked, with the first whir hitting the side with enough force to partially lift the wheels off the trail. Shit. He looked down at Jen, swiping hair away from her temple. She was totally spent. Can she? Michael asked, an unconscious Singer in his lap. Nah. Brendan shouted over the gnashing of teeth and talons on the exterior of the van. Nails on a chalkboard of metal. She's totally gassed. Damn it. Michael laid the Singer on the blanket at his feet and got busy. Throwing himself in the front seat, his face mired in concentration, and 10 vamps appeared in front of the van. Raphael had laid on the gas, but the wheels were spinning without purchase. They were crawling over it like their own anthill. He hissed in a breath, "What the hell?" "It's okay, it's me," Michael said. "Just drive." Raphael did, even as the whir slid off the van to deal with the perceived threat of their primary enemy. The whir attacked the vamps, even as the van slid through them like ghosts. Because that's what they were. Michael had executed his tactical advantage to perfection. He was one of their best illusionists. The van screamed out of the whir stronghold, spinning up dirt as it roared off. The 4 Singers and their treasure, barely hanging on to tenuous liberty. Chapter 26. Singers. Julia felt like she'd been run over by a truck. A couple of times. She cracked open one eyelid, feeling the heat of the sunlight before it fell on where she lay. She looked around at yet another bedroom, her surroundings different than the vampire than the whir. She was in a funky-shaped room. The bed stood in a portion of room that jutted out, 3 windows facing the outside, her headboard against the central one. She rolled over, gazing outside. She moved a gauzy white curtain aside, and sunlight struck her like a weapon. Julia squinted. Rolling hills of green-carpeted valleys that kissed a faraway forest greeted her stare. It was beautiful. A small lake or pond shimmered in the distance, swans floating on the surface like feathered jewels. Julia sat back on her haunches, her heels digging into her butt. She looked down at what she was wearing, and was beyond thrilled to see that she was still wearing the white gown. So, they'd dumped her in a bed with the dress on and the whole deal. Perfect. She swung her feet over the bed, and stood on a wood floor that had planks that were 5 inches wide and very red in color. Her gaze swept the room, and she noticed 2 doors. Julia guessed one led to a bathroom. As she approached them, she tried door number 1, and turned a crystal knob, faceted like a large diamond. It turned smoothly, slightly loose in its brass housing, and swung it open. A tall, narrow window with jewel-tone stained glass let in sunlight broken by the colored patterns in the glass. The light cast on the floor looked like a shattered rainbow. Julia spied the commode, a pedestal sink, and a sinfully large claw-foot tub. Awesome! She used the facilities and caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror and grimaced. That's when she noticed an army of trolls had marched through her mouth and longed for a toothbrush. More than that, though, she wanted to know where she was. For the first time, she was happy to be somewhere new. These were her people. Julia had finally come home. Jen folded her arms across her chest. "You're not going up there," she said, hearing Julia walking around using the bathroom. "Exploring." Brendan shrugged. "Why not? Don't want me to hog your find." They'd been arguing all morning, which wasn't too atypical, because she was so goddamn stubborn. Brendan was busy seething when Michael breezed in. "Is Hotness awake yet?" he asked, rooting around in the ancient fridge for something to snag. He was so hungry, Michael was pretty sure that he was digesting his own spine. His whole head was in the fridge when he heard Jen's reply. "None of you doofuses need to go hassle her. She's new, we kidnapped her. Maybe she needs time to, I don't know, acclimate or something." Michael jerked his head out of the fridge, banging it a good one on the top. He grimaced, looking at the dent there from the other 112 times he'd done it. "Huh. Listen, he held up a finger. We saved her precious ass, so she better be grateful. I say socialization is in order. And who'd want to do the were bride routine? Michael rolled his eyes, gulping juice out of the carton. Brendan narrowed his eyes on his brother. Listen, I got dibs. I did all the hard work. You just poofed some vamps to distract the were. I ran with her. He rolled his eyes at him. Brendan's keen sense of smell alerted him too late. Julia had appeared in the doorway, the most forlorn and sad expression he had ever seen covering her face. Shit. They all started to talk at once, but she stopped all conversation with, I'm sorry. I thought that I was, she burst into tears. Julia thought that they had wanted to rescue her from the were, but from the sounds of it, they were pissed to have to deal with her. Someone they had to shuffle around. Jen glowered at her brothers. God. They were so inept. And Brendan. He was the big deal tracker. He couldn't send her fast enough to curb his words. Idiots. Jen popped off the kitchen stool, punching Michael as she walked past. Hey, he mock yelled at her. Julia looked up, tears shimmering in those eyes. They were like gold topaz, Brendan noted, a little dreamily. Jen grabbed the hands that Julia was trying to use to cover her face. She was so embarrassed to be somewhere that she wasn't wanted, in the ridiculous white dress, her hair 6 ways to Sunday. No, no, Jen crooned, throwing a dirty glance at the 2 guys that stood behind her looking contrite. Don't listen to my stupid brothers, she looked up at Julia earnestly. They always sound dumb. Yeah, that's us. Dumb, Brendan said dryly. Yeah, that, Michael agreed, swinging his longish dirty blonde hair out of his eyes. Julia gave a small smile. So you guys, do you want me to leave? Her lip trembled again. Because I can't go back there, Julia said in a low voice. Brendan was alarmed and approached her too quickly. She backed up and he stopped. No. You don't. We don't want you to go back to the were or the vampire. We're all about sucking you into our world. It's where ya belong. Michael nodded. Why would ya think that we wouldn't want you? Julia shrugged. You sounded like that you were kinda mad. Jen shook her head. Nah. That's the way they always sound. Like smart-ass meets anger management? Julia asked. She was definitely okay now, Brendan noticed with relief, a smile breaking through her tears like they'd never been. Jen smiled in return. I'm Jen, she said, sticking her hand out, and Julia shook it. Brendan and Michael came forward. And these are the dummy duo, who you've had the misfortune of meeting already, she said, but the humor in her voice took away the sting. We're not always dumb, Michael said, taking her hand and giving it a gentle squeeze, then dropping it. I wouldn't know how to be dumb, Brendan said and winked. But he didn't shake her hand. Instead, he drew her into a hug which pressed her against his body, melding her form to his. He said against her hair, We've been looking for you for a long time. He drew away, the happiness radiating from every pore. Me? Julia asked, putting her hand to her chest, trying to let the heat from his embrace fade like a still-hot brand. They nodded. Why? I mean, I don't know you guys. She looked at them, expectantly. It's not who you are, it's what you are, Michael explained cryptically. Julia folded her arms, impatience seeping in a little. Okay, I give. What am I? They looked at each other uneasily, and Julia asked again, Come on, spill the secret. I know I'm a singer, she threw out her hands. She'd known that for a while. I know I'm the rare one, she said, her hands dropping against the fabric of the dress after the air quotes. Rare one? Michael shook his head. I don't know what that is, but you're not that to us. Jen said, You're more than that. Julia looked at them. She opened her mouth, impatience on her tongue when Brendan spoke. You are queen. Julia staggered back a step. What? She asked dully, her voice coming from a distance. Queen of whom? Julia heard herself asking. The singers. You are queen of the blood singers. The room began to tilt, and she heard many voices at once. She fell into strong arms, fainting for the second time. It was becoming a trend. Brendan looked down at the girl in his arms and felt his heart clench. He hated feeling weak. She already had a piece of it. His heart. It beat slower for the loss of that chunk. Brendan didn't even know her name. Not that it mattered. Love was an errant master, choosing who it would without reason, without rationale. Pack. Adriana screamed at her brother. For him at him. Hold still, Audie. He jammed his leg into her armpit and wrenched the arm back in before she could stiffen up more than she already was. Tears of pain rolled down her face, and Joseph swiped them away with the pat of his thumb. Shush, it's okay, Joseph said, gathering her against his chest. It's not okay, Joseph, and you fucking know it. Tony paced, and Joseph felt the small bones of his face shift. That was automatic when an alpha felt challenged. The change asserted itself subtly beneath his skin. Audie felt it and looked up at her brother. It is at your feet where the fault lies. You insisted that Lawrence give her the worst punishment, he responded, his anger roiling underneath his skin with purpose. Tony turned to face him, his posture wary and tight. Joseph carefully untangled himself from Adriana, shifting her weight against the acrylic wall that had held the ferrule. But no longer. He faced Tony, walking toward him on a slow prowl. Audie watched as her brother's body shifted to bursting, the moon's power waning, but not enough. Not nearly enough. Me? She is the one that pushed the boundaries. It's always her. And she is always coddled. Now the rare one has escaped with the singers. The feral has escaped, and that vamp runner killed 5 of us. 5. Tony's scathing stare burned a pathway across Adriana, and she growled low in her throat. She didn't care that he outmatched her by 100 pounds and a foot of height. She hated Tony. He smelled bad. She smacked her palm of the uninjured side of her body against the clear wall and boosted herself to standing. I will take responsibility for the feral, I panicked. I thought he'd already escaped. But her stare gave dominant weight to her words, and she watched Tony visibly bristle at its significance. I will not accept the strange shit that went down while I was injured substituting for you so you could fight my brother and also stick me with that chore on the full moon. Her eyes shifted from one to the other. I am not a favorite, Audie said, using air quotes. I was pressed to do the worst chore at the worst time because I let my alligator mouth overload my canary ass. Joseph barked out a laugh. She's right. The tension in the empty holding cell slipped down a notch. Like any one of us could have known a vamp was skulking around, a lone ranger, and then the coincidence of the feral escaping. Oh, she yelled into the strange acoustics of the room. Let's not forget the darling singers that waltzed in during the bloodiest and most distracting ritual ever conceived and snatched jewels right from underneath our very noses, she seethed, the fingers of her index and thumb a hair's breadth apart. They'd been that close to not losing Julia. And she continued to rant, and Tony crossed his muscular arms, rolling his eyes. Shut up and listen. Tony growled. This female never knew when to shut up. Hell, if that brother of hers wasn't always around, he'd teach her a lesson that'd stay with her permanently. Tony smiled at his thoughts, and her lips pulled away from her teeth, another growl reverberating from between them. Enough! Joseph roared, startling them both. His eyes landed on his sister. Finish now, then we go to Lawrence. This whole incompetent mess will need to be explained. I was just going to say that 15 of our wolves trailed the singers, and still, we didn't get her back. So, Tony said with derision. So, I think they're more powerful than we've been trying to convince ourselves. Ha. Bullshit. They're human, they can do some parlor tricks. It's not real strength, who do they call leader? Tony asked, palms spread with his superior omniscience. Audie rolled her eyes. He was such a goddamn know-it-all. What of the Book of Luna? Joseph asked into the stillness, Tony's words echoing into silence. Tony didn't bother with reading that old crap. It was the new order. The only thing he'd wanted was to become a moonless changer. That he'd believed in plenty. And now that little singer had slipped between his claws like water through a sieve. She would be within his grasp again. Audie nodded. They are a force of their own. You know that. Look what happened a few hours ago. They fooled you, Tony. Tony glowered at her. He'd almost had that singer, but it's as if the singer had eyes in the back of his head. Tony shook his head, thinking about it. Yeah, he ground out. Don't know how, I almost had him. He smacked his fist into his opposite palm, his dark eyes flashing. Scent tracker, Joseph said in a flat voice. Tony whipped his head in Joseph's direction, his brows raised. Joseph and Adriana nodded. They'd both been trained in the precepts held within the book. Tony threw his hands up. I give. Drop this secretive shit. Just tell me. He pegged his hands on his powerful hips, frowning at them. A sense of smell, 1,000 times more powerful than ours, Joseph said. Impossible, Tony breathed out, thinking of his multi-layered scent awareness. It was so overwhelming, he had trained himself to tune out most scents. It was too much. But 1,000 times more sensitive. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. He scoffed at the possibility. I know, right? It's... Audie began. Unbelievable. Joseph agreed, nodding. Yeah, okay. Whatever. But what about the 10 vampires that just flashed into existence and were ghosts when we attacked? Tony said explain that. Adriana laughed, and the men turned to her. When she finally stopped, she said, Vampire mirage. Joseph sighed. Not helpful. What was it? Joseph shook his head. They weren't sure. But it had been a superb deflection on their part. Too good. Don't know, he answered. Well, it was pretty fucking effective. Tony said. I could smell the vamps. Smell them, he said through clenched teeth. Joseph gave a sound low in his throat. No, that was the tracker assisting the other one. They can work in tandem? Audie asked, stunned. Joseph nodded. Looks like. Then he paused. But a more likely reason for the two is family. What? Tony asked, his eyes narrowing. I speculate for that pair to work as seamlessly together as they did, they'd have to be family. What about the bitch with them? Tony asked. He conjured up an image of her in his mind. Small, pixie-like features, hair blondish, he guessed. Hard to know with the moon, it silvered everything. Except the red feral. His fur had shone like blood spilled. Her too, Joseph said. But Tony's nose was unaffected by his sight. He'd know her the next time he smelled her. Hell, he'd know them all. Tony's fists curled. I'd love to have another chance at those three. Soon, Joseph promised. What about the female? Audie asked suspiciously. She trusted Tony, about as far as she could throw him. Especially her, he said with barely contained desire. Joseph scowled at him, just as another whir entered the holding pen. They looked at him. Lawrence is waiting, he said, shyly glancing at Adriana. Brother, she thought, men. Audie flounced out, pushing by the whir. His eyes followed her form as she disappeared. Joseph followed behind, and Tony came last. As he passed the other whir, slightly younger than himself, he whispered, You don't want her. He leaned back with a puzzled expression. There were few females, and she was a good-looking one too. Why? He asked, genuinely puzzled. Untrainable, Tony said, stalking off behind the siblings. The feral. The feral lifted his head from the fragrant entrails of the deer, the meat a fresh and tasty smell that permeated his olfactory senses, stirring a deep and profound hunger. He howled, then fed. The moon, on the wane, but not headlong, hung above him in a blanket of velvet, the stars as diamonds. They glittered as she supervised her charge. When at last he finished, his body demanded rest. He dug out a place of safety in the deepest part of the forest. The feral burrowed underneath his self-made nest. Finally satisfied, he needed to ready himself for the next leg of his journey. Sleep came for him, and just as he slid into the embrace of unconsciousness, he thought of her. The female. He must have her. And she him. He was certain when they had connected under the roof of the great structure that she felt it too. The pull of one to the other. They were meant to be together. Forever. He slept, the moon keeping her own counsel. The pavilion. William screamed inside his head as the were held him, their talons biting into his dead flesh. He saw the singers tear Julia out of his grasp and that of the were. Hope slid away like rain on a tin roof. William changed where he stood, his raven form protecting him, assuring his survival. The were let go in surprise, not ready for the smallness of his form. As they rushed to grab him at the same time, he rose with a sharp caw, circling above their position. His eyesight, many times sharpened from his vampire form, tracked the singers, and the pursuit of them by the were. He followed, his blackness the perfect camouflage against the night sky. He saw all. When Julia fainted in the arms of the singer as he ran. When the fetid breath of the were caressed the back of the one who held her. When the 10 of his kind suddenly appeared, then vanished like they had never been. Defeated, William flew to a safe distance, then changed back into the form that would return him to the kiss with the least effort. Even as he ran, his mind turned over his next move. If he had been one to play chess, his sight would be set on one piece. And one alone. The queen. Julia. Julia opened her eyes, and was instantly met with melted chocolate. His eyes, her thoughts still muddled and fuzzy. Oh wow. She'd fainted again. Could she find a rock and crawl underneath it? Hey you, Brendan said, pushing a stray hair away from her temple. I feel beyond stupid, Julia said. Well, we're even then, he said, his lips curling up at the corners. She smiled at him, and he grinned back. Suddenly, Jen's face showed beside his. You're okay. Big shock is all. Yeah, that. Big shock. 2 hunky dudes, also singers, kidnap her and squire her away too. Where the hell was she anyway? Michael said, from the foot of her bed. You're somewhere in the Olympic Peninsula. Julia frowned. Kinda cagey. Kinda cautious, Michael quipped. Brendan patted her head like she was a small dog, and stood. Gotta keep things secure. Nobody knows anything. That's how we like it. That's the way we like it. Michael said, swiveling his hips in a distracting way. God, you. I hope that's not actual singing you're attempting? Jen asked, beyond embarrassed by her retarded brothers. Oh yeah, I can do karaoke with the best of them, he said with a hip thrust and hop. Julia giggled, and Brendan frowned. Are ya okay? Your asshat, cuz. Brendan looked expectantly at her. Julia, she supplied her name by way of introduction. Julia, he smiled and gave her a wink, is not impressed by your, he swung his palm around, gyrations and attempts at singing. I don't know, Julia began in a drawl. All eyes went to her. For pure entertainment value, it's about a 7. Out of what? Michael asked hopefully. 50 retard. Jen yelled, punching him in the arm again. Ow. Michael raged, then turned to Julia. Did ya see that abuse? Julia nodded, cooperatively. She had. She grinned. Jen grabbed the boys and dragged them out of the room. Get ye out, she yelled, shoving them outside and turning the lock. Sheesh. Jen fumed. They're so funny, Julia asked. Jen sighed, then gave her a sidelong glance. Maybe. Then looked at her. But if you tell them, I'll poke your eyes out. Their heads are so fat as it is, they couldn't get through doorways if you stroked their egos even the tiniest bit. Jen looked at her. Julia smiled. I promise, no fathead air pumps allowed. Right. Jen said, stabbing the air with a finger held high. Now, she looked at Julia critically. Can we deposit the dress in file 13? Huh? Julia asked, bewildered. Jen laughed. Sorry, I have some strange expressions. She sure did. Trash, let's throw it away. She looked at Julia. Unless you want to keep it, for some reason. Julia looked down at the soft folds of pure white. No. No reason at all. But as she said it, she was reminded of Audie, and felt a stab of guilt and sadness. She sure would have liked to say goodbye to her. She was relieved not to have to be in some whacked-out forced union with the Were, but she missed having Canyon. She missed Audie. Shit, Julia realized she'd put out an engraved invitation for a pity party, and she just RSVP'd for herself. Damn it. Jen seemed to pick up on her mood. Hey. Julia turned to look at her, the melancholy riding her like an unwanted friend. Get out of the get-up and get a shower. We'll suck up some grub and walk around the complex some. I bet you got a ton of questions. Jen looked at her expectantly. Yeah, that sounded good. Sure. Julia walked to the bathroom, and Jen handed her some clothes. You'll have to wear my stuff until we figure some clothes out for ya. She looked up at Julia. I guess my pants will be capris on you, she said, winking. Then she was gone. Julia stood under the spray, taking the longest shower of her life, the colors from the window casting puzzle pieces of color across her body as she washed. Julia cried in the shower, the rain from the showerhead washing away her tears. She cried for everything. William. Canyon. Audie. But the heaviest tears were for Jason. Always him. Did ya get a good cry? Jen asked Julia. She thought about lying. For about 3 seconds. Yeah. Good, Jen said, clapping her on the back. Let's have a look-see, Kay. After a breakfast consisting of fruit and scrambled eggs, they walked outside. There were so many places to look, Julia didn't even know where to begin. The first thing that caught her eye was when they exited the house. Julia turned around and immediately located where her bedroom was. The house was breathtaking. It looked like a house of gingerbread, but on a big scale. It was Victorian, maybe turn of the last century. Julia knew because she'd lived in an old house before, when her parents were alive. She waited a moment to let the grief dissipate, then returned to studying the structure. It rose like a brightly colored wooden jewel, the forest and emerald backdrop behind it. On the extreme left was a turret that flowed from ground to roof. 3 windows formed a bay of sorts that were 8 foot tall, each one. It looked as if water coated the surface of the glass, wavy from age. At the turret's peak spun a weather vane, the arrow pointing in whatever direction the breeze blew. Wow, Julia breathed reverently. Ah, that old thing, Jen said, unimpressed. Julia swung her head in Jen's direction. What? That's like the most gorgeous house ever. And I have the best room in the house, Julia noted. She couldn't believe she was actually here, when just yesterday she'd been with the were. Julia shook her head, freeing the remaining cobwebs of her memories, her life. Maybe that's true. But the house? Nothing works. It moans, it moves, it creaks. She threw up her hands. I think it needs to be raised, and we get something in here, so when my brother flushes a commode, my shower doesn't scorch my butt off. No. I love it, Julia said, as she felt Jen pull her arm, leading her away from the stately home. Forget it. Look on your own time at the rust bucket. For now, let's go to the paranormal school. Julia stopped, tugging her arm back. What? Jen looked at her. Yeah, no. It's where us singers train, learn, etc. She put her hands on her hips, staring at Julia, waiting for the light bulb to go on. Wait a second, Julia thought. Train for what? To nail the vamps and shifters. They can't tame our rears. We're independent. Julia was getting that part. To nail the vamps and the shifters. Jen nodded like Julia was slow to catch on. And beyond that? Julia asked, feeling a point of clarity may have slid by her unnoticed. To rule the world, of course, Jen said, winking. Of course, Julia thought, following Jen to a large building that had once been a barn. Julia didn't think she wanted to be queen of that. Or queen of anything. Chapter 27. Cynthia. Canyon stepped off the plane, into the well of people flowing from one destination to another, and felt instantly lost. A bottle in the ocean, the current traveling in whatever direction it pleased, she its captive. Get a grip, Cynthia, she told herself. Her eyes were clenched, her breathing finally getting under control. She looked around, someone jostling by her. Cynthia's backpack swung, and she moved alongside one of the great cylindrical concrete columns, pressing her backpack and herself against it. There, she was out of everyone's way. For the moment, she'd left everything behind. The backpack weighed about 1,000 pounds with the things she couldn't part with. The wedding photo. Cynthia gulped back the lump in her throat, tears running down her face. She wasn't aware of it. The people staring at her didn't register either. She missed Jules so much it hurt to breathe. She couldn't even think about Kev and Jason. She felt like a limb had been amputated without them. Canyon swiped her face, surprised at the wetness she found there. She tore off in the direction the sign pointed. Bus depot. She arrived at the fork in the great corridor, people flowing past her on either side, and chose the town that sounded the simplest. Actually, she remembered vaguely that it was a city. Kent. Truman. Carl Truman went through the studio apartment in the seediest part of Homer, kicking the thrown drawers and papers as he went through. The whole fucking place had been tossed by someone. Or many someones. He turned to the beat cop on his ass. Daherty. He jumped like he'd been goosed. Yeah, detective. His eyes were bulging fish bowls in his face. Truman frowned. Good kid, not too bright. Is our team here yet? He frowned at Daherty. Shit, his boss was kind of a dickhead. He scratched his head. Truman got results though. He'd give him that. Yeah, I called it in. Truman was getting ahead of steam, and opened his mouth to let Daherty have it when the forensic team came through, the first lifting the yellow tape as he scooted under it. Turning, he lifted it for the others to pass underneath. What you got, Chief? Hell, Truman hated being called Chief. He wasn't a damn Indian for cripe's sake. He neutralized his expression with an effort. He gave the first specialist a look that clearly said, "Follow me." He did, squatting down at the windowsill height. His eyes flowed over the deep gouges that ran the length of the sill. Holy shit, he breathed, his name badge crooked. Alexander. Yeah, Truman leaned into him expectantly. "I don't know what did this," Alexander extolled. "Bear right." Truman led. Alexander snapped his plastic gloves on, the powder coating wafting up to Truman's nostrils. The familiar smell, resonating from 1,000 crime scenes, the memory trigger the same. It was time to work. Alexander put a fingertip across the groove. His eyes met Truman's, and he shook his head no. "No way, this is something." His eyes went to the groove again and then lit with excitement. "Wait." He rummaged in his toolbox and took out a tool that looked like a dental instrument for cleaning teeth. It wasn't. He began carefully scooping the groove. Finally, Truman thought, watching the process as if it was an archaeological dig. Alexander brought out the smallest sliver of something. "What is it?" Truman asked, as the two other members of the forensic team huddled around them like they were getting ready for a football play. "Claw," Alexander said, his eyes meeting his team. "From what?" Truman asked, eyeing the twice the size of a pinhead shard. "Don't know," he paused. "But I've never seen anything like it." He met Truman's eyes. "Not a problem. We'll type this puppy and get the results back to you," Alexander smiled. One of the other forensic specialists said, "Nah, let's not type it. There's no blood or other fun here." He looked around at the trashed apartment. Not a shred of evidence to support violence of the human variety. Besides, what can it be anyway? Bigfoot. They all laughed at that. "Yeah, effing hilarious," Truman thought, then said out loud, "That's horse shit. Any idiot knows there's no such thing as Sasquatch and that other happy crap," Truman said. The specialist laughed again, carefully collecting samples to type. "For DNA." Truman sighed. He figured it was a long shot. Probably had some spoiling meat in here somewhere, and it was as simple as a pack of wolves trying to get an easy meal. He gazed outside through glass so filthy it was gray. The forest mocked him, stretching into eternity. Hell, it could have been anything. Truman knew animals tried to get in the apartment. But who had gone through every nook and cranny of this dump? What had they been searching for? And more importantly, where the hell had Cynthia Adams fled to? Because she had fled. He was sure of it. Like she was escaping something. There was too much stuff just left behind. Abandoned. Running. But why? Truman stared out the window, gnawing on the tip of his ballpoint. Answers, he needed answers. Like yesterday. William. Claire repeated herself, "Hold your temper. I didn't say that I could locate her, only that it was possible." William paced. He had returned empty-handed, and Gabriel had not been surprised. Because Claire was a precognitive, she had simply known that his quest was impossible. William had thought it was strange that Gabriel was not pressing other runners into service to assist him. Gabriel laughed from his gut. "It is not as if you were prone to listen. I told you not to go. We knew the location of the dog's stronghold. Yet still, you would not listen. Your own cousin, a known precog." William strode to Gabriel, and he straightened, knowing the tenor of the vampire he faced. Volatile, fresh, angry. No, she could give nothing of substance. It was all vague. He threw his arm out. "I would never be content with that as Julius' end." Ambiguity. No. But William? "I knew she would be safe," Claire reasoned. William nodded. "Oh yes. She is quite safe with the other singers. How long do you think it will be before one of them recognizes Julia for who she is? What she is to them?" There was no response from them. William faced Claire. "We have not one scrap of evidence as to where the singers may be. It has always been our policy to not interfere in the balance. But now that scale has been tipped. And not in our favor, I may add." He lifted his brows in question, and Gabriel sighed. All right, he lifted his palm up. You've made your point. We will call in a locator. William was surprised. He did not think there was one in their kiss. We will have to, he looked at Claire. I have not been amongst their kind, my kind. What is the contemporary vernacular for asking to borrow? Claire nodded her understanding. Call in a favor. He nodded. Yes, he snapped his fingers. That's it. We will call in a favor to our sister Kiss and borrow one of their singers who locates. That will help us find the rare one. And what will they ask in return? William quizzed reasonably. Gabriel sharpened his gaze on William. I do not know. But rest assured, it will be something. William nodded, knowing that the vampire did not solicit favors. They took what they wanted, needing no one. An autonomous group, unlike any other. Except the were. There was always them. Yes. It will be that, William agreed. Claire nodded. There is always recompense. It was what, and how much they would expect in payment. Not a pound of flesh, no, not that. But payment by blood would suffice very well. Julia. Julia had spent a lot of time that morning with her mouth hanging open while the boys, as she thought of the brothers, Brendan and Michael, and their spunky sister Jen, gave her a tour of her newest home. The barn looked like a red stop sign in a field of green. Fresh and iconic, it stood like a stoic anchor about 90 yards from the Victorian. It seemed so innocuous standing there, but when they went through the small doorway, she entered another world. It was as if they remained hidden in plain sight. The floor was white, the walls, the desks, it was weird. Then Jen spoke. Weird, huh? Julia nodded without speaking. Then she couldn't help herself and asked, what's with the monochromatic thing? Helps us batten down the mental hatches, girly. Girly. Julia laughed despite herself. Really? Brendan joined in. Yeah. Keep everything one color, no distractions, helps with training. Michael nodded in agreement. There were partitions that separated the rooms. But one room wasn't quiet, and the mats weren't white. They were blue and red. Blue in color. Red with blood. Julia stopped. There were 3 guys fighting, and they were really going at it. One man had an open cut above his eyebrow like a second mouth, and it was dropping blood splatter everywhere. Wait a sec. Julia began. Brendan interrupted. Training. Julia's face turned sharply to his. Is this what you do? I mean. Julia hesitated. To each other. Just as she asked, the instructor, whose back had been facing her, turned. She was instantly sure he was one of the brothers. The missing one, because Jen had said she had 3. He looked a little like Brendan, but the hair wasn't red at all. It was black, and he was clearly the eldest. He was tall, broad, and built like an ox. He'd have fit right in with the wolves. Julia assimilated these details in seconds. Because in the next second, those thoughts were driven from her mind when he grinned at her and charged. Fear surged through Julia's body, beginning at her gut and throwing a tingling shot of what felt like electricity into her extremities. They prickled uncomfortably when her telekinetic power flowed out of the hole that the fear had made, hitting the man as he advanced toward her at a dead run. Julia felt the wall of her power slam into him while he walked through it like it had been mist. Next thing she knew, Brendan had barreled into her, smoothly rolling her out of the way of the locomotive relative. Knock it off, Scott. Brendan yelled at him, even as he came for them again. Julia didn't even think. She jerked them up into the air by 15 feet. She wasn't sure which part was better, Brendan's face or his brother's. Well, I'll be damned. Scott said with a laugh. Maybe she's not a useless figurehead after all. Hey. Mannerless. Way to go on the introductions. Jen said, smacking his beefy arm. What? It's my job to assess new talent, he said innocently. She's our queen asshat, Michael said in a droll way. Scott paused, Julia and Brendan suspended. And it was taking its toll. Julia was shaking in Brendan's arms. In Brendan's arms. Julia was suddenly and acutely aware of being held by a guy she just met that was uber attractive. Julia lost the tenuous grip on her ability, and her focus shattered. They fell and she yelped, bracing for impact. Before they hit the hard concrete floor painted an obscenely bright white, their progress was halted in a sickeningly explosive lurch. Julia looked around her as she was gently lowered the remaining half-foot to the ground. It was Jen. But she had eyes only for Scott. You stoop. Really? Look what almost happened. How would I have explained this to Marcus? That our queen's guts were strewn around the ground because you were assessing. She hit him again and folded her arms across her chest, stewing. Jen huffed, then noticed that Julia was there. Listening. Sorry, she mumbled, then continued. I mean about the guts and brains part. It's okay, Julia said, scooting away from Brendan and standing. She gave a wary look at Scott, and he looked back with steady eyes so brown they looked black. You know, Julia said, if there's any truth to this royalty thing, I'm demoting your ass first. Scott threw back his head and howled laughter. Finally, when he could speak, he said, I think I like her. Not that it matters, Jen said, still pissed. Brendan and Michael looked at their brother. Michael asked, Don't you have someone's ass to kick or something? Stop stomping all over Julia, and get over there and train. Scott walked over to Michael, getting up in his grill. What you gonna do about it, if I don't? Suddenly, there was a 10-foot stack of cow shit, and Scott was in the middle of it, only his head peeking out of the top. Michael, he roared. The siblings started to walk away, but Julia couldn't get past Scott, howling and buried in a pile of manure that smelled so bad that Julia had to breathe through her mouth, her hand covering her nose. Hey! Julia called after them, and all three turned. Aren't you going to? You're going to leave him like that? She didn't know whether to laugh or help him out of his predicament. They nodded, grinning. Yeah, he'll be free in about 20 seconds. Michael said. Too bad it couldn't last longer, Jen muttered to herself, but Julia caught it perfectly. Let him sing in his own shit for a minute, Brendan said. Julia followed as Scott bellowed, Payback's a bitch. When they had walked to the end of the building, Julia turned. And there Scott stood, the manure gone. Not a speck of it remained. But the eyes that bored into her back had not been friendly. They weren't friendly now. Julia suppressed a shiver under their weight. Turning her back, she followed the friendlier part of the family, leaving the discomfort of the encounter behind her. For now. Introspection. Julia watched the swan paddle on a small lake, then shifted her eyes to the Olympic Mountains. They reminded her of home, a little. There were a few rocks that acted like small boulders that rimmed the shore, as it were. It was heavily pebbled with smaller rocks, not sand per se. It was wonderful, all the same. What was especially delicious was the time by herself. It had been overwhelming to see and learn all that she had. And Julia got the distinct impression they had kept the walking tour short for her benefit. There were so many classifications of abilities, she had stopped trying to memorize them after the first 10. There were main abilities, and all their sub-abilities. It was too much. Her head had buzzed with the sheer wealth of knowledge. One thing she did understand was Scott, the brother that didn't like her, was a deflector, and a highly skilled martial artist as well. He could cancel out another singer's ability. But like his brother, Michael, it was powerfully effective, but only for a short time. Say, maybe a half-minute. Then there was Jen. She was telekinetic like Julia, but different. Or maybe not different, just so much better. Then there was the post-puberty strength that came online. Only for the males. But God was just, and the female singer's abilities were usually stronger or, at the very least, longer-lasting. So kinda a wash. Julia skipped one of the flat stones, and the swan startled, flying a few feet and craning its elegant neck to give her a disdainful look. Could swans be angry? She thought this one was. She sighed and sat down on the boulder again. Picking up a stick, she twirled the water, her chin in her palm. Then there was Michael. She felt her whole face break into a grin. That scene with the shit had been priceless. Beyond funny, even if Scott hadn't been laughing. Payback's a bitch. Julia threw the stick in the water, standing. She began to pace the shore, thinking about Brendan. He'd been the one to carry her from the were. How had he found her? He said simply he was a tracker. It didn't fully explain things. He also said he had a crossover ability. Pyrokinetic. Julia was reminded of that Stephen King novel, Firestarter. She'd mentioned it to Brendan, who'd laughed. Nah, that's some trashy fiction story. Right. Hadn't seemed so implausible when the feet of 10 werewolves were on fire. Seemed pretty legit to her. Her mind landed on William. He'd been trying to free her too. But the more Julia thought about it, the less free it felt. She cared for him. Maybe more. But the reality was, she'd be the bird in the gilded cage again. She would have. She almost was a bird in a cage of the were as well. It wouldn't have been gilded, though. Julia thought of Tony and shuddered. To think there was even a slim chance that she'd have been forced into a union with Tony. She understood instinctively that he'd been bad, evil maybe. And it hadn't just been Adriana's misgivings. Julia had plenty of her own, rather a confirmation. She sighed. She felt like she was shuffling a deck of cards, afraid to cut the deck. Julia heard a noise and turned, her hand at her heart, startled. Julia smiled when she saw who it was. Brendan. He walked toward her, his bronze hair a low burning flame with the sun lighting it from behind, his eyes like onyx with the sun at his back. The mountains framed his silhouette as he approached, and Julia felt heat rise to her face, seeing the evidence of his combative training on every square inch of his body. He waved at her as he drew closer, and she lifted her hand in return. Julia already felt more at home with him than she had a right to. Chapter 29. Scott put his hand on the multifaceted knob, the crystal a solid weight under his palm, and turned it. The 5-panel door swung inward, the momentum of it carried by its own weight. His eyes swept the sunlit room, missing nothing. Julia was gone. His heart thudded to a stop, the words he'd spoken crashing back with the weight of the ages into his mind. His eyes found the flaw in the room. The window was open a crack, maybe 2 inches. The white curtains, like billowing fingers of smoke, fluttered with the breeze allowed in by the opening. He walked to the window, his siblings entering Julia's room behind him. He stood at the window, the low sill pressing against his upper shins. Scott could clearly hear the voices of various people from a distance, the strange acoustics of the oddly formed bay accentuating the noises, amplifying them. Julia would have heard everything he had to say about her down below. His disinterest, his hate and disrespect. Scott hung his head, clenching his hands into tight fists. He understood now that she would have left before he had wrestled his emotions into some kind of basic order, prepared to right his wrong, give her some neutral deference. Now she was gone. Possibly in danger. Grave danger. Scott turned, his back to the window. He spied something of hers, and picked it up. It was a hoodie. He crushed it to his nose, inhaling the scent of Julia, his chest tightening with recognition. Soul recognition. His deep brown eyes flashed to those of his siblings and father. "She's gone," he said. Guilt rode him mercilessly. "Great," Jen said. "You pushed her away," Brendan accused. "Ya think?" Scott replied. His eyes were twin holes of burning fury. At himself. "I screwed up, I got that. But now's not the time for talk." He speared his brother with a look. "Can you find her?" "Absolutely," Brendan said. Then paused for a heartbeat. "The better question is, has he found her?" They were all quiet for a moment, then with silent agreement, they turned and rushed out the door. Julia's hoodie was gripped in Scott's fist like a lifeline. He had never been so focused in his life. He needed to find her. All the bullshit legends of his childhood that he'd discounted, singer royalty, soul melding, all of it, was no longer legend. It was his new reality. They ran down the back stairs, the very ones Julia had used but a mere hour before. Bursting out of the back door, Brendan tracked Julia to the forest's edge. His grave stare focused on Scott. "What?" he asked. For the first time, terror sunk its teeth into his psyche. Scott had never had need of fear. It was an alien emotion for him. Until now. "The ferals in these woods," Brendan said, using the very words that Scott had not wanted to hear. "Does he? Has he?" Scott asked, his grip on Julia's sweatshirt making his knuckles turn white. Brendan nodded once. Scott yelled, his rage-filled bellow heard by the sensitive ears of the feral, who swiftly widened the breach between the singers and himself. The feral picked up his pace, the girl in his arms unaware of who carried her. Or who followed. Adriana felt like her ass had been handed to her. As usual. She always felt that way when she got done visiting with Lawrence. She kicked a rock on the way out of his chamber. Which wasn't really accurate. His quarters, as she preferred to think of them, were huge. She'd never been in his actual bedroom. They always met in his cavernous library, his great desk a mighty wooden anchor in the center of a sea of books. She always felt like her ship was sinking. Like now. He'd reamed her up one side and down the other. Tony had come up smelling like a rose, like always. In fact, she wanted to kick his ass too. The list was growing. It really rubbed Audie the wrong way, that she was every bit the fighter he was, but when it came down to talon, he'd best her. Her fists clenched. She had twice the heart that he had. But he was just that much bigger than she. If skill and training were equal, Someone with all those pounds and muscle would be victor. It was the opposite of fair. Sometimes she hated being female. Audie liked the one thing she had over him, though. Ironically, it was her gender. He was destined to mate with a female were. He was second to her brother, Joseph, the most powerful alpha in their region. Because of his station within the werewolf hierarchy, she should have looked at Tony as top on the list of potentials. That's how he'd looked at her, until she made it clear he was a loser with a capital L. Now, his choices were limited. But Tony didn't really want a mate. No, he wanted a female were trophy, squiring her about under the snouts of all the other male were that couldn't be mated to a female were. There were too few. She smiled. Audie enjoyed bristling his fur with that every chance she got. He was so full of himself. Like today. He'd painted his role in the escape of the feral in such a way it made it sound like she'd been irresponsible. Not the truth. That he'd put off a difficult chore on a female at the worst point of the month. The feral had showed her a kind of mercy, tearing her shoulder out of its socket, yet not killing her. Not so crazy after all. Then there was the other question about the feral. Who was he? Really? Why the interest in the rare one? Because no one could convince Audie differently. If he'd wished for escape earlier, he could have. No. He'd wanted Jules. She'd stake her life on it. Tony followed her out with a smirk, whistling. The asshole. Then Joseph came, casting a look her way. She waited, and he walked over to her. You know, if you'd be a little, he rolled his eyes skyward, searching for the perfect word, softer with Tony, he'd cut you some slack. Her brother shrugged. No, she responded shortly. He can kiss my ass, Adriana said, folding her arms across her chest. I'll never suck up to him. Besides, she looked at her brother again. Did you see how he made me look in there to Lawrence? He never does or says the right thing. Every verbal angle he plays is uttered for his benefit, never anyone else but his own. Couldn't Joseph see that? Joseph did. But Tony was his second, an excellent fighter. It didn't matter that his sister couldn't get along with him. They'd have to reach some kind of mutual understanding to coexist. He told her as much. Whatever. Audie responded in a loud voice. I'll just avoid his obnoxious carcass and try for civility. She rolled her eyes, then nailed Joseph with a solid stare. He raised his brows in question, and she plowed forward, changing tactics. Who is the feral? Joseph sucked in his breath. He had been sworn to secrecy. I can't say, Audie. You know that. We've been over it and over it. She interrupted him. It's for the safety of the pack, blah blah. Yeah, whatever. I gotcha. But I want to know why we would even keep a feral. Her eyes shifted to his, searching, and a wild idea began to form. It couldn't be, she asked. Does he have something to do with Jules? It was the barest flicker, but Audie caught it, snapping her fingers. Tell me. Joseph sighed, holding up a palm. We thought that if the rare one needed encouragement, we could use the feral. Audie scrunched her brows together. That didn't make sense. Joseph saw her confusion. They stared at each other for several moments. How? How could he coerce? She asked. Joseph told her. It took almost a half hour, and when he finished, only the birds in the trees could be heard in the deafening silence that his revelation had left behind. Her slap against his skin rang out, startling the birds which perched on high branches to exchange the safety of the trees for that of the sky. How could you? Her voice shook with contained rage. Joseph felt the sting of her slap, and knew he deserved 10 times worse. There was no excuse, he should have fought harder against it. Now there was no taking back the deceit. Addie's eyes narrowed on him. Whose idea was this? Joseph didn't answer. His eyes were answer enough. Of fucking course. Adriana stalked off in search of Tony. Joseph tried to grab her arm to stop her, and she tore it away from him, turning on him like the wolf she was. Don't touch me. It was unforgivable. Her eyes locked onto him without mercy. You know what? It's good that the singers took Julia. Maybe somebody can treat her like a human being instead of something to be manipulated. We don't deserve her. She strode off in search of Tony. Joseph watched her go, his self-loathing a solid weight in his body. In his soul. William. William was hopeful. He clapped the locator on his back as he left the kiss with a thank you and the blessing of their lightwalker Gabriel. A huge favor as future collateral. It would hang over the coven's head. But if he could regain Julia, it would not matter. Their kiss prosperity and importance would be solidified forever. The vampire turned, giving William his steady regard. You have the map. William nodded, and he gave the barest smile of acknowledgement. I wish you the best fortune in locating your singer. They both knew that Julia wasn't just any singer. But neither said it openly. They had put their competition aside for the moment, but the possibility of a sister kiss trying for the rare one was not beyond the scope of possibility. William was keen on not forgetting that basic fact. He closed the door behind him and strode to where Claire and Gabriel waited. Gabriel looked up as William drew closer. His finger stabbed the map. The singers have powerful blocking in place from our location. But his eyes met William's. The locator was quite sure that this is the general region. They all studied the area. Mountainous and densely wooded. Perfect cover for retrieval by a vampire. William assembled runners. They packed their gear and went out on their last mission. If they could not retrieve Julia this time, he knew that his window of opportunity would have closed to nothing. Once she was in the womb of the singers, it would be an impossibility to get to her. They afforded formidable protection, something even his will and determination could not combat. He imagined she would be important to them as well. Perhaps not labeled the same way she was with the vampire and werewolves. Maybe something else entirely. Julia would be royal amongst their kind, William contemplated. Like a queen. The feral. The feral swept the hair that had fallen across the face of the female away from her eyes and studied her. It made a sweet longing, like the finest blood rise unbidden within his wolf form. It was almost enough to make him slide back into his human shape. But not yet. His strange half-human form was the one he instinctively realized was best for the distance he needed. Even now he could feel his kind chasing after them. After the female. He clutched her tighter to his body. Soon, he would need to feed and would have to leave her unconscious and unprotected for a time. He scowled. An outsider would have noted how comical it made his facial expressions, that of the wolf, the echo of humanity etched about the edges. He stood smoothly with the tiny female in his arms, a sense of rightness and purpose propelling him naturally. He searched until he was satisfied, finding the perfect den in which to hide her. He did, tucking her inside the small rock crevice. He backed away, his hunger a gnawing monster in his belly. Before he could compromise his strength further by lingering over her, he fled. In search of prey, which would keep him busy for a time. More than he liked. Julia woke up with darkness all around her and was chilled to the bone. She had a coat, but the damp coolness of her environment had sunk into her bones and weighed her down. She put her hands out in an exploratory movement and hit something solid. All around her, Julia could feel the solid weight of something, smell the earth surrounding her. She felt like she was in a tomb. Julia panicked, scraping the confines of the dark space, whimpering in fear. Before she lost it, totally, something occurred to her. Julia's memory slid into place, and she remembered what had happened. The great red werewolf. Actually, his fur was like wine. Not that it mattered. She closed her eyes tightly. What was she doing here? Where was he? What had he put her in? Calm thyself, Julia. Her lips set in a determined line. Julia lifted her head as high as she could without hitting the ceiling of where she lay. Ambient light reached her eyes, and she could just make out her toes like twin hills in the distance. Julia thought that she may have been stuffed in some kind of hole. For safekeeping. She gulped, trying not to think of what that meant. Maybe a tasty meal for later. Julia shuddered at the thought. She needed to get the hell out of here. She experimented, wiggling around, and discovered that the only place of escape was where her feet were. Well, she couldn't move at all. Maybe she had 6 inches on all sides. Didn't matter. She'd never been more scared since that night. Since Jason, her mind spoke, but she wasn't going to give up yet. She began to wiggle her butt like an inchworm, bunching her muscles, then scooting forward inch by inch. Julia knew when she made headway, because she could see better. Finally, Julia's legs were free of the hold, and she was able to bend her knees and drag her body further, stabbing her heels into the dirt at her feet and pulling herself out incrementally. In less than 5 minutes, she was free. Even the dappled sunlight through the canopy of trees was bright and full of glare after the utter darkness of the hole she'd been in. Julia turned, squinting, and looked at where she'd been. It was a narrow slot at the base of a natural rock formation. Barely more than a crevice. No one would have ever seen her unless they knew she was there. Julia stood, and the pins and needles of returning blood flow almost brought her to her knees. But she persevered, breathing slowly in and out. She was tired of fainting, being kidnapped and told who she was and what she was going to be. And do. Julia was her. And she was going to be okay. Julia turned and walked away, casting a glance behind her as she went. She didn't have the vaguest clue where she was, but she was going. She headed west, where the sun rode above the mountains. At least, she had a direction. Julia hoped it was not the same one the war had used. Homer. The phone buzzed shrilly beside his ear, and he snatched it up, his irritation rising like the tide beyond the window of the police station. Truman? Carl answered in his gruff voice. It's Alexander, the chief forensic specialist said. Hello. Sing me the tune I like to hear. Okay, well, I don't know if it's what you want to hear, but it's what I have. Confusing, but okay, Carl thought. All right, lay it on me. I've got the sample DNA typed, but it's broad because I can't get a specific on it. Cut the cryptic shit and just give it to me straight. Canine genome. All right, just like he figured. No big surprise there. Okay, wolves then. Silence. Carl could almost hear the static on the normally clear lines. He cleared his throat. Listen, this is going to sound completely insane. Carl waited. But the classification is not entirely accurate. What are you saying, Alexander? I'm saying you've got yourself a new class of canine here. What? Bigfoot. Carl gave a short bark of a laugh. Alexander didn't laugh. No. Not Bigfoot. Then what? This was crazy. Something else. Something so different, we don't know where to put it. Carl leaned forward, his chair creaking under his weight. Okay, give me what you know. Okay, more insanity. Ready? Hell yeah. Carl tapped his ballpoint on the desk, listening. When Alexander was finished, he whistled low in the back of his throat, leaning back in his chair and scrubbing his face. Finally he said, A guy could lose his reputation over what you're postulating. Yeah, no shit. So, what's the plan? Carl asked. Well, first off, I think the larger question is, what are these things? Listen, Truman, meet me back at the scene. Who knows, with some additional measurements I may have more answers. Like what? Size, for starters. And intelligence. They were quiet for a full minute, the line buzzing between them. You're not suggesting these things are the same ones that tossed that dump, are you? I am, Alexander said. Holy shit, Truman breathed out. Yeah. CYN. The bus driver looked as the forlorn girl entered his bus. When she told him where she wanted to go, he was somehow reminded of that waif of a girl a few months back. The one with the whiskey eyes and phony black hair dye. He wondered how she was doing now. His eyes met hers and she answered, Kent. He nodded. I know just where to take ya. Good, she said. Turning away, she headed to the back of his bus. His eye followed her in the rearview mirror. When he looked at her feet, he saw some funky boots. They looked like hardcore fisherman boots, reaching to her calves. Ugly suckers, shit brown in color. They didn't really seem to go with the rest of her. He shifted his eyes back to the road, putting the great bus into gear. It ground out of park and into first gear, a plume of exhaust hailing its departure. Cynthia leaned back, pushing her knees against the seat in front of her. She let her legs dangle, and right before she closed her eyes, she caught sight of Jules' boots on her feet. She smiled through her tears. I'll never forget you, Julia. After a few moments, Cynthia fell asleep, exhaustion taking the reins for her, the tears drying on her cheeks as she slept. The bus driver drove his route twice. The same way he had before, giving the girl time to rest. When he was a couple blocks away from the women's shelter, he stopped. This was as good a place as any, he thought. He jerked the lever, and the bifold door opened with a burst of compressed air. Cynthia's eyes snapped open, and noted she was the sole person on the bus. Her eyes met those of the bus driver, and she stood, her eyes flicking to his name embroidered on his uniform, Alfred. When she came to the front, she lowered her head and peeked out the bus door at a building she saw a couple of blocks away. She could just make out the sign, Freedom Affirmed. She looked back at Alfred. Where am I? His kind eyes remained steady on hers. Kent, he said. She nodded. Right, okay. Cynthia began to descend the short bus steps as she heard the driver's voice behind her. That place up there will give you a couple days' peace. There was no peace for her, Cynthia thought. But she turned anyway and looked into his kind eyes. Thanks, I'll check it out. Alfred smiled and nodded, pushing the lever, the bus door closing with a snap and an air-driven hiss. Cynthia watched the bus glide away. The only proof it had ever been was the exhaust cloud in its wake. Turning, she headed for the building. It was as good a place as any, she thought. Her thoughts unconsciously echoing those of the driver. Cynthia quickened her pace toward the building. Toward a new life. Julia. Julia walked quickly and made progress. However, she grew thirsty, her tongue swelling like a tumor in her mouth. She became so parched, it was all she could think of. Shading her eyes, she looked up at the sun. Julia guessed it was well past noontime. As she hiked, the sun would move behind clouds, casting deep shadows in the forest. Julia's mind played tricks on her, and she felt alone. Scared and foolish. Mostly just scared, she decided. Finally, Julia thought she heard the tinkling sounds of moving water, and when the forest floor grew greener, and the topography of the ground at her feet began to slope away and downward, Julia figured she hit the jackpot. She grabbed branches to steady herself as she finessed her way down a short but steep ravine toward the sounds of a small stream. It was probably a river here in Washington, but by Alaska standards, it was a creek. She knelt by the crystal-clear water and made a cup with both hands, letting the slow-moving water run over the top, then capturing the refreshing goodness in her already cold flesh. Ignoring her intellect, she gulped greedy sips. After she drunk her fill, Julia stood, wiping her hands off on her jeans. She turned and carefully made her way up the small ravine, refreshed and rejuvenated. She abandoned the tree cover and entered an open meadow, stopping for a moment as the sun came from behind the clouds, beating its warmth into her as she stood in the open. Julia closed her eyes, lifting her face to the sun, and reveled in the stolen moment of warmth. When the first pain began to pierce her guts, she gasped, folding her arms across her belly protectively. What was this? She groaned out loud, holding herself. Julia felt the water she had drunk, not 30 minutes before, begin to churn in her stomach like curdled milk. A chill rolled over her skin, and she began to shiver. Goose flesh rose like chicken skin, and she trembled again. Julia looked around, feeling ill. Maybe she drank too much at one time. This was the worst possible time to get the flu or some other crap. No worries, just the big bad wolf after her. She didn't think being Little Red Riding Hood was very funny. Zero amusement. Julia pressed forward, clutching her stomach as she walked. Her eyes searched the dim forest. She might have to find some place to hide until her insides felt better. She moved into the soothing coolness of the forest as the first cramp tore into her, and pain rode her like a wave coming to shore. William and his 5 runners made haste. As soon as twilight had dropped its veil of protection over the city, they had left the shelter of the kiss. The cattle parted like the Red Sea. Even in their ignorant stupor, there was some biological imperative that kicked in, a primal alert of sorts. When the vampire evacuated their lair, the steps leading to the street a yawning concrete hole of uncertainty and darkness, they moved aside unconsciously, giving the vampire a wide berth. William moved quickly, Gabriel's words ringing in his head, "Do not engage a large group of singers." His eyes had met his leader's, and he had asked, "What is too many?" There had been a pregnant pause, then Gabriel had responded with a question. How many was too many at the worst stronghold? William understood. In that case, had it not been for the feral were, he might have stood a chance, even with the pair of singers. He was not certain. He shrugged the thought away. Julia and he were connected. William had singer ancestry. That accounted for some things. Alliance, blood share. However old it had been, it would cast weight to the positive for him. He swiped the words away with a dismissive mental shrug. Gabriel did not fully understand battle reasoning. The were, for all their flaws, did. In the heat of battle, decisions were made, some lacking in any rational foundation. Nevertheless, they were deemed critical then in that moment. There may be a moment which arose in just that way in the next few hours, and William would be reactive. It was the only thing he had not allowed himself in prior instances. He had thought it a luxury. Now he recognized it for what it was. Necessary. If he wanted Julia, he would have to use his emotions as his barometer, not rationale. This was not the time for mental negotiations. Now was the time for action. Their noses were on keen alert as they made their way toward a remote spot on the Olympic Peninsula. William had chosen the runners for ancestry instead of warrior prowess. They could all shift, as they did now. To the casual observer, it would look like black wings and bodies flying against the backdrop of the night sky. Only the eyes would give an observer pause. Crimson. Like blood. Chapter 30. Catalyst. Julia rolled over onto her side, her body shuddering in response. She realized she'd made the gravest, most novice mistake in the world. She had drunk water from a creek. Untreated. Did her Alaskan upbringing teach her nothing? Dumb. She had beaver fever. Julia had consumed a ton of creek water, and now it felt like someone was taking her insides out with a spoon. Worse, she wasn't throwing up or the other. Oh no. But a fine fever was there, securing a good foothold. Climbing higher. Julia remembered when she was young, her mother had said she was a burner. One of those kids that got rid of being sick by jerking their core temperature up to an insanely dangerous level. Like now. Julia shivered, crawling back into the crevice of an old log. The wooden embrace was full of sodden leaves and God knows what else. She flung her arm out, bending it at the elbow to fit inside the tight space. She shuddered as she put the bare skin of her forehead against the cold wetness of her jacket, dampened by her environment. Julia fell into a fitful doze, her body intermittently shaking from exhaustion and sickness. She was completely vulnerable and alone. The cougar knew that, having scented its prey in the meadow. It followed the female back to where she lay, inside a downed log in the forest. The cougar slunk closer, knowing that the prey was weakened and safely inside its territory. The cougar prowled toward the log. It scented danger too late. The werewolves moved in with typical stealth, tearing the cat's large head off its shoulders even as it turned to swipe. They executed the maneuver with precision and accuracy. Wasting nothing, they feasted on the most delicate part of their kill, leaving the remainder for possible consumption later. They were wary. Many scents were all around them. The enemy and others. What lay within the folds of the log was too precious for dispatch from the dumb creature of the forest. A lowly cat no less. They moved to the log, peering inside. Vampire. The ravens lit upon the branches of the trees. They had not discovered the scent of the singer, but that of the dogs. Circling the position, spying the group of four were with the sharpness of their eyesight in raven form. They settled on the highest branches. William sent out an alert to the others, a single cawing tone of specific meaning. They fell to the ground as a well-oiled machine, from 30 or 40 feet of height, their wings melting into deadened flesh and bone as they dropped. It was a beautiful symphony of purposeful landing, which began with feathers and ended with feet which touched the earth with a thud-less hop, silent. But not silent enough. The alpha amongst the whir snapped his head up, his senses on full alert. His snout swung toward the three he'd brought with him, and turned to his first, giving a snort. The other whir scooped the girl out of the log. The alpha scented her sickness and paused. She was very ill. He breathed deeper, maybe not permanent. It didn't matter, the time to move was now. He moved in the opposite direction of the scent he'd caught that accompanied the noise. Vampire. They would not recapture his precious cargo. They began to move away in battle formation, the alpha at their back, his half-formed hands at the ready, the rare one in the arms of his second. The feral. The feral moved from his discovery with precision and energy, the meal he'd consumed affording him the speed and agility that would be necessary to find the female. He knew he should never have left her. She had escaped him. Judging by the tracks in the rock cave he'd found, she had wiggled out. Her small frame had allowed maneuverability. The feral ran hard, smoothly evading every obstacle, his form perfectly suited for the environment in which he traveled. He hit upon her scent and stopped short. It had changed. She was sickened by something. He scented deeper. She had drunk water and had the sickness that humans were susceptible to. It was not possible for him to be affected. He moved forward, scenting the many nuanced odors which preceded him. He welcomed the challenge of their presence. There would need to be many to keep him from the female. Mine, his mind said. Mine. Scott. Scott stopped suddenly. His hands went to the hard planes of his stomach. What is it? Jen asked, her breathing labored, They'd been near running since they'd discovered Julia's disappearance. Scott felt a dull pain in his guts, bowels, and a burning in the back of his neck. He described it to Marcus, and his father replied. "She's sick, and that's what you'd feel," his tone ominous, knowing. Scott wanted to get moving, but Marcus explained briefly, "A soul meld is more than a pairing of singers. It's an awareness of each other." He made his hands collide, the fingers lacing together. "She has encountered," he waffled his hand back and forth, "something and is ill." Scott's teeth clenched together. This was just getting better, and effing better. "Well," Brendan began. "She's sick all right, and the wer have her again." Scott's eyes locked with Brendan's, sweat running down between his shoulder blades, chilling as his skin dampened in the cool night air. Then Brendan said the thing that made Scott's blood run cold. "The feral is out there." He lifted his nose to the air, pushing a good amount of an invisible fragrance right underneath his nose with his palm. "Vampire and werewolves." "Wait, flag on the play," Jen yelled, throwing a flag on an imaginary football field. They all turned to her. Jen planted her hands on her hips. "What, more werewolves?" "The feral and—" Brendan nodded. "Yeah, I'd recognize Wet Dog anywhere. And the red feral, he's his own tomato. The vampire, well, we know what they smell like." "Shit," Scott responded definitively, and began jogging in the direction they'd been heading, impatient to get to her. "Scott!" Marcus yelled after his son. Scott whirled around. "No. I'm not waiting another second. It's already been too many seconds." The siblings all looked uneasily at each other, following Scott. He couldn't think until he had Julia safe. His change of heart was breathtaking in its completeness. "Julia." Julia moaned, the constant rocking motion waking her. She wished she hadn't awoken. She looked up into a pair of eyes she hoped to never see again. Tony. It didn't matter what form he was in, she'd recognize his stench anywhere. She swore he grinned when he saw recognition dawn on her face. Julia tried to struggle in his grasp, but was too weak by far to do anything. "Stay still," he said in a low growl, "you're sick." Julia felt hot tears she couldn't afford to lose run down her face. Helpless again. Grief crashed into her like an earthquake. It shook the very foundation of her soul, and nothing but despondency remained. Tony looked down at the flushed face of the rare one. He could scent her displeasure at being held by him, coming out of every pore of her body. Even if she'd been well, she couldn't have fought him. Except for her gifts, she was helpless. Helplessly female and ill, in an intoxicating mix that made his perverted heart speed. He could feel the presence of the alpha at his back, and didn't care. Tony had never been one to follow rules. He'd have her squirming and fighting. It'd be amazing. He crushed her against himself, and she made a pain sound, trying to beat at his chest weakly. Scott felt a great hopelessness well up inside him that was so foreign to his nature, he interpreted it for what it was. Julia. And on the top of it all, fear, discomfort, and pain. Someone was hurting her as she succumbed to illness. Scott's hands clenched into fists of rage. Fists which knew how to deliver punishment. And they would. Soon. Scott increased his pace to a sprint. His singer's strength, endurance, and speed were on a par with the wer and the vampire. His siblings and parent followed in a rainbow blur of colors, their hues mixing inexplicably as they drew closer to Julia. Their familial footprint, as they advanced into battle, was formidable. Dangerous. William and the others chased the trail laid by the wer as they ran. Julia's scent mingled with theirs. Her scent was off. Now that he had shifted back from raven form, his senses seemed almost dulled, even though he knew they were 100 times more sensitive than those of humans. He sped, every thought, every fiber of his being, trained to overtake them and rescue Julia. The feral watched those of his kind take the female, sickened and unable to defend herself from the one word which he hated most. The one who had taunted him. Given him hose showers that had bruised his skin with the force of the spray. Given him prey that was spoiled or infirm. Yes, he would know his foul odor anywhere. A tingling rush of fighting adrenaline surged through him. The feral charged from the left, crashing out of the brush, thinking two thoughts simultaneously. They were nearly nose-blind to have not scented him this close. His step faltered for 1/2 a second when he recognized the female were he'd harmed in his pen, traveled with them. A moment's peace touched him, as he realized she was whole and well again. That peace fled as he barreled into the whir which led, his talons slicing the neck as he launched a counterstrike 1-4. Joseph spun too late as the assault came at his third from the front, and couldn't believe he hadn't scented another whir this close. It was completely unexpected. He growled at his sister, "Run." She would be crushed by the red. Every protective instinct Joseph possessed punching to life, his reaction automatic. Audie ignored her brother and ran toward where Tony held Julia, the feral having ripped 3 holes in the leading whir's vulnerable neck. As he dropped from the killing blow, his blood blanketing the forest like a carpet of crimson, Adriana leapt. As her arms were outstretched, Tony casually tossed Julia to the ground. She landed in Addie's embrace, and they fell together on the soft forest debris. The feral met her eyes for one moment, and she cringed backward, scooping Julia closer in her arms. Her brother and Tony circled the red. His coat shone like fire burnt down to embers, and she knew they would kill him. It made her chest tight to think it. Audie shook it off. What was wrong with her? He was feral. He had hurt her. But deep within, something stirred and responded to him, against every precept and instinct. Adriana did not wish for his death. She turned her attention to Jules. She was burning up, moaning and thrashing. Adriana forced her human form to return. As difficult as it was to change to half-wolf, it hurt more to go back to human so quickly, a brutal energy siphon. But she didn't want Jules to see her and be afraid. Audie held Jules in her arms as the feral and werewolves circled each other, just as the vampire entered the glade, and a troop of singers broke out of the forest opposite them. Oh shit. Audie thought, we'll never make it out of here alive. Julia opened her eyes just then, and her fevered stare latched onto Adriana. Audie, she said weakly. I'm here, Jules, she said, wiping sweaty strands of hair out of her face. Don't let them hurt me, Julia said. Never, Audie thought, rolling the small bundle that was Julia into her embrace and standing without effort. After all, she was a werewolf. She faced off with the vampire and singers, her grin looking like a wolf in sheep's clothing. An apt comparison. Chapter 31. Reckoning. Scott stared at the female werewolf that held Julia. Their queen. His, and growled. He didn't know where that primitive utterance had come from, but he rolled with it instinctively. He saw the vamps at the same time the werewolves went after the big red guy. Lots to do here. Scott was always game, his body practiced and ready for violence. It moved forward of its own volition. William saw the group of singers and paused. His nostrils flared, and he recognized something about the one which led. His scent was slightly different. William was a runner. He was bred to recognize the rare blood in singers. Julia was pure. But this one, he had enough quantum for William to respond. Every tracking instinct tingled inside him, even as Julia was in his sights. Who was he? William would soon find out, as the one he stared at launched himself with the speed of a singer who was trained, seasoned, and in the prime of his life, his direction aimed for Julia. Julia rose to consciousness, as if swimming from the bottom of a pool, but without the benefit of alertness. She was in a fog, the fever stealing her cognitive reasoning, making her slow and thick-feeling. She watched the scene unfold from the cradle of Addie's arms. Scott came toward Julia in a flash of brilliant color, the tailwind of colors behind him she intuited as the rest of his family. From Julia's left, William and the vampire tore toward her, the feral howling in misery. The tone of it told her all she needed to know. He drove to get to her, kept at bay by Tony and Joseph. But maybe not for long. Julia made the most difficult decision of her life, but she knew it would solve the current problem instantly. Her mind sought what it needed, and when she found it, the metal flashed in the gloom of the forest, making its way to her as if by invisible strings. She grabbed the hilt of the stolen weapon, her telekinetic ability bringing it to her in a rush of surprise to all. The supernaturals in the forest stilled their movements. The desired effect was instantaneous. Marcus watched his utility knife, that he routinely wore at his hip, come unlatched and spin away from his body, lurching toward Julia. Hilt first. Julia caught it in her hand, flicked it open, held it to her own throat and screamed hoarsely, "Stop!" Audie looked down at Julia. "No. Let me down, Audie," her voice steady. Adriana did. Julia sliding down the front of her body and swaying on her feet, her head swimming with pain and vertigo. Julia looked at William, as still as a statue. "Do not," he whispered. "None of us wish for this end, Julia. This is not the answer." Scott stopped breathing when he saw the metal gleaming against the pale throat of the Queen of the Blood Singers. The fibers of his being pulled taut to the breaking point while his soul shrieked inside him. He made a move to step forward, and Julia's gaze shifted to his. "Don't even try it. I know you hate me," she hissed, her strength ebbing, her hand shaking from the strain of keeping it steady. The fibers of his being cinched tighter in discomfort, her safety in jeopardy by her own hand. Scott stood poised to launch himself at her the moment her attention wavered, the pain of not touching her unbearable. It was unlike anything he'd ever known. Every bruise, every battle wound, nothing compared. Julia backed away from all of them, her back touching the trunk of a tree. They stood, all eyes tracking her progress, knowing that a false move could end her life. Then what would they have? What would she be? Dead as what? As the tears began to flow, Julia realized that nothing good had happened to her since Jason's death. Her lower lip trembled, and her hand shook as she determined that this was the best answer for her after all. She was tired. So tired. Joseph and Tony saw her expression first, as they were the closest. But it was the feral who acted, his half-wolf form slipping off him like water sheeting off glass. He sprang forward, human again for that moment. The moment of truth. Julia saw him, and her heart stalled in her chest. She dropped the knife, all thought of death forgotten. It speared the earth at her feet, and she staggered forward without thinking. Kent. Cynthia thanked the nice lady with the sad eyes for the room, nodding in all the right places when she told her it was but a transitional respite. Blah blah blah. Cynthia got it. A place to lay her head on a pillow, none of the creatures in sight. They couldn't have followed her all the way to the outskirts of Seattle. She breathed a sigh of relief for the first time in what felt like forever. She opened the door to the dark room and saw a bunch of plaster repair and the evidence of damage all over the place. The lady turned to her, the chain that hung off her glasses catching the light. "Don't mind the mess, we're doing a touch of remodeling." Cynthia looked around her. Looked like more than a touch. The window looked the worst. She walked over to it, seeing the remnants of hand-blown glass, wavy and warped, encased in a solid wood frame. Hairline fissures scattered about the center were taped so they couldn't splinter further. She turned her head and saw the old lady's face in profile. What happened? The woman shrugged her shoulders, hauling the shawl she wore more firmly around her hunched shoulders. "We're not sure. But there was a young woman who stayed here a few months past. She looked down at her sensible shoes, the pantyhose an unnatural tan color, and suddenly looked up, guilt and a muted horror contained like a stuffed sock riding her eyes. We think she was taken. Not much of a shelter, Cynthia thought, looking at the damage of the room more closely. She asked by who. The woman shrugged, backing carefully out of the room and giving her a nod as she left, closing the door softly behind her. Conversation closed. Cynthia looked at the windowsill more closely. Her chest tightened in a gut-clenching clutch of pain, her breath leaving her body. She traced the marring left in the wood of the sill with a hand that shook so badly she grabbed it with its mate to steady it. She gave a shaky exhale. It wasn't who took the girl. But what? Cynthia snatched her hand back. She looked outside, beyond the glass and the unkempt yard below to the forest. It was dark and quiet. A perfect hiding place. For them. Canyon backed up until her legs hit the mattress and sat down. She stared at the window. It looked like she might have escaped one horror for another. Breaking her stupor, she rummaged in her backpack until she found what she was looking for. She laid down on her back, her finger running over the one photo she had, a habit of comfort these almost 2 years past. She never missed a night without looking at them. It was Vegas. Just the 4 of them, Jason and Jules, she and Kev. Before. She looked at Jules, dressed up for once, Jason's arm slung comfortably around her shoulders like it belonged. Her eyes stung with unshed tears, hot and unwelcome as she looked at Kevin. When they ran down her face, she didn't wipe them away, but pressed the photo against her chest. Her heart. She missed them so much, she felt like her heart would never stop breaking. That's why her chest hurt so damn much all the time. A crack that wouldn't mend. Her heart broken in shards inside her. Cynthia covered the photo with both hands and put her head to the side of the pillow, stifling her sobbing from the other inhabitants of the women's shelter. Truman. Truman looked at Alexander, their eyes meeting a final time. I can't believe this. I know you're telling me all this, but I can't. Carl tapped his head. Wrap your head around it. Yeah, tell me about it. Alexander responded, nodding. Carl Truman fought the habit to take his small notepad out of its home, in the upper pocket of his button-down, and clasped his hands together instead. So there. George Alexander nodded. They're big suckers, standing on hind legs. He made his palm flat and put it a foot above his head. That makes these guys about 7 feet. Truman whistled. So they're dexterous? Very. They had no difficulty pawing through this apartment, turning knobs, unlatching windows. No, he paused, not a hint of humor in his voice, giving Truman the full weight of his eyes. They used the doors and windows. They have higher reasoning, no doubt. George tapped his temple. Truman paused, thinking about his words instead, blurting just anything out. How high? Alexander paused for a beat. Maybe like us, maybe. He scratched his head and turned his back on Truman, pacing off to the window, gazing at the forest that stretched interminably beyond their position. There's something else. What are you saying, George? Truman walked up to him, getting right in his grill. He was going to spill this info, if it killed him. His green eyes met Truman's. I'm saying we have real-life werewolves. Truman staggered back a step. No, he denied, getting a physical reaction of heat climbing his body uncomfortably. His mind had spun around the possibility of it, eventually dismissing it as too unreal. Alexander paced toward him, ticking off the facts on his hand. Canine genome, DNA match, size, aggression, higher reasoning. Then after a pause, he let the final bomb drop. The saliva tells us the final piece. Real enough. Truman leaned forward despite not wanting to, his heart in his throat, the evidence warring with his disbelief over anything that was not concrete, normal. Sane. Human genome, George Alexander said quietly. Truman stared at Alexander, and he returned it, the moment swelled with portentous knowledge, belief solidifying. Half human, half wolf. Werewolf. Alexander was reminded of one of the first precepts he had learned in med school. When you hear hoofbeats behind you, don't expect to see a zebra. In this case, that's all he heard. Zebras. Chapter 32. Jason. Maybe her eyes deceived her, but Julia's heart knew. She had watched as the feral melted away, and a nearly naked Jason ran to her, staving off her killing blow. She crashed into him, her arms snapping around him. His body felt at once shocking familiar and foreign in her embrace. It was a moment before she knew something was wrong, as pandemonium broke loose all around her. The different factions came together at once in a collision of claws, talons, and speed. Julia was prone on her back before she could move, breathe. Jason's now human hands encircled her throat, her feverish skin burning against his cooler flesh. She frantically searched eyes that didn't know her, crazed and full of heat and hate. Who was he now? Julia shrieked inside her head. Her head swam, and she began to grow dizzy, her stomach cramping as Jason, her husband from another life, another time, began to choke her to death. Scott saw the feral return to his human state and launch himself at Julia. Scott bounded toward the feral werewolf, just as he began to strangle Julia. The feral's mind was obviously broken. William understood who it was the instant the red were changed into human form. He had seen photos of Julia's former husband. But this was no longer the husband she knew. His mind was gone, the wolf in control even while human. Few singers could overcome the transition to were or vampire. It was never attempted. The results at this moment, a confirmation of the dangerous consequence. The theory born into fruition. William charged Jason Caldwell at the precise moment as Joseph and Tony. The vampire and were collided, and the forest grew still, except for the sounds of flesh tearing and the battering of one against the other. Scott landed on the back of the singer, aiming a blow to stun him. The vamps and were fighting behind him, his siblings making a protective wall around him. Jason felt the blow on the base of his neck, numbing in its accuracy and force. He began to slide away from the woman who he'd been strangling. He recognized her too late. Jason fell beside her, meeting her eyes. Puzzle pieces of memories, coming from a blizzard that twirled without pattern to a solid stream of consciousness. This was not any female. This was his wife. Julia. What had he done? He moved to get up, and one of his kind leapt on his chest, knocking the wind out of him. But not before her eyes had met his, and Jason saw the one that had hit him pick Julia up as the were and vampire beat each other into the forest floor, blood covering everything under 5 feet in a spinning tornado of gore. Black and red ran together like a poisonous lake. He watched the blood of his kind and that of his enemy run together, his consciousness slipping away, the blow's accuracy successful in its intent. Jason's last memory was Julia being taken from him in the arms of a large man. Others like him surrounded them in a cocoon of protection, the vampire and were dying, and worse all around him. He turned his head and looked at the female were above him as his eyes closed, exhaustion from the change and the revelation of what he'd done and who he was dropping him like a stone in a tumultuous sea of nothingness. Jason fell away from her, and Julia sucked in a lungful of precious air, a hitching sob the next sound that escaped, her abused throat on fire. Jason had tried to kill her. It was worse than his death. He lived, but wasn't him. 2 palms cradled her face and forced her to focus on the one who had saved her from certain death. First by her own hand, then the death that had been promised by a kiss of hands that had once loved her. The electric shock of Scott's hands against Julia's skin instantly cooled the fever and stopped the internal turmoil of her stomach's roil. She felt him lift her from the ground, strong arms wrapped her against his body, and he turned, A silent command which felt like intent rose from him like a sigh, and the others gathered around him like soldiers. Julia's head burrowed against his chest, her eyes just clearing his strong arm where they met the stare of Tony, dead vampire, at his feet. William was nowhere to be seen. Joseph was dead as well. Tony was the new alpha. Fear rose in her instantly. Scott ran in the opposite direction, and the group they left behind became smaller in her vision. Jason and Audie on the forest floor together. Jason unconscious and unaware, his head held by Audie. Adriana's eyes were all for Tony, the victor over the vampire, his sights solely on Julia. Tony threw his head back and howled into the still air of the forest, his rage filling Julia's ears, reverberating inside her soul like a discordant note of music. Scott's arms pulsed around Julia once, tightening with protection. Scott picked up his pace. The mongrel would never touch her again. He'd stake his life on it. The end. Book 2, Blood Song, is also available on audio. Your words are powerful. If you enjoyed Blood Singers, please post your star rating and/or thoughts and help another listener discover a new author. Thank you. Copyright Blood Singers. A Blood World Novel. Book 1. By New York Times bestseller, Tamara Rose Blodgett. All rights reserved. Copyright 2007-22, Tamara Rose Blodgett. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review.
Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed the story, please like and subscribe and explore more of my complete audiobooks right here on the channel. See you next time. Love, Tamara.